Well, that was good timing to start. Um, hey everyone, how's it going? It is Friday, and y'all know what that means. It means the same thing it means every week. It means it's time for viewer levels. I'm gonna play y'all's viewer levels. Y'all are gonna submit them. In fact, many have already, both on the YouTube and the Twitch side. Lovely. I see 7 in queue, and that is just real nice to see. I also see some people in both chats. Hello, everyone. How you doing? Boy howdy, it has been a bit of a week, huh? There was that whole direct on Wednesday, and it's just been a real roller coaster since then, especially with regard to things such as tariffs, which seem like they are really complicating this whole I want to buy a Switch 2 situation. I'm still gonna buy it no matter what happens, but like, it might cost $700? Not that much, please. I can't blame them, considering, like, holy hell, the fucked up shit has happened. But like, yee. We'll discuss all that and anime and a whole bunch else as we get into this. Yeah, I hope to pay retail price. The retail price they said during, like, right after the direct. That's what I'm hoping for. But we'll see. We'll discuss all that and more. Also, one more thing before we start. One first topic, which is that I am changing how the rare playthroughs will work. On Tuesdays, I've been playing through some rare games randomly, which is to say at the start of every stream, every playthrough, I would spin a wheel and decide on the game. I am changing that slightly. You see, one thing that's really, like, not satisfying me about that is the fact that when I spin the wheel, it's early in the stream, and, you know, people haven't had time to get in, so they don't necessarily enjoy the randomness of it. Also, on the VOD, it is very obvious which game I'm playing because it ends up in the thumbnail and stuff. You know, and like, if you arrive late, you just see the game. So, I would like to change that, and here's the change. We're spinning it tonight. We're spinning it later tonight. We're gonna spin the wheel and decide what Tuesday's game is going to be. That's good, because, like, if you're watching this VOD later, you still won't know what the answer is until it comes up. And, also, if the mystery game is hit, I can explain what that is and, reveal it. Official-like. So, that's just a small change. We'll do that, like, right before the lightning round, so expect that, like, in an hour or two. And if you're looking at the VOD and you're like, oh, I want to find out right now, you see where the lightning round starts, right? Well, just go, like, 10 minutes before that. Maybe 20, I don't know. Depends how long the last level is before the lightning round. That'll be like the last card, you see. This'll all make sense, as we get into it. Okay. Think that, covers it. My Super World is still complete. We did a stream on that, for that on Monday, which was a bit of fun. Check that out if you want to see, like... That stream was kind of just like 40 level showcases in a row. It was a bit of fun. Check it out if you're, like, interested in the blow-by-blow of all 40 of my, like, Super World levels. As much detail as I can give in the time it takes to clear each one of them in turn. But... tonight, we're here to do viewer levels, so let's begin those. Let's get it going. I need to get the first level up. I need to refresh my Warp World, apparently, because it's not showing me the thing. There it is. Okay. Lovely. Hello, Artiste, and everyone else who is here. Thank you for the level. Thank everyone for their levels. 8 levels in chat. The first one up is Moyako, who is here, you know, submitted the level, obviously, as the stream is starting, and probably hasn't, gone too far. Let me explain how this works for those who are new, those who need a reminder, or otherwise. This is viewer levels proper, and, the way this works, during this part of the stream anyway, is that, when your level comes up, if you are here in chat, thank you for the follow, Artiste. Thank you. If you are here in chat, when your level comes up, I will give it the full time of day. That is to say, 12 minutes plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. If you are not here, I still play the level, but I do so in very nearly but not quite sudden death, wherein I only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. So that's just my way of prioritizing those who are here while still playing more levels, which I think is, you know, fun. Yeah. Ooh, new level from Moyako. Hell yeah. You haven't had one in a couple months. Actually, you've done one every couple months on average. I guess just that, you know, it's always so long between them. And it feels like you usually don't have one, which would be true since we do this every week. I sympathize, you know. I'm slow at making levels as well. You're not sure your course would be appropriate? If you're mean in chat, he may skip you too. Oh, that's not true. Well, I mean, if you're like a spam bot, like, yeah, I guess, but no, it's cool. Submit what you like. You know, and it'll get the 12 minutes now at this point in the stream, which is, you know, the longest we spend on any level. Look, even if I'm not gonna complete it, even if it's like brutally hard, you do have to keep in mind that there are like a bunch of other people who also need to get their level played, you know? It has a clear check time of 8 minutes and 19 seconds. Eee. I mean, keep in mind, right, like, some sort of order has to be imposed so that we know, like, when people's levels are coming up. That just, goes without saying, I think. But, this is interesting, using the duck abilities you don't see rolled out that often. This is cool. Let's, enjoy this level. I think from a lot of your other levels, Moyako, I was expecting something more like, yeah, the duck ability. Kind of expecting something more intensive. This seems pretty chill, though. The only thing is that, like, you know, now we're back at the start because we lost our mushroom. I do wonder if you get hit once, if it's just, like, back to the start. Well, it's not that kind of duck. It's, ducking down. You know, in 3D world, you can duck, and that allows you to do a big jump, allows you to do a roll, and, you know, some other stuff. That's it. Just those 2 things. And we'll do those 2 things. This is your first 3D world level? Dang, man, you went... Trying to do the math here. 6 years without... 6 years? Without doing a, 3D world level? Damn. I went like a couple, like a week in 2019. Much faster turnaround for me. Much faster turnaround for me. This is very cool. I think you did a good job with your first, attempt at it. I need that mushroom, don't I? I should probably, back out, yeah. Rock Party says that, he's not going to buy the Switch at launch. You're going to try to not buy the Switch at launch. That's gonna be pretty easy, I think. It's gonna be pretty easy to not buy the Switch too, if that's your game plan. I'm trying to buy it myself. I'm going to keep an eye on the, situation. What's going on with all that? Y'all are jumping the gun as far as these, God damn it! No, it'll be faster to take a hit and start over than double back all the way. Damn it. Jumping the gun a little bit as far as the, card situation goes. I got cards for all this. You'll see in maybe an hour the conversation I had planned for tariffs and price stuff. But yeah, I'm totally gonna try to get one, and I'll have to just trust in the ambassador program to come back again. You know, if they, you know, if embargoes get like unfucked, you know? At which point we'll be able to like breathe easy. Yeah, I hope that someone flinches, and I hope it's, you know, I hope that Nintendo can get a buy, you know, one of the things. It is worth noting that this crap is one of the reasons why our president, you know, whoever he is, likes this tariff shit, is that individual companies can come to him hat in hand and be like, please, can we get an exception? Oh, it's no problem. You don't have to talk about politics. I'll talk about it a bit, though. It's kind of unavoidable insofar as, like, look, there's a reason why the Switch might cost $700. The Switch 2, it's because of one man. Direct all your blame that way for that. I understand if, like, that's your... If, like, you can't get it together for, to have enough for the thing, but... I'm gonna try for it, and I am excited. This is, I'm dead. Too old for early birthday? Gotcha. Okay, well, if you can get it on your birthday, that'll be nice. You know. Or whatever. You'd rather hold me personally accountable for the Switch 2 price increase. Well, you know what they say, you know, price is the price. I've been thinking about several lines from fiction, one of which is that, from The Wire, you know, price of a brick going up. Thinking about that line. I'm also thinking about the line from Breaking Bad, price is the price, yo, that Badger said once in regard to methamphetamines. Obviously, the Nintendo Switch 2 is not a drug, but I think the metaphor holds up. Your birthday is in November? Ooh, that's some bad luck. Mine is in May. That's the best time for a birthday. You know, right in between the, you know, right halfway between Christmas and, Christmas. Christmas and, itself, you know. In the year. You understand. Fun level, Moyako. Hell yeah. A more bad luck from chat. Sorry about your early year or late year birthdays. You want them in summer. Late spring, early fall is probably fine as well. Got the best luck here, apparently. Let me hit complete. And timer, all that. Killer is up next, and Killer just said GG. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. I like to see it. I'll forgive you for the Switch 2 price increase if you beat my course. Well, we'll see about that. Yes, yes. Feel free. Everyone, always feel free to submit another one after the thing. Hey, how about a card? Hey, did you watch the big Switch 2 Nintendo Direct? Can we talk about the Switch 2 Nintendo Direct? Like, in general. Which, by the way, didn't include price stuff. I got that as separate news items tonight. Let me just say, I do have separate cards for a couple of highlights for me from the Direct. You know, one kart racer, another 3D platformer action game. Yeah, it was an awesome Direct. I agree with that. And one new featured for Nintendo Online, Nintendo Switch Online service. I got some separate cards to discuss some sub-categories. Yes. We'll get to that. Let me assure you. As a huge Donkey Kong fan, literally wearing a DKC2 shirt right now. As a huge DKC fan, we will talk about Donkey Kong Bonanza. But first, let's talk about the like you know, also ran. It was an awesome direct, I'll say. An exceptionally good direct. You know, besides the highlights, I thought it was a lot of fun. I'll say I have I did a direct react stream on Wednesday. I got up a little early before work, managed to get that whole stream in before work, and that felt pretty nice. That was pretty fun to be able to do that and have, like, my reaction to the new Donkey Kong game, the first one in a decade, on stream, on reaction. Even if, even if my first reaction was like, I don't know, man, I don't know, this doesn't look like Donkey Kong Country. You know, I do think it is nice to have that reaction on stream for the first time. And now I will have, tonight, my extended thoughts after a, like, longer session. But first, other things. Ooh, Toadette. We got, Toadette as a channel point redemption. Hell yeah, we will do that just as soon as I jump in here. Can I do this without... Let's do the castle and the fortress here. I'll change in the level. Excellent, excellent. Yeah. There's no new F-Zero game, but there's a lot of other stuff like Kirby Air Riders. How do we feel about that? Kirby Air Riders. What other minor announcements were there? A bunch of details. Some more details about, like, specifically Switch 2 versions, which I don't think I have a card for. Did I do a card for that? I forget. Did I do a separate card for Switch 2 versions? I might have done. Maybe. I'm gonna put that down as a maybe. If I did, I didn't write it down. Hey, Hot Pop Kyle. Yeah, there hasn't been a new F-Zero game since the GameCube. This is really cool, Killer. This is really cool. Holy shit. We should spend 2 seconds talking about this really cool level. Look at this really cool auto-scroll, flying level. Wow. Fly between things and try not to, you know, bump into them. Though I guess you can from above, but actually, no, you can't. Because you're going to just, reel out of control if you do that. Okay, well, lesson learned. How many tries is this gonna take us? This is like some sort of bonus level. You don't have to do this in the super world, but it's optional and stuff. Yeah. There's gonna be some good games this year. Make no mistake. You'd stay close to the lava? Ooh, that's an interesting strategy. Wait a minute, no, it's gonna be hard to get... Yeah, that's a good strategy, but we have to find the right time to get down there. Okay. I'm gonna talk about the direct until I pull up this thing, and then I will react, and, you know, if this eventually becomes a YouTube short, I can edit it and be like, oh, you know, we just got it, ooh, you know. Nintendo Direct, I didn't play the original Air Ride, so I guess, honestly, like, that one doesn't really get me. I also didn't, you know, some weird stuff in that Direct, I'll say. Especially in regards to, like, price. Like, the one thing that really is confused, was kind of a surprise to me, was, like, upgrade prices, right? Like, I get the idea, like, oh, all these new hardware, they're all, like, being retailed for higher prices, so you need to pay an upgrade price, and that's, basically equivalent to the difference between the cost of a Switch 1 game and a Switch 2 game, except for Bonanza. Or, I don't know why. But, like... It is kind of strange. It is kind of strange, isn't it? Did we just try it normal and not try to cheese it? No, we should at least try to cheese it a few more times whilst just talking about Kirby Air Ride and things of that nature. So Kirby Air Ride... So fuck, what am I saying? Let's talk about the other thing. The fucking... Whoa, what? How did I... Okay. It's a weird hitbox situation, but that's fine. I'm really excited for GameCube games. We'll talk about that in a bit. That's one of the things I have as pegged as like separate things to talk about. I'll say the specs and all that look really good, and from what people are saying, like and all that, it sounds like it has ray tracing. It sounds like it has some pretty good like hardware, and it sounds like games do look good. Nvidia said like it has 10 times the yeah, once we should wait a little bit. Yeah. They said it has like 10 times the performance. I have seen a good amount of Treehouse, yes. I watched a good amount of the Treehouse procedurals the last 2 days. Yes. Geez, I'm sort of scattered here as far as my thoughts go on the Direct overall, but it was a great Direct. Let's just say that. Let's just say that and say it again. It was a great Direct. I think that, like, I was really impressed by everything that was there. There was very little, like, dead air for me. You know, and even insofar as, like, when they rolled out the third-party stuff, it was, like, good third-party stuff. Like, oh, here's Hitman. Here's Yakuza 0. Here's, like, games I care about, and games that, you know, up to this point have not been available on Switch for technical reasons. And games like that just make you go like, holy hell, I'm going to be able to retire my Xbox, except for Xbox exclusive and Game Pass. Well, just Game Pass because all exclusives are on Game Pass, you know what I mean. I think we'll be able to do this, maybe. If we can nail it. You know, you know, low-key, like, 50% I think of the appeal of Switch 2 is the fact that, like, you know, it's gonna have all these amazing exclusives, all these amazing, like, games and all that, but also, like, all the games that you would play on PlayStation or Xbox or PC, you can now play on the Switch, portably, which I guess, you know, you wouldn't recommend cheesing it? Okay, noted. Let's play it normal style now. This, plan did not work out. And we burned up, like, half our time doing that, so that's fun. And our farthest attempt was, like, our first try when we did it normal style. It is cheese if it's hard to do. Is it cheese if it's hard to do? Yes? Question mark. Hey, it's weird that the welcome tour thing costs money, right? It's weird that that's a premium thing and not just included with the damn system for free. That's a really weird thing. I would think with the offering as it is, it would just be like, hey, yo, here's a free thing. No one's buying the tour? Look, I'm definitely gonna be buying the tour, let me say. And, I'll stream it as well, and that'll be fun. Look, on Switch launch day, soon as I'm able to get that Switch, too, like, I probably will do a night one stream as soon as it's set up. Maybe a day one stream, I don't know. Maybe it's not, like, fun to be like, okay, let's, set up the Switch and get my data transfers forward and download some games. You know, maybe we wait until day 2, you know, when I'm home from work on, the Thursday, and then do the thing, like in, like, a long stream. I don't know. We'll figure that out, next couple weeks. I don't know if I'm even gonna be able to get it, like, night 1. If I can get it from Best Buy will be open at 11 a.m. and I will absolutely go grab it. Should it be my first experience with the Switch 2? Should I, you know, by necessity, just, like, leave it on the thing until I'm on stream and not play Mario Kart and, everything until the thing? I say everything. Mario Kart, Deltarune, hey, Deltarune. Chapters 3 and 4, we definitely should play a little bit of that. What else can we play day 1 as a day 1 stream? GameCube games, that'll be fun. We can also do, yeah, I'll be getting bundled, that's right. Absolutely, if I can. Why not get it from Costco? I did not get 1-2 Switch. That is true, and Welcome Tour is kind of a new 1-2 switch, which maybe should have had them going like, wait a minute. Wait. Should we? But, you know, they didn't. Play Mario Maker 2 on Switch 2? That, you know, of the things that were pegged for an update, they didn't mention Mario Maker 2, which I do think would be an excellent one to get mouse controls in. And I imagine when Mario Maker 3 comes out, it's gonna be like one of the best examples of that. I guess on the hardware, it is worth noting that, like, there's the chat feature. We should talk about the chat feature. That's a weird thing, which you know, I'll say I'm going to have to, turn that off, you know, whenever I'm on stream, because, like, I can't be getting, like, oh, come chat with me invites. And, like, if that's, like, disrupted at all, like, that's gonna have to be disabled for stream purposes. But, you know, I'll say, like, for those who like to hang out with friends on Switch, I think that could be a really cool feature, you know? Like, it's just, like, a more an effort-free, like, way to do, like, a Discord chat channel thing. And, you know, for friends you're not in Discords with, you know, like, friends and family specifically, like, I'm not in a Discord with my sister, but I could absolutely add my sister as a friend and be like, hey, let's, chat or whatever. I don't know. That doesn't sound like a thing I would necessarily do, but it's possible. How about other apps on Switch 2? I bet there will be other apps on Switch 2. And, you know, a lot of them are backwards compatible. They're already on Switch 1, so there you go. Right? This is also cool, it's worth saying. I should say, this is also cool. I don't want to get so caught up in, like, Nintendo Direct talk that we don't recognize. Ooh, ooh, okay, I'm dead. Recognize how cool this level is. You're welcome, Killer. A lot of these aren't available on Switch 1 anymore? Damn, really? I've definitely done Crunchyroll on Switch, and I think it was kind of crap, so I guess I can see the issue. I assume that eventually it'll all come to Switch 2. Why wouldn't it? Which one is bad at using websites? Yeah, that's just a sad thing about the Switch 1. It's true. What else is there to say about the Switch Direct in general? Really excited about Deltarune. Portable Hitman, I'm really excited for. I did put up, like, a number of shorts, just, like, clipping out moments from my Direct stream, and the reaction to Hitman was one of them. Check out all those 6 shorts, some of which got more views than others, for reasons I don't understand, because YouTube is a black box that doesn't make any sense to me sometimes. Who knows? Algorithm. Silk Song, that's confirmed for this year. That's excellent. What else is launched that's notable for the Switch 2? Mario Kart, Deltarune, GameCube, specifically Wind Waker, Soul Calibur, and, what's the third one? Fuck, what is the third one? It is F-Zero GX, right, yes, okay, perfect, yeah. Good one, good choice. What else is there? There's the Welcome Tour, obviously. There is... Help me out here, folks. What am I overlooking? F-Zero GX is painfully easy? What? That's a unique perspective. I find it to be quite hard. You're not overlooking anything? Okay, good, okay. Third-party stuff. Probably. And some stuff they'll be launching later in the year, probably, like, you know, Air Ride, Metroid Prime. I'll say I think the lineup is pretty good for this year. Bonanza. A thing I'll say is that I was kind of surprised that the mouse controls... but... The wheelchair game. That won't be launched, but it will be interesting. That'll be launch window. I was kind of surprised that the mouse controls weren't, like, more of an emphasis. You know, there was really just the welcome tour and the, welcome tour. Actually, I'll say there was a little bit of, like, there are, like, new features for, shit. Yeah, it looks similar to ARMS. Yeah, I'm not sure it's quite, got it yet, but some people say it's alright. Heard some people say it's good. Some, like, actual people, not Treehouse people. I'll say I think it's a pretty good lineup. I don't think it's quite as, like, killer as, like, the original Switch lineup, but which between, like, you know, Breath of the Wild and Mario Odyssey has, like, two of the best games of all time. But, like, between Mario Kart and Bonanza, I do think they gotta be feeling pretty good about, like, the lineup. And you add in, like, Air Ride, sure, why not? As well as, Metroid Prime. Maybe some of the Switch games as well, like, Pokemon Legends 2. And I think you're feeling okay about it. Like, it's a pretty solid lineup. A couple of those games are like, you know, Mario Kart is like a bona fide bestseller. Fuck. Once you get into lava, it's kind of hard to get out. Oh yeah, there's DLC for Kirby's Forgotten Land at launch, that is true. As well as DLC for, like, Zelda. Which, by the way, the Zelda upgrades are included as part of the expansion pack, which is nice. I kind of wish every upgrade was like that. I feel like that should have been the way it was. Just, like, pack those motherfuckers into expansion pack, make expansion pack an excellent value for the dollar. Thank you for the level killer. Let's go ahead and hit dismiss and get up the next one by Rock Part T. I think they gotta be feeling pretty good about the lineup. You know, extenuating circumstances aside, which we will get to as we get into the price and things of that nature. But, like, it's a pretty solid lineup. You know, they got Mario Kart, which, you know, nothing has outsold Mario Kart other than, like, GTA 5 recently, right? So that's a pretty good thing to have at launch. And it looks pretty good as well, and we'll talk about that in a second. And they also got the Odyssey team's new game, which is Donkey Kong. So, you know, they gotta be feeling pretty good there. We'll talk about that as well in a bit. Have I covered the Nintendo Direct generally in enough detail? Am I forgetting anything? No? Okay. How... That's supposed to say, did you watch Mario Kart coverage? Okay. Yeah, no, that's totally supposed to say that. One second. Now I have to undo, because Oopsie daisy. Let me just, like, shit, I did that card. I must have saved its blank state over the proper state. Well, that's never happened before. First time for everything. That was supposed to say, did you see the Mario Kart coverage? All the details therein. Things of that nature. Let's talk about Mario Kart. Hell yeah. Pretty goddamn exciting, isn't it? The Mario Kart business. The announcements, all that. It's really cool. Mario Kart World. Hey, Fast Super Mario Maker 2, thank you for the level. It's Mario Kart World, and it's massive. It's open world. It's really damn cool. There's rail grinding and wall jumping, and a whole massive world which they have strung together in interesting ways. just really, you know, after Mario Kart 8, it was hard, and boats. It was kind of hard to imagine, like, where they would go from here, right? Like, how do you follow up on, like, Mario 8, which has, like, 100 tracks, literally almost all of them, right? How do you just make another one that's just like, here's 32 new tracks? And they didn't do that. Instead, it's a whole massive world where there's 32 tracks, some of them being like remakes of old ones, those sometimes like heavily reinvented, and they're all strung together in a massive open world. It's like Need for Speed The Run, I guess, or like another Need for Speed game that I didn't play. People were comparing it to that, the two modes that they got. And there's an open world, so it's a little bit Burnout Paradise as well. I assume, if there's stuff to collect in the open world. I hope there's stuff to collect in the open world. That'd be wonderful if so. If there's like signposts to drive through, crap like that. That's excellent. People have been doing some pretty good work, by the way, on the internet. People have been looking at this and like trying to figure out, okay, like, where are all the courses? What are all the courses? And they kind of basically figured them all out, which is really weird. I hope that there's like stuff hidden up the sleeve as far as like, here, battle courses are included on the tracks as well. And you know, do they have like some retro stuff in addition to what they've shown? Like cup wise, usually there's more stuff, and there's a Rainbow Road, right? There's got to be a Rainbow Road somewhere, right? Or how do you slip that in? I'm very curious about that stuff, and I bet they're saving something for launch. But it looks really cool. There's like a ridiculous amount of characters and cart. They're characters, you know, you can see they're like some of the work people did early in like cutting out from footage like some ridiculous pics, including of course the cow, which everyone fell in love with instantly. I didn't notice. If you watch my react, I just sort of glazed over that because I was too like caught up on wall jumping. But cow, man, that's a hell of a pick. Dry Bones, Pokies, all sorts of NPCs, Piantas are here. Everyone is here in everyone is here for the whole I think I accidentally clicked something. 1 second. Keep accidentally almost hitting close OBS. There's just so many good characters there. Yeah, why is Spike driving like that? I don't think we got an answer. There's the bees from 3D World. There's Goombas. There's Peepo. There's the ghost from the 3D World as well. Yeah. Where's Egad? Where's the Brutals? That's who I'm pulling for. The Brutals. Also Diddy Kong. Where's Diddy Kong, Funky Kong, and the rest of the Kongs? Like, now would be a great time to just be like, oh yeah, and here's K. Rool as well. Why not? I mean, we got fucking Pokey. You can also put K. Rool in there. Why not? Put Wart in there. Wart would be a good one. I assume they must be holding on to some like high-profile guys like that, or maybe just waiting for DLC, you know, or upgrades over time. But I think it's a really cool like set of guys. I think the open world element is really goddamn exciting. I am really excited for... We're doing Pipers. 12 minutes. Let's go. I am really excited for the new game. Crab before Egad. Yeah, it's unbelievable. And I don't wanna like surprise you or nothing. And I don't want to necessarily just like bogard a website reporting, but I did see IGN was reporting that Nintendo confirmed the cow can't eat burgers, can't eat steaks. Take that as you will. I guess don't think about it that much. Try not to think about it as your cow indulges in a little bit of you know, maybe it's a chicken steak, maybe it's a chicken burger. Who could say? That'd be okay. Are there chickens? If cuckoos from Zelda, cuckoos are chickens, right? So, like, if a cuckoo ate a chicken, that would be cannibalism, right? Or is that like if, like, a hawk eats a sparrow? Obviously, birds eat other birds, so long as they're not same species. That's normal. I don't know. That seems like a question for someone else. Maybe the cow is like a fantasy cow, and not like a real species of cow. Maybe it's like a, hawk-chicken situation, you know? Or like on, Danmachi, when the monsters who are intelligent say, like, yeah, we kill the monsters who are mindless monsters for, like, resources as well. Don't worry about it. Don't, stop killing monsters on our account. Spoilers for, like, a whole big gimmick in the 3rd season of, Danmachi. But whatever, that season's, like, 5 years old now. That's probably fine to mention as a basic concept. That show's good. What else can you say about Mario Kart? I'm really curious, like, to see more of it. You know, I feel like the treehouse footage was really cool, and I have heard people, like, you know, there have been impressions from people playing it and saying, like, oh shit, yeah, hell yeah. But I'm really curious, like, how much is really in the open world part. The dolphin is pretty strange, yeah. The way it doesn't really lay on a... You can't drive a car properly. The file size is 25 gig. It's a big game, yeah. I wonder if there's, like, extra courses outside of the map. You know, like, if they do, like, okay, here's, some classic cups, you know? Or is just, like, the ones we see is what we get. I wouldn't mind just, like, if it was just like, hey, you know... We did just spend 3 years porting all those tracks over. Can we just slip those in there real fast? Just like, you know, just as like a like, nice thing? I don't know. Maybe you need to unlock them. Hey, maybe they're unlockable. That would be nice. We'll be getting a Smash Direct, like, in the next couple of weeks, right? So, or not Smash Direct, a Mario Kart Direct, so we'll find out. Leaves room for DLC in the future. I don't know, man. After 3 years of Mario Kart DLC, I don't know we can do another round of, like, which classic track is coming back? But, you know, if it was something different, if it was just like, we're adding a new chunk to the map, beyond the northern border, it's time to go to Isle Delfino. And, maybe that'd be for the east or west or something. When you're flying by plane in Mario Sunshine, you're going north... Aren't you going, like, northeast? So it'd be, like, to the northeast, I think. Well, you know, flight paths can vary. That doesn't necessarily mean what it, you know, relative position or anything. You can put it anywhere on the map in, like, your Mario Odyssey 2, if you ever do that. Though, I guess the odds of Mario Odyssey 2 are looking slimmer and slimmer. They're not doing a direct sequel, folks. They're doing a different thing. They're doing Donkey Kong. I'm really curious about all that. I'm really excited. I would love to see, like, you know, I would love to see further expansions of that world. I'm kind of worried that, like, 32 tracks. Happy as a choice? Ooh, that'd be a good one. Yeah, stuff from Odyssey would be very much appreciated, you know? Like, there's a lot of good NPC and, species design in Odyssey. One thing I'm wondering, right? When people play online, typically the thing they do is they just play random courses, and they all vote, and you just sort of go in order, or you go randomly. Just full-on randomly, whatever you want, right? And I'm wondering, like, how's that gonna work with the open world? Because... You know, you can't... You're gonna have to go to, like, nearby courses, or else it's gonna be, like, a huge commute. You know, it's gonna be, like, a practically whole huge thing. Is it just gonna be, like... You know, can you make, like, a... people who stream, let's say, like, streamer I know, Name Judo, does Mario Kart 8 all the time. Just like random online matches. Ooh, hey, progress. Well, not progress, but like we're got to this part. Again. And then I failed to get out of the water. King Babam, that'd be a good one as well. He was in Tour, right? There's quite a few who were in Tour, but not in the future. Don't the tracks have 3 variations each? If that's a thing, that's cool. Like Tour did. I mean, I know that like Crown City is repeated a couple times. So like, yeah, that totally could be like different variants of Crown City, like Tour style. Crown City 1, Crown City 2. They should call it Crown City 1, Crown City 2. You've seen 3 variations of Mario Bros. Circuit? Yeah, those are the 3 circuits like put together from the SNES games. All in a single, small area. There's still a lot of questions. Battle mode? People have spotted what seems to be like certain battle mode courses on the map, which does suggest that battle mode will be a thing, and it will be in the open world to find. But like, that's a thing, that's interesting. The whole variance question, I have questions about like, how is it gonna work random-wise? Like, maybe it'll just like teleport you around if you're not doing a whole cup. It'll just be like, yeah, okay, well, you're doing like random online matches, like, yeah, okay, just pick a track and then we'll teleport you. I do wonder, like, if that's what it is, then... Oh, progress! Damn it! Ah, that's as far as we've gotten so far. So that is exciting, and yet we're back to the start now, so, you know, rip. Progress! Near progress! Is No, it's not. Like progress. I'm really curious, like, how that's all gonna work. How... Ooh, hey. Fuck! That was less close to progress. I'm really curious how that's all gonna work. I'm curious, like, what they haven't told us, and I hope... You know, as impressed as I am so far, I hope there's, like, a few more things, like, up their sleeve. As far as, like, you know, of course... You gotta get in, like, 2 more tracks if, you know, get up to 32 or whatever in a regular Mario Kart game. You know, you gotta get that Rainbow Road as one of them, and maybe whatever's before Rainbow Road, I'm gonna say. You gotta get whatever's before Rainbow Road as well. You know, I've heard speculation, people saying, like, oh, DK's Spaceport. That should be, like, a reused track, and you do that, like, right before Rainbow Road. That's how you get to Rainbow Road, and I think that would make sense. Maybe add, like, another space track before, or you could do, like, Rainbow Road N64, and then do, like, a different space track? What if it ended in a different space track? Like, I don't know. You know, if you need 2 to get up to 32, like, you could do something else, or, you know, just do Rainbow Road, and then, something other than Rainbow Road, and then Rainbow Road to end on. You think it's Peach's Castle? Ooh, Peach's Castle to end on. I mean, that makes sense. Have we seen Peach's Castle? Ha! What if, we've seen Peach's Castle on the map, right? That's totally on there. Is that part of a cup that we know of? You need 5 Rainbow Roads. They should do it where, God, this is an idea that I don't know how they haven't done yet, but they should do, like, a, Peach's Castle Under Siege, you know, like a Mario, Paper Mario style Peach's Castle, where it's, like, lifted into the air and crap. You know, Peach's Castle... finale style. I don't know, that seems like a idea that maybe you can't do now because it's already, like, canon that Peach's Castle is, you know, not removed. It's not been, like, Tears of the Kingdomed. You know, it hasn't been, like, floated. But, like, you could do that, and there is precedence. They should do that. They should do that. I don't care, like, if there's... you know, just for that cup, make it so that the princess castle, like, rises into the air as you go up there. Maybe. Like, as you're driving up there, like, Bowser is actively stealing it. You know how, like, the volcano level, Crumble Rumble Volcano, is that right? Crumble Dumble, whatever the fuck. You know how that level, like, the lava, like, breaks up the track as you go? Do that, but make it so, like, Peach's Castle lifts into the air. Can you do that if you can do that in single player? Maybe that's only in Grand Prix and only when people are racing it so that you can't be like, oh, I'm exploring the open world and where the fuck's the castle? Progress! We got progress, folks! Hell yeah! We saw a second more of the level tonight! Yeah, let's go! Let's see if we can see a second more. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. Still feel good about that. Five last tries. The timer is up. The timer is up. And we got 5 last tries to do this. At the any rate, see if we can make a mite bit more progress. Have you seen Starview Peak in Treehouse? That track is beautiful. I don't think I saw that one. No, I didn't watch, like, every Treehouse, like, front to back. And, you know, I was oftentimes preoccupied with something. A lot of those were, you know, especially the ones today. Those are during work hours. I wasn't able to check in. I have played Marvel Rivals, and I did see the sexy new outfit that the new character in that has. That is a hell of a skin. I'm preempting what maybe you were going to ask about. I have seen that. Yeah, that's a look. That's a look. It was the one today? Gotcha, yeah, I didn't see as much of it today as I did yesterday's. You know, kind of, you know, makes sense. You know, the work hours, you know? I haven't had time to catch up much. I did, like, pull up a little bit and, like, scroll back and be like, okay, here's Donkey Kong, here's, like, okay, there's a detail we haven't seen before. There's, something to note. Something to tell you all about, when we get into Donkey Kong talk. Which, let me say, I have a whole stump speech ready for oh! Shit, I wasn't ready. You only played Rivals once? Gotcha. It's good. I haven't played it in a couple months yet. I haven't played it in like in a month or so. It's you know, I'll say it hasn't become like a forever game for me. They also played Wario Shipyard. That's really cool. Thank you for the Level Rock Party. Let me hit this miss and bring up the next one. 06I is up next. Hell yeah. I think we got our, try again, Rock Party. You're good now. Should be good now. 06I is here, is chatting, talking about Wario Shipyard, things of that nature. Hell yeah, hell yeah. You might have to add some text because it might say like, oh, that's the same text. You can't say the same text twice. You can always add like a word after and that'll work. You know, after the code, or add dashes to your code. Either one would get around that. That's Mario Kart talk. We should talk about the next thing, which I'm just remembering is not the DK time. DK time is coming up. Okay. Oh, part of me was ready to give my DK Bonanza stump speech. I got a whole thing prepared for DK DK Bonanza. Let me say. Did you see GameCube Classics and N64 Online, now called in the future N64 Classics, feature update? Yes, so I mentioned before those 3 games, Wind Waker, Soul Calibur, and F-Zero GX. A bunch of other games were like included as part of the sizzle reel. Somehow didn't react to those during the thing, but it's a pretty solid lineup. There's still a lot more games to add, and I'm hoping they'll get some weird, obscure ones that are, like, really valuable on the secondhand market, like Cubivore. You know, people should be able to play Cubivore. They should get Cubivore on GameCube Online. That's the one I'm pulling for. Cubivore. Cubivore. But, it's exciting. It's great. What are y'all looking for from GameCube Online? Just like show of hands, I guess. Whatever. Like Star Fox Adventures would be good. Sunshine. That's already confirmed. That one's already one of the ones. You gotta get Twilight Princess in there, same as Wind Waker. I think that's the definitive version of Twilight Princess. Sorry, Wii version. It would be very sad if they just went like, okay, Twilight Princess, we're waiting for Wii Online. Twilight Princess GameCube, nah. That'd be very sad because that's the version I played, the GameCube version. Because it took like a year or two before I got a Wii. And also, I stand by that version being the best version. Controller controls are supreme, you know, or goated, all that. What else should they add? Melee. Everyone was saying Melee in the Twitch, after a Direct, I always like to go watch various reacts, like, just scroll around all the best moments and be like, what'd they think of this? What'd they think of that? And, the Nintendo Store, like, the Nintendo Store reaction during the whole GameCube section, everyone was just like, Melee! And that's just, a bit of fun, isn't it? Just very fun. Everyone just getting behind Melee all at once. That's fantastic. There's just so many goddamn good GameCube games. They did just do the Pikmin re-release like last year. So maybe they won't do Pikmin 1 and 2 anytime soon. Huh. Well, I guess I feel good for skipping those. I'll say. That's all online, too. And also, by the way, important, two upgrades for both, the thing in general, and also for N64, which is that they're adding remappable controls. So 64, you'll now be able to remap your controls, which is, thank God, because before you could only do, like, the C buttons with the right stick, unless you got, like, a GameCube, or a Nintendo 64 controller, which I do have, but that kind of blows that you had to get that. Right, this is, light courses here. This is a super world based around the light courses tab. I remember. Let's do it. Kind of a shame that you have to do that previously, but now that'll be fixed. You'll just be able to map them however you want. You know, you want to put your C buttons on, like, X and A, go ahead. And the bumpers, like, yeah, put them on buttons. I have a whole layout from, like, you know, mapping N64 controllers on the Wii U. Of course, yeah, on the Wii U specifically. Also on other platforms for, like, you know, randomizers and stuff. You can't get that on actual hardware. So, you know, I do have to occasionally map a controller a little bit. And, that's gonna be good. It's also handy for GameCube because, you know, if you just put the GameCube buttons on the buttons they were matched with, it's gonna be really funky, because really the A button on the GameCube is more of the B button on like a Switch controller, so, or a Switch 2 controller, so you're gonna have to customize that crap, and yeah, they're allowing it, and that's great. The other big upgrade is that Nintendo 64 Online will have Rewind on the Switch 2, which just seems like a matter of the Switch 2 is powerful enough where that becomes possible, and that's great. Hey, fuck. Like, you know, that's I can't really think off the top of my head the things that'll enable, but you can now play N64 games a lot more casually, a lot more like you might play a SNES game on the online service, just like trying things, and if you die, you know, you take a hit, you know. Just more relaxed, more whatever, and I think that's a bit of fun. I think that sounds great. I'm really excited about both of those upgrades. The button thing in particular just means that, like, forever, the N64 Online was just, to my mind, completely unusable. As far as handheld mode goes, right? If you wanted to use handheld, you had to be like, okay, damn it. If you wanted to use handheld, fuck. If you wanted to use handheld on the Switch, you had to be like, okay. On the N64, you had to be like, okay, well, here's what I'm doing. I'm putting my Switch, I'm propping it onto my like, table here, whatever table you have, and I'm grabbing my N64 controller. That's awkward as hell, man. That's, not how you do this sort of thing. And, Nintendo has finally gone like, fine, we realize we've done wrong. We're sorry, and they're fixing it. That's, a damn relief, and I'm so looking forward to that. I'm gonna be able to play N64 games on the couch, comfortably. I don't know how. I recently replayed the Banjos real fast, just like, you know, off stream, and I don't know how I did that in portable mode. Like I said, just like using the N64 controller, even though I'm playing it like handheld style and watching the TV. Very uncomfortable to have to look at something that I have propped up to my left and then look back at the TV to, like, see it. You know, I'd rather just go like this and just, you know, move the Switch a little bit. It's very easy to do handheld mode and watch TV at the same time. That's, do it without trying. Fuck me. I beat careless, as you could tell. Ooh, why did that fall? That's funny. That's, why does it work that way? I don't know. We got this, folks. Other GameCube games that could come out, What would be, like, my #1 oddball pick? I mean, I think I already said my #1 oddball pick. That would be Cubivore. I think, Pokemon Channel would be a goofy one to add, considering how weird it is, you know? It's like a bunch of... It's like Pikachu watching TV? People who don't know Pokemon Channel, like, get ready. It's kind of strange. Who knows when it'll come out? I mean, after all the other Pokemon games. Clearly. That's a 1-up. We don't need that. We also don't need this. Oh, good. The treadmill made that easy. Cool. I think that about covers it. Thinking about GameCube games. Prime 1, Prime 2, easy. Okay, there's games that should be mentioned as far as games that should be on Switch too. I also hope that Wii Online, Wii Classics, is not too far, you know, out. You know, I'm hoping that can be a thing. I know that, like, Wii remote control stuff is difficult, but I do think you can map it on a case-by-case basis and just hope for the best. You know, and have, like, gyro controls with the Joy-Cons and hope that covers it well enough. And, you know, Metroid Prime 3, Mario Galaxy 2, there's a lot of Wii games that should be on Switch. You know, Switch 2. And it's about as powerful as a GameCube, so it shouldn't be that hard, right? Right? Thank you for level 06i. Let me hit complete. Ratchet Toad is up next. Ratchet Toad, you here? When's the last time Ratchet Toad chatted? Was last chatting about Rivals like a level or so ago. Go ahead and confirm, Ratchet Toad. You know what to do. You're, oh, hey, Express from 06i. Well, this will give Ratchet Toad a minute to get back in. Express is a subscriber perk on the Twitch, which allows a viewer to jump to the top. They can use that want to stream, they could also, as an alternative, use the instant refresh, which comes into play whenever lives are in play, such as during the lightning round, which will be later. Let's do another level from here then. Yeah, let's do that. Excellent. And Express Pass means 3 lives. Great, and after this one, expect, I think the next card is either Ports or it's Donkey Kong, so we'll see what it says. I forget if I made, I forget. Do these have bullet bills in them? Looks like they are plugged up, which is something you do where there's like too many objects on screen or in play such that they cannot be fired. You know, projectiles cannot be fired out of bullet bills, which is cool. Can I screw that up by, you know... What am I doing? I'm trying to, like, screw up the logic of the level by, like, killing a Pokey. That's... While we only have 3 lives to, mess around with, and also it's a like, auto-scroller level. So, like, you know, a time loss is, a timeless loss is, severe here. I killed the guy. But they are still not firing, so that's interesting. There's some sort of effect going off in the background. Maybe it's like replacing the ones we kill with like new, fresh, extra limits. That's curious. That's an interesting setup. I'm not familiar with how you do that. Cool shortcut as well. Cool like bonus area. It's not a shortcut, clearly. It doesn't... Fuck. Didn't take me forward or anything. Jeez, we're on our last life. I will say these refresh at checkpoints, so keep that in mind. I'll also say... You know what, let me pop the next card, see if it's Donkey Kong. Yes, it's Donkey Kong, okay. Let's talk about the game in general, and then I'll talk about, I got some stuff prepared to talk about in specific. Donkey Kong Bonanza, the next game from the Mario Odyssey team. I was thinking about Sonic Adventure 2, Battle for reasons, you know? Hey, Storm tripping. Next game from the Odyssey team, and it looks really fucking good. I wasn't sure what to think about it as like a big DKC fan, but I'll say like in the since the direct, I have definitely warmed up a fair bit. I have you know, I feel like a lot of people who have been like initially skeptical have come around on it. Like I've seen like you know, famously bitchy fan sites, DK Vine, which I was a big member of, like, back in the aughts and all. You know, definitely in on that whole, like, being kind of low-key upset about Jungle Beat, the last game in the Donkey Kong franchise that this specific team made before they did Galaxy and such. We were kind of upset about them, like, rolling back on Donkey Kong Country and abandoning... like, everything that was there, and then, you know, Returns unabandoned it, and after that, you know, I feel like in my head, I sort of, like, rehabilitated it, you know? It's like, okay, well, did we get a checkpoint? If we got a checkpoint, we need to do a refresh, but, we'll cross that bridge when I respawn and see a checkpoint, how about? You can tell me if I did. Oh, there's no need, we're at the end. Sick! Sick, sick, sick. They came around on it as well, saying like, you know, Donkey Kong seems like a nice guy. It seems like it's he seems like he has the right attitude. He has the personality that you know, it's a new design, but like the personality is still, the heart of DK is still there. He's still a nice guy who is also just like a real adept at joyfully smashing through stuff. He's not like a raging dickhead, which is sort of like how he was in Jungle Beat, which is you know, people, well, Donkey Kong fans, Donkey Kong Country fans, such as myself in particular, took issue with. Thank you for the level. Excellent. Let me hit complete and bring up Ratchet Toad. Ratchet Toad, please confirm. Yeah, let's talk about it. I'll say, as a longtime DKC fan, let me, Ratchet Toad, confirm. I got a whole thing prepared. Listen, okay. As a longtime DKC fan, I remember, like, when Donkey Kong was not quite right? Like, during the like, mid-DS era, like, around Jungle Beat time, Donkey Kong's personality was just not quite what I expected it to be. You know, not quite, like, in line with the Rare style, and not quite in line with, like, what he would be in Returns. And that was a little disconcerting, you know? You got, like, designs like this, where during, like, Mario Kart DS, you had, like, a really aggressive, weird, toothy grin, which a lot of us, in the fandom took issue with at the time. And it looked like this in game, which, hideous design for Donkey Kong. So, you know, seeing a new Donkey Kong design and seeing, like, such a step away from the fruits of Donkey Kong Country worries me initially, but I'll say I've seen a lot now in the last few days since the initial trailer that has relieved me, such as, for instance, the fact that Cranky Kong is there, and what's more, he mentions his Rambi, he mentions riding Rambi, so Rambi's probably in the game, and he also alludes to K. Rool, so hey, that's interesting, that's cool. There's also naughty collectibles. There's also that area that looks really familiar, like the first part of DKC. There's also some crocodiles-type enemies who, you know, crocodiles-type boss enemy looking things. These guys who have crocodile skeletons, who, you know, I'll say, they are called crocoids. That's, something we found out in the, all the footage. Crocoid with a C, so they're not necessarily Kremling related, but what if? Here's my thought here, right? So, Lost World, right? DKC. Kremling source is there. That's the source of all Kremlings, and it's also deep beneath Crocodile Isle. Well, also, at the end of DKC 2, Crocodile Isle famously, like, gets destroyed by the Kremling source at its root and sinks down into the sea, with the Kremling source as well. And you know what's at the bottom of the sea? That's right, the Earth. Here's my, working theory right now. The game Bonanza might take place in what became of Crocodile Isle. This might be a world that was formed by the collapse of Crocodile Isle, or otherwise influenced by the Kremling source, which, as we know, is deep underground. That is my crackpot Kremling, Hoper, theory right now, and, oh, I'm happy to get my hopes up. Is this a good idea? I don't know. Bonus crackpot theory. Look at that. Look at those eyes. Maybe. That's Oddrock from Bonanza and K. Rool from, you know, the rest. Maybe. Oh, also we found out one more Bonanza fact here. I haven't even talked about the basics of Bonanza, I guess. The fast travel is this eel who is called teleportation, and I do think that is kind of a lost opportunity to, like, do, say, Funky Kong. Like, I think Funky Kong could have handled the fast travel, maybe in some sort of, like, drill mobile, some sort of drill barrel, but, you know, this guy looks cool as well, and I am happy to say, I think this guy counts as an animal buddy. That's my, DKC, DK Bonanza Trump speech, just as far as, like, I don't mean, like, the man, I mean, like, you know, like a whole thing I had prepared to talk about in at once. I'll say, like, that game looks really exciting. It looks like Mario Odyssey a lot. You know, like when you watch it, it's very much just like, oh yeah, you're running around a world, you're exploring, you're finding these golden bananas, and every time you get one, you know, it's like that image I showed earlier goes. It tells you the name of the banana, like, oh, Krakoid Cracked or something. And it's like, oh wow, that's very much like the moons in Odyssey. Very much same deal. You can really tell it's the same team, but like with much more of a focus on destruction and like you know, solving puzzles in multiple ways, however you feel like. And that's really cool. You know, you might think it's just like, oh, you bust up all the walls and it's all easy. But like in the treehouse, they've shown like stuff that it's like, okay, there's bonus rooms like in Odyssey. There's like there's like challenge areas where you're gonna have to climb up on some stuff and not destroy it so that you can get to what you have to get to. All the destruction is permanent, so like you could see it on the map, and when you come back, it'll remain destroyed. And that's just all really wild and exciting. And I think it's gonna be fantastic. I think, you know, it might be weird that like, oh yeah, you know me. Like I've said before, my two favorite games are Donkey Kong Country and Mario Odyssey. And the Mario Odyssey team making a Donkey Kong game should be like the most exciting thing in the world, like just by default. But like the fact that they also made Jungle Beats, like gives me pause. But you know, they're making good on like keeping all the elements that, you know, the Returns and Tropical Freeze already have kept. You know, it's not like you can reset destruction. Okay, it's just on the map. Okay, I wasn't clear on that. Okay, noted. This seems very much like a successor to Odyssey, where they said like, okay, what if instead of roaming the world, you're going down into the Earth's core? You're going down to caves and stuff. We didn't do that much like, you know, cave stuff in Mario Odyssey because, you know, it's all stuff outside. And like world travel, well, people do travel to caves, like Silver Dollar City, you know, has the famous, is it Marvel Cave at Silver Dollar City, or is that like the one that some guy died in once? I forget which cave Silver Dollar City has, but there are famous caves, to be clear, that people like actually travel to. Ratchet, you're free to confirm at any time, and we'll do the full timer and all, by the way. There are totally, famous caves. Oh, fuck. Damn it. Ratchet Toad, I don't see you, so, I'm gonna have to hit dismiss. Alright, let me take a drink of water and let you have, like, 2 more seconds more. From the looks of the game, it looks like you sort of combine Mario Odyssey with like a Zelda, like Breath of the Wild, right? It sort of feels like a mashup of those two games, along with like heavy destructible terrain stuff and other fun bullshit, which just, honestly, the more I think about it, the more excited I am for it. The more I'm thinking like, man, this is gonna be so good. This is gonna be the first Donkey Kong game in 11 years. And it's going to be a success, you know, and people are going to be, like, all over it. You know, Donkey Kong is back. And probably we'll get another game, like, you know, before 10 years from now. You know, we'll probably see a 2D Donkey Kong again. You know, if this game is successful, why not? Why not greenlight a 2D one as well? Like, that all seems very reasonable. And, you know, we might even get spin-offs. Woo, what if that? Like, Donkey Kong's alive again, and that's great. The new design looks great. You know, it's a big change and all. And part of me is sad to see the old one go, but they really emote a lot with the new design. There's a lot of good like personality inherent in it. Pam Bishop, you are up. Retro is busy. That is true. I mean, I think that other people could do a Donkey Kong Country game. It's not something that's exclusive to Retro. Come on. Though then again, like they tried doing a Prime without Retro, and they were just like, ah, fuck, I can't. Retro, you do it. So, you know, maybe they already have someone on 2D Donkey Kong, and will eventually go like, fuck, Retro, you do it. And Retro will say, okay, you know, we're probably not going to do a Metroid Prime 5 next, so, you know, sure, why not? That'll be fun. Or maybe they will do a Metroid Prime 5. I don't know. Depends on sales, I guess. My bets would go like, maybe, probably not. My bet would be greenlighting, you know, especially how long Metroid Prime 4 took in development. Like, Jesus Christ, it was just in development hell for so long. I would bet them to be like, okay, safe bet, another Donkey Kong. Knock that out in like 2-3 years. Maybe 4 years, maybe 5 years, whatever. That's pretty good time for for software right now, let me say, folks. Knock that out in a few years, and then, you know, spend like another 10 years working on Metroid Prime 5. I'm really quite let's just go. I'm really quite delighted. I'm really quite pleased, and I'm excited. The one thing that's worth noting is it's coming out while I am in like mid-July. Coincidentally, that week I am on vacation in New Jersey, the Jersey Shore, for family stuff. You know, family reunion type vacation. I am right now wondering, like, okay, well, I guess I need to bring my Switch 2 dock. I mean, I totally will. It's not like there's a portable one of those yet. I'll bring that full-size Switch 2 dock, and I'll totally, like, set up a portable stream setup, maybe, like, on that Thursday, and we'll do some Mario from the road, some Donkey Kong Bonanza from the road. I'll totally stream my first time with that game that night. Which I guess, shit, that'll be Eastern time, so I'll have to start it at, like, midnight rather than at 11. Well, whatever. I definitely want my first time with that game to be on stream. I also think that, you know, if it's, like, Game of the Year quality, and it's, like, you know, a game in my favorite franchise, bar none, like, yeah, I gotta play the whole thing on stream at some point. Maybe within the year, if possible, you know what I mean? Just like, we need to do a special stream. It's just like, okay, can I do Bonanza in one stream? Eventually. I don't know. Part of me was just like, that would be a good Streamiversary stream. And another part of me is like, no, Streamiversary stream should probably still be like a special with like multiple things going on. And like, more about the Streamiversary than just like anything else, right? Like, making the Streamiversary not a big deal, I think would be a step back. I don't like the sound of that. You know, I've celebrated 3 Streamiversaries big style with big streams so far, so, you know, I'd like to keep doing that. We'll see, though. I wanna... there's a very good chance that it's like Game of the Year quality for me, you know, just from the pedigree, just from what I've seen so far. And, like, if they're hiding anything, like, you know, that makes me as a fan go, like, you know, if K. Rool shows up, I would go, like, you know, I'd be the happiest duck. Now, I have heard people go, like, wait, well, let's devil's argument for here. If K. Rool shows up, isn't that like if, you know, like when... spoilers, isn't that like the end of certain games, such as like Star Fox Adventures? Isn't that like the end of certain games where, you know, you introduce a new villain and they sort of get upstaged at the last moment? Twilight Princess is another example of that, where it's just like, oh, you had to get the old guy in there. And I'd say, like, well, it's different because K. Rool hasn't shown up in 20 years, so it's for the fans. The fans need it. We need it. I need it. I need to see him. You show me K. Rool, and that's Game of the Year for me. I'll say, I'm pretty sure I'd be surprised if K. Rool was in there. I'd be surprised if that wasn't Game of the Year for me. Honestly, might be Game of the Year regardless, you know, from what I've seen so far. But damn. We did it. Thank you, Pam. Let me go ahead and hit complete and bring up the next level. Timpani just said GG. Excellent. Excellent. Good. Let me pull up another card and talk about... Oh, yeah, I do have a card for upgrade editions. Right, so some of them are paid, some of them are not paid, or some of them are, like, included in Express Pass. I wish there was a little more consistency with that, but I understand it's, like, a matter of, you know... It's a matter of just, like, economic reality. It's a little sad that they can't just be free, but I understand it is work. And, I don't know. The ones that are free, I'll definitely check out. I don't know... Right, yeah, let's get that down. That's from the last one. Right. I don't know, like, if I'll necessarily, like, jump in on some of them. That if it's, like, 20 bucks a pop, and it's, like, a game that I'm not going to replay, like, yeah, why would I pay for that? That's silly. Let's just keep it as is. It was perfectly good already. You know, and even games that weren't perfectly good, like, definitely, the Zelda game from last year could use a little bit more horsepower. Even that's like, well, I'm not raring to replay it, so, like, you know, maybe don't upgrade it. I wish they were all included, I'll say that much. I think it's neat that there's, like, voice navigation included on the app now for the Zelda games. That's a neat addition, as is the addition of, like, QR codes for sharing designs in Tears of the Kingdom. That's excellent. They're doing some excellent stuff over there with that. I just wish it could all be, like, included. Oh yeah, some of them are like, substantial, right? Like the DLC for Kirby. I wish they were all like that, how about? I wish they were all like that, where it's DLC, it's like a major edition, and like you could kind of justify the 20 bucks spend. Let's fly high. Let's see how good your flight skills are. Well, yes, we will see that. This is funny because you have to run off the ledge and then, like, slowly hover by hitting the button without jumping. A little bit of a challenge, as you can see. Whee! That was fun. Anyway, I think that's really all I have to say about, ports. About the ports. It's a weird situation, but... You know, fucking if Sony and Microsoft didn't do the exact same thing, and, like, in some cases even, like, literally charge money for just, like, you know, just literally have you pay the entire full price for, like, here's Last of Us PlayStation 5 edition. No, you don't get that much of a discount if you already have it. No, you're paying full price. And, goddamn if I didn't pay full price for that second edition of, Last of Us Part 2. Was that Part 2 or Part 1? And then they did a third port of it to PlayStation 5. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. This is not as egregious as that. Not as egregious as that. Most games are getting performance updates for free. Okay, that's really good. Okay. So is it just like content ones where it's like a big upcharge? That's really confusing. I'll say, like, their messaging there was not good. They need to have better messaging on that front, because I was totally here thinking, like, okay, like, I remember them saying they're updating a bunch of games. Like, if they do a, Odyssey in 3D World is free, ooh, I will replay Odyssey. Odyssey, ooh, performance upgrade for Odyssey, ooh, I'll play that, yeah. We should play that on the first Switch stream. Are all those at launch? Are all those at launch, coincidentally? I want to play through all of Odyssey, but in 4K. Or on 1080p, but in a handheld mode. And at 120 frames per second, maybe. I'm not doing this right. I need to fly A-style. I'm repeating my mistakes like time and time again. If they did like a Mario Maker update that added mouse controls, it'd probably be free, right? Okay, well, if it's content, you know, like the stuff they're adding to Zelda, for instance, or the DLC to the other games that have been mentioned, that are like, you know, they really went into detail. And I guess those kind of just make sense as things to add price to. I feel like that sort of whole story got subsumed by just like the whole price conversation in general. I was just like, what the hell, man? And I didn't realize they were only doing that for cases where it kind of makes sense. It's kind of justified, you know? Okay, that settles me. Feeling better about that. I keep fucking up the same way. I need to stop. I need to stop and think. Something other than about Mario Odyssey in HD. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh! That worked! That was what we needed. I stopped thinking about Mario Odyssey in full HD for a second, and I was better. And then I started thinking about it again, in 4K and all that, and now I'm dead. Yippee! Well, we got a checkpoint, so it's cool. We got through the point, is the area is the point. That's gonna be good. I'm gonna play that again on the Switch 2. I'm gonna play that on the Switch 2. Ooh. I'll say again, a big part of the Switch 2 is just gonna be having HD, 4K, the games that could not be on Switch 2, like your Hitmans and things like that, for technical reasons. And hell, like, having the old games but in better versions. Like, are they doing a Dread update? Dread would be a good one for 4K and for a graphical update. That game already looks fantastic. Like, give it ray tracing and all that, and, oh boy. You know. Mamma mia. Not Dread? Not yet! What if, though? I wonder... I'm getting ahead of myself. I was gonna ask a question related to a later topic. But, we'll get to that when we get to it. I'm confused about that whole business. But it's cool. I wish that they were all included as part of expansion pack. I think that that's exactly the sort of thing expansion pack is for, so, you know, jot that down, Nintendo. Still, though, with GameCube games now, I think that expansion pack is finally taking on the value that it should, you know? $50 a year for, like, GameCube games including? Assuming that they don't jack up the price or something and go like, yeah, it's $70 a year now, inflation, what are you gonna do? Then, like, it has become a genuinely good deal, I think. Maybe some would not say that, but, like, shit, man, now it has GameCube. And it still has all the DLC it had before, you know, Happy Home and, the deluxe stuff. Needs to continue getting quality expansion stuff for regular games. I'll say, like, that's been a thread that has maybe dropped off a bit, like, expansions and stuff to existing games. I wonder if just, like, oh, you know, they were preparing all that for the Switch 2 release, so they couldn't have someone be like, yeah, we got Kirby DLC. No, we'll save that for Switch 2. Perfect, yes. That makes sense, yeah, maybe we'll start seeing more DLC more often now that the Switch 2 is out. I mean, they said they would never update, they said they were done with, Tears of the Kingdom, and lo and behold, here's, like, a huge new piece of content. Piece of, like, stuff for Tears of the Kingdom. You know, quality of life stuff, but still, content. A major update. And, hell, My index finger is hurting from all this spinning. Ah. Can I use the left, Yes, I can use left, LZ to jump. Let me try using LZ. My finger hurts. I've never used LZ to jump before, so, this might be hard on the hands. As well. Overall, I guess I should say the Switch 2 is super duper exciting. I am very excited to get my hands on one. Say goodbye to all the issues the Switch had as far as performance, as far as, like, not being able to handle certain types of games. You know, it's gonna be a lovely product, and I cannot wait for it. I cannot wait to pre-order it. I cannot wait to buy it. Coincidentally, the next card is, you know, we'll talk about it. Tonight's, gonna be a jam-packed night, folks. We got, you know, we're almost done with the Switch talk, though, you know, not really. We got, like, the two meatiest, like, threads from this last week to discuss. Let's do this level, though. Damn it! Just as soon as I say, like, oh, let's focus on the level. Let's focus on the level, though. We'll do a card after this. We just got 2 more minutes to spend here, and it's really cool. Look at this level. Look at this level. Isn't it cool? Let's do it this time. Yeah! You spin jump. Ah! Look at this. Look at this level. Isn't it cool? You spin jump. Then you spring, and then you spin jump again. Spin jump, spin jump, spin jump. Woo, woo, woo. Really cool combinations of spin jump, springs, and auto scroll. I quite appreciate it. Woo, 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 woo. I lost my momentum there, and then I died, and now, real good level. Yeah. Let's see if we can do this. We got 50 seconds left. We can go 50 seconds without talking about the Nintendo Switch 2. I should clip up, like, I'll say, definitely want to do a YouTube short of me, like, getting my hopes up for Donkey Kong stuff in the Donkey Kong game. That's definitely clippable, and something that I should probably get out there before we learn, like, oh, Nintendo got out and said, like, oh, there's no K rule in the game. Once that happens, you know, it's like, okay, well, shit. That's, that doesn't work anymore. You can't, enjoy me getting my hopes up, speculating wildly if you know that, it's bullshit. That's just the truth. It's also important to me that, like, oh, you know, we should say something about some of these really cool. Hey! Another checkpoint. Okay, we got 5 tries to do it. We got 5 last tries. Let's do this. Doesn't look too hard. This is just, we just have to fly straight. We just have to fly straight. Not spin in this case. This is, fly. Fuck! Not too high that we hit the spikes, not too low that we hit the booze. Fucker! I thought I had it there. 2 more tries. Come on. Come on. Come on! We did it. Yeah! Oh boy. Thank you for the level, Countess Timpani. That was excellent. Yeah, the 5 lives, sometimes that's just the right amount. Feels good. Feels good. Hitting complete. Bringing up the next one. It's artist who just chatted, just confirmed. Excellent. Time for a major conversation here. You hear about the prices? Yeah, this has sort of been the hot button issue, like, for the first 24 hours after the direct, right? Just like, first off, $450 for the console, for the Switch 2, $500 including Mario. That's like the first piece of news where everyone was like, okay, that's a little steep, is what people were saying. The second piece of news is like, you know, price of a brick going up, you know. For games themselves, 70 and sometimes 80 is going to be the thing. Mario Kart is 80, and like in Canada it's 700, but you know, I think actually if you do the math, convert, it's actually a little cheaper. People are saying now, like, oh, you can totally go up to Canada, go get yourself a Switch 2, come on back if that's a problem. That might be the way. That might be the way. Don't declare it on your way in or you'll have to pay the tariff, but, you know. There's been a whole lot of controversy about this, and, you know, as far as the price of the unit goes, I think it is a bit steep. 500, including Mario Kart, is, you know, kind of worst case what I was expecting. Did I play your first parkour? I don't remember. I don't remember either, M. Faustin. You can submit it, though, and I'll pick another one if I have. It's a little steep, but I'll say for my parts, I understand why it's steep. The reason why is because tariffs and instability therein, right? They sort of accounted some amount of, like, tariff costs into the price, and as a result, like, yeah, basically everyone other than Japan is getting like $200 more expensive than it otherwise could be. I think in Japan it's like $300 roundabout after conversion. Worth noting that is like the yen is very weak, so it's feels more to them, even though it's actually, if you do the conversion, less. You can, you know, I was in Japan recently. You can travel Japan, you can eat Japan very cheaply because all their stuff is just majorly affected by inflation or you know, the yen is very weak, so that's, you gotta keep that in mind, right? It's like 50% tariffs. Yeah, it's like, a lot of the consideration was because of tariffs, and I can't blame them on that. It is worth noting, though, the other part, the game prices, is influenced by another thing, inflation, and, you know, I do think that, you know, I see people on the internet complaining all the time, you know, just in the YouTube chat, the Twitch chat for the Nintendo Treehouse, everyone is just constantly yelling, dropped up price, which, look, you're barking up the wrong tree there, one. Bark up, like, specifically an American tree. And two, it's, likely to go in the other direction. We'll talk about that next, I'll say. But, like, here's, as far as the price of games go, this sort of, like, puts it into perspective, I think, insofar as just, like, yeah, you know, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe was, $60, and, even that now, like, less than 10 years later, after inflation, is, like, $80 now. And that's not even considering that, like, $60 became the standard in, like, 2006, which, or or, you know, became a standard. I guess $70 became a standard relatively more recently, but Jesus Christ, man. Like, the value of a $60 game in 2006 is like a $90 thing now, and before that, forget about it, you know. Inflation is just really wild, and especially in the last fucking, you know, it's just staggering for me to look at this, like, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe and go like, what the fuck? In the last 8 years, money lost 25% of its value? Are you kidding me? Is that how bad it is? I knew it was bad, but I didn't know it was that bad. Holy shit. And as a result, I don't know, man. I can't really blame Nintendo for being the one to take this first step. And I know that, like, GTA 6 will absolutely follow on its footsteps, if not even go farther than that. GTA 6 might be $100, honestly. You know, and I bet, like, by this time next year, most games will be $80. I'll just by like, let's say summer 2026, AAA games will be $80 standard. Not even just like your GTAs, just like, you know, the next Assassin's Creed will be $80. Maybe they'll throw in like a funny skin or something, you know, they'll try to make it seem like, oh, it's a deal, you're getting a deal on this. You know, this is like the exclusive edition for early adopters. And we're not selling the cheaper edition until it's had a year to be on sale. So get used to the new way. You know, maybe they'll do something like that, but I've been listening to, like, I watched Jeff Grubb's GB News show where he discusses, like, you know, news of the world and discussing, like, okay, yeah, you know, this has just been a thing that developers and publishers have been looking to do for a while. And, like, all the other developers and publishers are really happy that Nintendo is the one to pull the trigger, because now they can pull the trigger and they won't feel as bad. And, like, expect to see that in the next year. And when you look at this graph, it's hard to go like, oh my god. It's just part of everything, you know. The tricky thing is, like, you don't really notice as much, like, the price of groceries being, like, that much different, you know. It's like, whatever groceries cost, I'm gonna pay it because I need to eat. Whatever going to Five Guys costs, I'm gonna pay it because I need to eat. Or Wendy's, you know, maybe you go to a cheaper place, but you don't really notice that those prices are gradually climbing as acutely. But with games, they always climb in, like, such big increments. They're just very easy to notice, and that is just, that just makes you go like, oh god. I understand, but man, what I hate is inflation. What I hate is, like, the severity of it and how fucking terrible it has gotten in the last couple of years. And I feel like, really, multiple administrations could have done a lot more to keep things more in check, you know, to keep things from getting away from us. And they didn't, so, you know, and they're not, so, like, price is the price. Price is the price, yo. You know, like, that Breaking Bad quote I mentioned earlier. Cost of a brick is going up. Price of a brick is going up. I should say the Wire quote correctly. Price of a brick is going up, yo. I'm combining the quotes. Tired of this shit is what what's that guy's name? The M guy in at the end of The Wire? God, I forget what his name is. He's like the boss guy at the end of that show. He's a fun character. He's like a good, like, just generic, you know, gangster guy to end the series with. He's just a normal-ass gangster. But he does it well. Let's go. The next card has to deal with the other part of the conversation. Thank you for the follow, Mike. How you doing? Twitch follow. Hell yeah. Oh, wait, I see. I think this is a checkpoint situation. You're gonna pre-order? Yeah, that's, you know what? No, we should wait. We should wait for the next card. We should play this level and focus on it. Because this is like, why do I get the feeling that I need to go fast? No, it's not like that. Oh, fuck. Okay, I thought I might get, like, trapped if I didn't go fast or something, but that's fine. We should maybe do the next card, because the next card really does tie into the price conversation. You know, the price conversation is kind of the conversation I expected to have, like, you know, on Wednesday. On, like, Thursday, maybe. Early Thursday. Oh, what the hell. Like, getting over it style stage. This is kind of the conversation I expected to have on it Thursday, you know? Whereas, like, we could have a completely different conversation now in the present, and maybe we should do. Yeah, let's pull the ripcord. Hey, oh no! Pre-orders delayed. That's right. That's like the big news from today. You know, the big news from, like, right before the stream, like a couple hours ago, where it was just like, oh no. Oh no, the pre-orders, they're not happening in America. The impact of the tariffs was actually larger than anyone really reckoned, and, like, yeah, they're pulling it back. They're, like, gonna say, like, hey, you know, we're gonna hold off. We're gonna hold off and figure this shit out before we actually, like, make them available. And, like, again, it's kind of hard to blame them because this is a fucked up situation. Here's where it is. Here's where it is. Yeah, that's like the scary part, right? Here's what it is. Tariffs were a lot higher than they expected them to be. Like, they were sort of hearing numbers like, okay, for, like, China, they'll be high, but for everywhere else, like, maybe, like, 20% or something, right? And totally 450 to 500, that's accounted in the price, right? Those are tariff prices already. But when the prices came out, they were made using some real bogus, math, which, basically is basically based around, like, the trade deficit between countries, right? And basically, countries that export a lot of stuff, like countries with factories, like Vietnam and Cambodia, countries like that, they got really fucking steep tariffs for no fucking reason, just because, yeah, everyone has factories there and they import all their crap from there, and you know, Vietnam is poor, so they don't import as much, so they got hit with, like, 50% tariffs, just like 59, 40, 48. Something like in that range for both Cambodia and Vietnam, which Nintendo specifically they specifically recently were like, okay, we opened up plants in Vietnam and Cambodia, just so that we could, you know, be, like, safe, just in case, like, China gets super, you know, what's the word? Tariffed. Super tariffed. And you gotta be looking at that and just go, like, what? They gotta be looking at that and go like, what? You tariffed Vietnam and Cambodia? 50%? That's like, if we charge $500 for it, that's like Uncle Sam taking $150 per Switch 2. Oh my god. Oh, Christ. And, yeah, I can't blame them for going like, hang on, folks. This is more than we reckoned. Fuck. I can't blame them. I cannot blame them at all. And, like, yeah, I'm afraid they might have to raise the price. They may have to say, like, hey, Japanese viewer-san, let me get you, here, you can, how to submit, or I can also do the Japanese how to submit, which should tell you how to submit in Japanese. There you go. Lovely. That'll get you in the queue and stuff. I can't blame them at all for being, like, mortified and for having to, like, say, like, you give us a couple of days to figure this out. And as nice as it would be to be like, you know, like, I hope like hell they let us pay the price that they said, you know. Or even, you know, there's some possibility they might be like, okay, well, there's some possibility they might be like, okay, well, we have already, like, gotten in a bunch of Switch 2s already, just in case, so that we can, like, you know, sell them before, the embargoes happen, before the, tariffs kick in, you know. They might be like, okay, we'll sell the stock that we have at 500, but after we run out, if the tariffs are still there, we might have to do a thing. If they do that, there's gonna be a fucking run on them. There's gonna be fucking riots, and it's gonna be even harder to get a Switch 2. So, like, I don't know if that's gonna happen. And if it does, jump higher than the spring and fall into it. Okay. Higher than the spring. Kind of hard to jump higher than the spring. As you can see, it's just around max height. Maybe I need to, like, pull back a little. Pull back a little. My headphones are falling off. It came out at the worst time possible. Yeah. Yeah. I also did see, like, like I said, I watched GB News's take on it, and that's Giant Bomb's news program, the one that Jeff Grubb does, famous newsman of you know, video game fame, video game newsman. And on that, Jan Ochoa said he said during that, like, "Oh, I hope you like the phone that you have," and that just made me go like, "Ah, fuck! I've been waiting for this iPhone 17 because I was born on May 17th, and it's my lucky number." God damn it! I'm due for a phone upgrade this year, and I have like the iPhone 14 or something. So it's been like 3 years. I'm like due, and like, God damn it! It's gonna cost me an arm and a leg to re-up my phone, isn't it? And that also gives me a little conniption, you know, gives me a little bit of like, God damn it! My phone is running low on battery and crap. It is doing all those things that an old iPhone does. I am 100% ready for a new iPhone. And, yeah, you know, it's just gonna be difficult. Gonna be difficult. Oh, maybe I could do like this. No, that doesn't work. Do like from below. Timing here is really difficult, huh? Wait, you could kind of get in on there. And, like, was I landed there? Could you, like, land and jump off that and get to the next platform? I wonder if that's possible or if that's just a pipe dream. I mean, it is a little far. I'm not sure. Hey, look at that! Is that what we were supposed to do? I think that was what we were supposed to do. Either that or it was glorious cheese. Glorious cheese. Oh, look at this. This one you could only do in that way. Okay, that's not glorious cheese. That's the intention. That's the intended strat, I think. Yep. Okay, confirmed. That's I don't think I've ever seen that as a thing. That's neat. Ah! We can do it again. I've learned how to do. That's a neat thing to require you to be a neat thing. That's a word. Yeah, that was not nice. The death there. Oh well, it's cool. We got 2 minutes left until last tries. I got a few cards that aren't Nintendo related. Last thought about tariffs. Why not? I'll say last thought about tariffs is that the weird thing about tariffs is that there are exceptions, right? You can get exceptions. And, like, any company faced with this might be able to go personally to Donald Trump and be like, hey, can we get an exception to this? You know, like, Tim Cook, for instance. There's a man that has lobbyists, has the president's ear. Like, Tim Cook will probably go get an exception for the iPhone 17. Maybe I'll be able to get an iPhone 17 at the normal price, and, like, thank God, right? Maybe that'll be a thing. But, like, I definitely wonder that for Nintendo, right? If this is something that Nintendo is considering, right? Like, could Nintendo go talk to the people and be like, hey, can we get, like, an exception? Can we get, like, a, Can we just get the go-ahead to do our thing and have it be fine? Like, do you really have to take $150 out of every Switch 2? People are gonna be really upset about this if we say, like, yeah, it's $700 now, and it's all Donald Trump's fault. People are gonna, like, think about that. They're not gonna forget about that. That's not gonna be something they forget. You know, for once, tariffs might be a really boneheaded thing. And a real boneheaded, like, political suicide. So, like, at the very least, you gotta start caving out some exceptions for the things people will notice. And, you know, frankly, you know, it's bad policy to begin with, to be clear. Like, established illogically on, like, literally countries whose only crime is they make stuff, they don't buy stuff. They're factory countries. They're countries where people have put their factories. You know, they're not really countries where people live so much. You know, that's just the world that capitalism has built. And now to look back on that and be like, well, this is all fucked up now. Your trade deficit is all fucked up. And it's just like, yo, dude. We made this country this way because you guys asked us to be this. You guys, it wasn't our idea to be like a sweatshop country. It wasn't our idea to be that. It was your guys' idea. And now you're charging us for it? Dick move, real fucked up. I hope the Switch can just get a pass, and then I hope it all gets like, you know, pulled back in time. You know, a thing that, like, Jeff Grubb was saying on his, like, news program is that a weird thing about tariffs is that oftentimes, once they're in, they don't get pulled out because, you know, there's, like, a good argument that, like, oh, you know, removing a tariff is, like, unprotecting American interests, right? Like, the little people suffer. Plants and stuff will close down. So, like, the tariffs that, like, Trump put in his first term, Biden didn't pull them out. And, like, it's possible we might be living with these tariffs for, like, the next 50 years. Not just, like, the next week or so. But it's also possible we might be living with them for the next week or so. So, you know, continue complaining and let them be very unpopular. And, you know, with any luck, we'll be able to buy our Switch 2s on time. I'm really fucking nervous and scared for all those reasons. Wow, what the... Cool. Okay, I see. We gotta, like... climb up like this. It's a real difficult climb. I'll say, I'm gonna count this as, the first try of the last tries. Exclamation point add, and then the code. Japanese viewer. Hopefully you can manage that. If you can't, I'll, there you go. It looks like you're figuring that out. Okay, I'll say, if we time out, it does count for all of our lives, so, you know, I hope we die a bunch of times, or time out. I can do more cards and talk about more stuff, I'll say. Or just play recklessly. Like, can I jump over that? I can. Absolutely. Cool. Space. Close. Need a space between the ad and the thing. I understand it can be, you know, a language barrier, hard to understand. Hope you can manage. Crap. Fuck. This is the one time you're cheating us? Timeout is the one time? Yeah. That's just the rule, you know. Hey, tries left has to be like the end of the line. Or it has to be like let me do this for you. Let me show you. Japanese viewer. I don't know how to say that kanji, so I can't pronounce it. Here's what you do. You do exclamation point at and then a space VMH DQ5 WWG. There you go. Like that. I understand. I don't know, like, on a Japanese keyboard where you find a space necessarily. Japanese doesn't use spaces usually, so it's, I understand it might not be the most intuitive thing in the world, but, thank you. Either way. I did make it so that it's accepting of, like, Japanese mono spaces. So, like, you know, if you use, like, a different space, that works, you know, that it needs any space, I think. At any rate, it'll accept a full width space, as well as a regular English space. So, like, you know, just for next time. There we go. We could do more cards or something. I'll say I think we're just about done with the talk of the price of the delay of the thing. I should say I am definitely going to buy one. Whatever happens, I will try like goddamn hell to have one on launch day, and I'll pay whatever it costs. And I think that, like, you know, they've done this sort of thing before, the ambassador program. They will absolutely roll out some sort of make good to make it worth our while if we end up having to pay $700 for a Switch 2. You know, I'll pay $700 for a Switch 2. I don't care. I need one. And, you know, I'll do some content with it, you know? I'll play the Donkey Kong game on stream. I'll play, I'll do a launch day stream after work on the, maybe not launch night, but like launch the next day, you know? I'll get my value out of it for sure. Like, you know, and I probably would have done anyway. I bought a Wii U on in the launch window, for fuck's sake. I'll basically buy anything, you know, and probably enjoy the hell out of it. From what people are saying, it is a lovely system, a absolutely delightful thing. And if it wasn't like overshadowed by tariffs and price concerns, I think that what people would be saying would be like, God damn, I can't wait to get one. And yeah, I can't wait to get one. You think it'll be you think it'll be $50 more? I would say $100 more. $600 across the plane. I'll say, for my part, right, like, even $500 for me, I'm fine with that. Honestly, like, if I'm thinking about it, right? I paid $500 for a PlayStation 5 at launch. I paid $500 for an Xbox Series X. And I don't play either of those half as much as I play my Switch. You know, I love the Switch a lot more than either of those consoles. The PlayStation, especially, is like a thing I only play like once a year, maybe, if an exclusives comes out. Like, I will get so much mileage from this Switch, too. You know, realistically, I don't see any argument to say, like, this is less valuable than a PlayStation 5. Like, hell no. Like, this is... At $500, it is a much better deal than a PlayStation 5 Pro at $700. It is a, you know, it is worth that, I would say, to me. And, like, you know, I'd sure as hell get a $700 Switch before I got a $700 PlayStation 5. Even if I didn't already have a PlayStation 5. Even if I was like, oh, you know, I could get a Pro now. I would still not get one. I would probably get, like, a base PlayStation 5. And I would probably recommend other people get a base PlayStation 5 because what's the point of doing, like, a more advanced one? It's just an Astrobot machine anyway. And I'll tell you, Astrobot runs fantastic on the base thing. How do you bounce off the spring? You have to, like, land on the thing and jump at the same time as you get bounced. It's a little bit tricky, a little bit precise. I will buy it, and y'all will see some content from it. I hope like hell it's not $700. I hope like hell they can reach some sort of compromise, or at the very least just say like, okay, we've decided to go ahead and swallow the cost. We're selling this thing at a loss. I would love them if they did that, but like I got a feeling that like, yeah, I'm thinking it'll be $600. I'll pay that, and you know, I'll probably get, you know, I'll get 10 times more value out of it than I ever got out of my PlayStation 5, so jot that down. Price of a brick is going up. What can I say? Price of a brick's going up. And that's true across the board. I wish I could say the price is the price. You know, the price is the price, yo. The Breaking Bad quote. That one is a lot more, friendly, you know? The price is the price. The price is the price. And in this case, it's like, the price is the price. Or is it? The price is the price. Or is it? We don't know. Is the price? Please, just let the price be the price. I want the price to be the price. I'm so nervous. I want them. I cannot wait to pre-order, and you know, as soon as they pre-orders open, I will try to get like a Best Buy one and do like a 11 p.m. launch thing. Go get it, set it up that night, and then like after work next day, big long stream. Check that out. That'll be the plan. That'll be the plan for Switch 2, if I can swing it. Which, you know, shit, I've gotten, like, I've gotten, like, consoles at launch, like, all the consoles I've, like, tried to, right? Like, Xbox, Switch, etc. I didn't try for the PlayStation 5. I ended up having to, like, you know, do the whole bullshit, Sony store thing to get it, which was a pain in the ass. But, what are you gonna do? The method of buying is the method of buying. You know, I hope this isn't a pain in the ass. I hope that, you know, at the very least, with all this, like, price anxiety, at the very least, we can maybe hope, like, hell, like, when I go to get one, I'll be able to, right? Who knows? Who knows? Switch talk over. Next topic. I started watching Kill la Kill. I'm over halfway done. Yeah, I mentioned last week that I've been rewatching The Simpsons, and I said, like, after The Simpsons, I think I'd like to rewatch Kill la Kill. Well, I sort of hit my limit as far as, like, how deep into The Simpsons I want to go, and after that, I said, like, okay, let's start Kill la Kill, and it's just, you know, a very lovely show that's very easy to binge, very easy to marathon. I have been just, like, the first night I watched 6 episodes of 24, then I watched another 6, and watched like 4 more the next night, and that's where I stand now, at the end of the Kansai campaign arc, that one. Right after that, which is fun and good. It's basically about to launch into endgame stuff, and goddamn, Kill la Kill is a show that moves so goddamn fast. Like, it starts with, you know, what is sure to be, like, a very simple formula, and then it very quickly, like, moves past that to, like, endgame stuff. Just like, you know, introducing the best and most tough people, as well as the most serious arcs. You know, like for the first couple episodes, you might think it's just like, oh, you know, she goes and fights, like, The whole gimmick, by the way, of Kill la Kill is that it's a ridiculous, over-the-top, like, high school, wherein, like, high fashion becomes, like, combat wear. They all have uniforms that, have, like, special powers, and they can all, like, some of them can transform into hypersexualized, character designs, and, like, you know, do battle, and, like, strip. Literally, the way that battles are won in it is that the main character has a scissor blade, and she, like, cuts their uniforms to shreds, which just ends up with them, like, going like, ah! You know, in a funny pose, and all their clothes gets literally torn up, and then they're just, like, you know, naked in the background, just, like, all passed out and crap, and, you know, it's really over the top, really extreme, has, like, some amazing flourish as far as animation goes. And goddamn, it moves fast. Like, you know, at the start you might think, like, okay, she has to face, like, the club presidents who are like, I'm, motherfucker from, like, the planting club, the gardening club, and this is my uniform. My uniform has, like, a gardening hose on it, and I can make plants go real big, and you'll spend a whole episode fighting me. And then pretty soon it's just like, no, we're just gonna montage through all these fucking clubs for comedy's sake, and, you know, we're gonna get on to the big bad, you know, the Elite Four and that whole situation. And, like, bigger villains who you find out about later. Kill la Kill is fucking fantastic. One of Trigger's, like, earliest anime. And, yeah, easy to recommend. You know, it is horny. It is, like, overly sexualized, but I think it's in a fun way, you know, and maybe has something to say about it? I don't know. You tell me. Have people found anything, like, interesting about the sexuality and, like, the use of erotic imagery in, like, Kill la Kill? I really don't know. And, I'll say I'm having a hell of a good time going through it. I'll probably have finished it by, next week. You know, odds are pretty good. It's a short show, and, like, you know, at the rate I've just been binging it, I'll be done with it pretty shortly. I'll say, Kill la Kill is in a very odd category for me, which is to say, I started watching it before I got into watching, like, tons and tons of anime, at the point at which I was watching dubs primarily. So it is, like, one of the few shows where I will still watch the dub and, you know, hear the English voices, who are very good and very well acted, let me say. So, as a result, it's very easy to watch it while I'm, like, cooking and stuff. You know, I don't have to stop for that. I can do it while playing video games without a care in the world. And that's what I do. And that's why it's, just easy to watch 6 episodes in a row without even trying. Not to say I won't binge any other shows, like, low-key, I've been thinking about, Haikyuu, and thinking about, like, oh man, I could go for a whole rewatch of Haikyuu in Japanese. Like, yeah, that's so good. I love Haikyuu, the best sports anime there's ever been. Oh, Haikyuu is so good. I could go for Haikyuu. Kill la Kill, recommend it. No, it is horny, but, like, honestly, I feel like Kill la Kill is just, like, if you want to go into the deep end of anime, Kill la Kill is a good starter shonen that's, like, in the deep end and a complete story. I do watch JoJo, yeah. It's a complete story you can get done in 24 episodes, and it is, you know, it is one of those shows that I would not hesitate to call a masterpiece, actually. Like, with, like, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood as being, like, another example of that. These guys are really weirdly synced. We should probably, like, get them off screen for a minute. And then go forward. Fuck! Ah, we're out of lives, too. Excellent. Well, not excellent, but, you know, we weren't the one to first clear it, but we tried our best. Thank you for the level. It looks like there's 2 whole segments of this, right? Like, if we had... Hang on. I'm just curious before we exit here. And, of course, you can resubmit this artist, and we'll probably see it later at the other part, but it looks like if we go into this part... Actually, this looks like... Maybe this isn't. Maybe this is like the way back or something. This is like where you come on the way back and then you loop back around through here. What about those doors, though? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know. Maybe you get like an item that allows you to do the thing. I do like JoJo. JoJo's fucking great. Did they announce when Steel Ball Run is? Is Steel Ball Run being announced or something? I haven't heard about that. I'm sure I would have heard if Steel Ball Run was happening. Thank you. Whew. It's 8:20. Jeez, this is like one of the longest first rounds in stream history. And I'll say, like, I have synchronized the lightning round again to start right before anime talk. So, like, more proper anime talk. So, we just got a few last topics and a few last things, and then we'll, Killer's up next and Killer's here. Fantastic. A few last topics and a few last things, and then we'll get onto the lightning round. This is like the longest a first segment has been in a while. This is a jam-packed week, folks. Please understand. One thing that I did this week is I went and did I went and got a consultation. There we go. There's the word. A LASIK consultation with the doctor that Rock Party recommended, and who is like apparently like the pioneer in like a specific sort of PRK related LASIK variety, which they hesitate to call PRK basically because it's like you know, so much more advanced than the original PRK, which actually predates LASIK. It's a slightly different variety of LASIK where they, instead of creating a flap and taking out shaping the eye under the flap, they just take the top layer off basically, and it heals on its own, and once it heals, it's all reshaped. And apparently they've figured out some fancy things to get it more reliable. And I'll say, one thing that was really like interesting from that meeting, and one thing that I walked away convinced of, is one, dude knows what he's doing. He has like the history, he has like the reputation, the pedigree, and two, probably should like not do the other organization I was looking at. I was looking at LASIK Plus, which was like the specific place that my insurance company like recommended on their website, or was like, hey, we got a special deal for you from LASIK Plus, which I'll say, like, first red flag, when I looked for that thing on when I looked for that like deal, looked at that LASIK Plus, it said like $1,000 off for everyone. And it's like, oh, is this a deal, or is this just what you give everyone? I'm not sure, but I'll still check you out. And you know, what the guy basically told me, the doctor man, when I brought up his competitor, he said like, look, I don't mean to badmouth other practitioners, but like, I have a document here about the shady business practices of LASIK Plus. Please have a look. You can see there, they got sued for lying in advertising in 2024, last year. They had to pay out hundreds of millions of dollars. You know, you're talking about the Walmart of LASIK, you know? You're talking about trusting a brand and commercials and, like, product placement, basically, paying the insurance companies off to recommend them over a person. Also, the prices are comparable. They're about the same, only $60 off. From, there's like a $600 difference, which is relatively nothing compared to the full price of the operation at either place. Marginal. And, like, you know, like, shit, man, I'm sold. At the very least, I would not go with LASIK Plus after what he told me. And I did think back on that, and I thought about what I heard from LASIK Plus, right? One thing they said, like, was like, oh, we can touch up your eye. You know, when you get old and you need readers, we can zap you again. And I thought at the time, like, okay, that's cool. And then I talked to my parents, and they were like, that's not how it works. I mean, some people zap, like, one eye to avoid the need for readers, and they have, like, one eye close range, one eye far range. But, like, I'm beginning to think that that's not what LASIK Plus was talking about. They were receptionists. They did not know what they were talking about. They misled me. I gave them too much credit, thinking like, oh, so if you talk to a doctor and they cannot explain something as well as your parents can, they're not a good doctor, are they? Maybe they're not even a doctor. And, I guess lesson learned as far as LASIK Plus goes. I think I'm gonna do it with LASIK, those guys, that particular outlet. Apparently, this is like the one like LASIK person, operator, doctor who specifically does only this surgery, like specializes, only does it every week, and it doesn't do regular ass LASIK, which sounds good to me. Sounds like a specialist. Sounds like an expert. Sounds like a pioneer, which is low key. That's the energy I want in a person, in like a doctor, I think. The details of it is that how it works is that I go in on a Thursday. They do their therapy, their surgery on Thursdays, and then on you have to recover over the weekend. Putting in eye drops all the while, and then on Monday you're good as new is basically what they tell me. So I should be off stream, off air for a week, for a Friday, and then back air on Tuesday. And we'll see if I want to do viewer levels on Tuesday, or if I want to do like just regular playthrough ass stuff, or we'll see what happens. We'll see what I'm up for after it. I'm definitely thinking about when this should be. I want to get out of like new anime season before I lock it in. If I end up having to like talk about a week of anime, if that gets delayed, it's like, okay, well, it'd be hard to catch up on because there's so many. But yeah, that's gonna be something I do in the next month, I think. I definitely want to avoid my birthday around that area. I definitely want to avoid the Switch 2 launch, and I definitely want to avoid the vacations I'm taking in July and August. So, end of April. Yeah, they do stuff for pilots because it's undetectable. It's undetectable. It's basically just as good as if you were born with the eyes, essentially, and you don't have to deal with any late flap-related complications. That's right. LASIK does, yes. I think I'm gonna do it. I'm not sure what week, but like expect a Friday off, and I will, I'll know ahead of time, and maybe by next week I'll have a date in mind. I'll have found that out. I also do have to be taken there by a family member, and what they tell me is it's best if a family member is there on hand, like for the whole like recovery phase, so they can put in your eye drops for you. But I think you can just do it solo. I talked to Rock Party, and he said he just did it solo, so I think I could just do it solo. That's fine then. If you could just do it solo, I'll just do it solo. Should I do this level? Do we have Killer, by the way? Killer, should I do this one, or just go on to the castle? I think because we have time, we're in 12-minute mode, we should try this one again. Do the main level? Okay, you're the boss. Main level it is. This was a real cool side level, though. Yes, it did. It did start. I watched that first episode of Apothecary. I'll say, since Apothecary didn't end, I don't have a card for it during anime time, but I will say it's been pretty good this season. Not quite S tier yet, but I think it'll get there. Somewhat large frog. I'll say that, and people who watch Apothecary will know what I'm talking about. That was a funny bit. Somewhat large frog. Yeah, let's go. Wendy Frozen Heat Tower version 2.0. Let's go. I wish I had gotten into one of those Nintendo, show you the Switch things. If I had, I would have scheduled it around that, but I didn't, so, I don't have to do that. We can just, I don't care. It's happening in Dallas. I'm not gonna be there. Did you try to get into that rock party? You're in like it's in New York. I know, but it goes around. It eventually will be in Dallas, and I'm in Dallas. You know, DFW. So you're in Fort Worth. Rock party. Did you try? I think we discussed this, and you said no. You didn't even try. That's a shame. You should have tried. I would love to see a Switch 2. My God. Oh, God damn it. I would love to play... Fuck, some of those, I would love to play those demos. You don't care much for demo? Okay. Fuck, man. I would love to play the Donkey Kong game. I mean, shit, like, if they had announced a Mario Odyssey, you know, you should have kind of. I mean, you could have ended up playing Mario Odyssey. 2. You know, you are playing something from the same team, so it is like the closest thing to Mario Odyssey 2 that there will be, maybe, question mark. Maybe there'll be a Mario Odyssey 2 eventually. I mean, they could always hand it off to another team, but I don't know. I feel like, is Nintendo the type to make a new team to be like, okay, we need someone to work on this game. Let's hire up. Let's make a new team and get them on it. They should do that, though. That'd be a good idea. I mean, I'll say, like, they're doing pretty damn well, and they put out games, like, more reliably than Xbox and PlayStation put together. And I do wonder on some level if that's because, like, yeah, they've been developing for an HD system rather than a 4K system, and Xbox and Sony don't have that advantage. In which case I'll go like, I'm a little worried then. I hope that they can continue this cadence and keep on showing up like the other companies in the room, but we'll see. There's a lot of stuff to be excited about right now. There's a lot of stuff to be excited about right now. And I'm excited about a lot of stuff. What can I say? I got one more card that's just like a general conversation card. And one special event card, which, like I said earlier, we need to spin a wheel. And I'll show that, and we'll do that. And talk about the consequences thereof after that happens. But I think I got one more. I watched a lot of movies in the last week, and we're gonna cover them all now, at once, in a row. Serenity 2019, The Snowman, Starship Troopers, MacGruber, and The Simpsons movie. Parentheses, I didn't finish that one. Didn't care for it, actually. Serenity is a really weird movie about a man trying to catch a fish, and watched that as a watch party on Dan Reichert's channel. He was watching it, and I was watching it with chat and, you know, everyone else. And that was a very good time. He was kind of low-key, didn't like that movie originally, thought it was, like, weird and didn't make a lot of sense, but in rewatching it, it's actually pretty neat. And goes some pretty amazing places. Kendall Roy is in it, for some reason, and, he says the line, fuck fish finders. Fuck fish finders, then. Or something. Fuck fish finders, right? It's a weird movie. I guess I'll say, like, I would recommend it. It's definitely a movie. It's maybe one of those movies that's, like, best watched with, like, a group of people going, like, what the fuck is this shit? But, like, for one of those, a so bad it's good movie, it's really good. As that. Oh, damn, did I need to go through one of the... Do I need to go through one of these pipes? No. This is a really cool little survival segment. Why haven't I seen this use of potobos before? That's a really good use of potobos, just like following along with you as you go up on an auto-scroll sequence. Tell me there was a checkpoint. That's right, there was. Serenity, the 2019 film, is good! I'll also say, for what it's worth, Serenity, the Joss Whedon film, also good. I love that film. Serenity, you know, if you asked me like 20 years ago what the best film is, what my favorite film of all time was, Serenity was like one of the answers. Is it still one of the answers? Maybe. I can see the argument for it. I still think it's like a perfect movie. Serenity, the Firefly movie. The Snowman. That's a movie about a Nordic film about like a guy named Harry Hole, which apparently was supposed to be Harry Hole in the original Norwegian, but they just call him Harry Hole because they're lazy. And he's sort of solving some sort of mystery, and there's like Snowman or something. A serial killer called the Snowman or some shit. I don't know, it was very long and confusing and it didn't make any sense, and apparently the reason why that happened is because midway through production they had to, midway through production they ran out of money, so they had to stop filming, so they had to make do without 20% of the scenes. So they tried to save it in editing, they did not succeed. That was another watch party that I watched over on Dan Riker's stream. He still does watch parties, and they're fun. Wonder if he's doing something tonight. Oh wait, he's in New York for those Switch 2 demos. Right, yeah, no, he was at the press event. Probably not home by now, huh? Who could say? Maybe he is. Or maybe WrestleMania is happening, and maybe he's, like, trying to do... whatever, you know. Probably not. Snowman's really bad. It has that meme that you might have seen where it's like, hey, Mr. Police, I gave you all the clues. It's a really bad movie. He's streaming? Excellent. Well, definitely, after we finish, like, getting through all these cards, I'll send you over there if there's enough people to do... Fuck me! To do that sort of raid. You know, I'll say we do have a lot of anime to talk about, so, you know, this is gonna be a late night, folks. Let me say, this is gonna be one of the longer streams. We're still not in the lightning round at 8:30, 8:40. It's like the longest regular segment that there's been since the lightning round was maybe conceived. Revengeance was all about the trip. Gotcha, yeah, I think I saw that was the thing, yeah. I only watched the GB News. I didn't watch the, Revengeance. Maybe I should have done. Could have gotten his, like, first-hand impressions of the Switch 2. I've seen some other impressions of the Switch 2 from, like, you know, like, tech YouTubers. I saw, like, you know, like that, what's his name? Marcus Brody or something? The guy who's, YouTube tech YouTuber. He's, like, he had that Panels app that was really controversial. You know him? I forget his name, but I watched his take on it, which, you know, he seemed impressed. It's like everyone's impressed. Fuck! Damn it. Next movie. Let's see. After that, I watched Starship Troopers, which is a lot of fun. I should die and get the mushroom. I watched Starship Troopers, which was a very fun movie. A very good, like, you know, what's the word? Parody? By the same guy what did RoboCop, you know, what's his name? When's lightning round? After I finish, just after this card, basically, I'll say. So, like, by 9 o'clock, we should be in the lightning round. By, like, 20 minutes from now. Starship Troopers is fun. There is some element of, like, parody because it's, like, a fascist reality, and sort of... There's a lot of things in like, that movie I never picked up on. Like, I was looking at some, like... I was looking at a Twitter thread, right? Or, not a Twitter thread, a Skeet thread on Blue Sky, and someone was saying, like, actually, maybe it was on Twitter, and someone was saying, like, why would anyone ever side with the bugs? And, someone else said, like, yo, look, you dumbass. They literally have no proof that the bugs did what they said they did. No proof is established that the bugs actually have the capacity to launch meteors at the place. And I read that and was like, holy shit, I never realized that. That was a false flag. What the hell? And I rewatched it, and sure enough, yeah, there's no definitive proof that the bugs do that. In fact, there's a good argument that, like, the idiot's, the girl character, she, like, grazes by that meteor. Perhaps she changed the trajectory by mistake of that meteor, causing the incident. Maybe it's all her fault. Fuck. And not even she realized that. You know, she's all gung-ho and like, oh, we're gonna go kill all the bugs. They're afraid, yay! That whole thing. I'll say, like, the last half maybe is just a little bit too much, just literally a direct, action movie, right? Like, the first half is full of amazing, like, commentary on, like, fascism and, like, you know, war, industrial complex stuff, right? Like, stuff like, the army recruiter guy saying, like, oh, you're going into the Marines? Excellent. The Marines made me what I am today. And then the camera, like, pans down and shows his, like, you know, his, like, dismembered limbs. You know, he doesn't have legs. And, like, you know, the character's like, ugh. You know, like, every adult you see in that movie is, like, disfigured in some way. And just, like, clearly torn up by war and, like, militarism and, like, things of that nature. It's low-key very explicit. And then they go to war, and the only thing that's really, like, political is when you see, like, the guy say, like, I find the idea of a bug that thinks offensive. Ridiculous thing to say. Very funny. Here we go, final segment. It's a boss, I think. That's right. Okay. This shouldn't be that hard. I say after taking a hit and, then dying. It shouldn't be that hard. It kinda is. Wait, I gamed over! Oh no! I lost the checkpoint progress! Oh. Oh, no. We could have absolutely done that if we had more tries, if we had more lives. That did not look that hard. I think that's the first time a game over in a super world has ever, like, fucked me over royally, you know? That's, first time for everything. Let me get the timer down and get up last tries. We're gonna have to clear the whole level in 5 tries now to get back where we were, so yeah, fat chance of that, right? Let's see if we can do it. Checkpoints will not count because we've already passed them. This is, they will not do anything. No refresh, no refresh. We should have already had them. Yeah, that was funny. That's YouTube shortable for sure. That's a hell of a moment. Some real good moments in this stream. Every stream has good moments. That was a good moment. There's been some good moments before in this stream. This has been a good stream. A low chance, yeah. We'll eventually get through it. I mean, we'll be in the lightning round, and at least we'll have 2 more tries, and we'll have the life refreshing back. We'll see, we'll see. 4th movie, MacGruber. Just a awesome comedy. I love MacGruber. I would recommend MacGruber heavily. MacGruber is hilarious. It is just like the funniest film. If you're looking for a comedy, I do think there is none funnier than MacGruber. That is that a hot take? I don't know if that's a hot take, but like, for my money, MacGruber is downright hilarious, and I just enjoyed watching it again for the first time in, I don't know, a year or 2, maybe. I watch MacGruber more than most people, I would say. MacGruber rules. Simpsons movie. Last movie I watched over the last week. I put it on. Here's the thing. I've been watching some Simpsons YouTubers, right? Some Simpsons content creators. And what I'd heard from them was basically like, oh, the Simpsons movie is like the last gasp of air for the franchise. You know, we'll do refreshes. I'll allow a refresh if we can get to this checkpoint. But we have to get to this checkpoint this life, you know. I feel like that's a good idea to do. And I think we made it, so let's refresh. Oh, we will shortly. More fun if we get a refresh and we can actually stand a chance of doing it. And more interesting as well, I think. Okay. Yeah, let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. It is still a low chance for sure. Still a low chance for sure. The Simpsons movie, I had heard people say... I'm gonna take my headphones off for a second, you know, get a little bit of fresh air in my ears, for my ears. Tempted by the coin there. I had heard people say, Simpsons YouTubers say like, oh, you know, the Simpsons movie is like the last good Simpsons before Zombie Simpsons, right? They're like the coda of the Simpsons. And like, you know, I kind of had faith in like, oh, they're probably telling the truth. I never gave it a chance as a kid because I was already out the door. But maybe it's fine. Maybe it's good. And I watched like 10 minutes of it and I just couldn't. I just was like, this is just not doing it for me. This is just, the comedy of humor is wrong. There's way too much music. Like, every scene is underlined with just like, you know, more music than the Simpsons game had. Basically, than Hit and Run had. Just like, music, music, music underlying every single goddamn scene. You know, after that, I did go back and I rewatched a couple of Simpsons episodes from the Golden Age just to, like, wash the taste out. And they don't have that much music. The newer stuff should be in the style of the older stuff because I don't like things that are different. You know? That old chestnut. That's still true. But yeah, that movie, I just found it painfully unfunny and just like, you know, I guess when I heard people say it was good, I was expecting more Golden Age. But I guess what it really is like, no, it's like as good as season 11 or 12, you know? Simpsons at the very tail end of its decline, which I'll say, like, I totally noped out of already. I totally just already have looked at the Simpsons season 11 and been like, yeah, I'm not gonna get to the point where Marge dies, or not Marge, where Flanders' wife dies. I'm not gonna bother. That means I'm not gonna see that episode where, Homer looks left and right at, like, bad future, good future. That's fine. What am I to do? It's just not part of the good Simpsons episodes. It's probably not a great episode, considering that. That's movies. I'll say it is late. I will do the next level in normal style, and then the level after that will be in the lightning round, okay? That sound good? That's about how the cards shake up. I'm pretty sure we're about to get out of get into anime talk. So that's what card is next. That was movie talk, and I, you know, watched a bunch of movies. Any other night, those would all be cards, right? If I had watched them all individually, you know, individual cards. But tonight, like, fuck me. Be more careful about that in particular. Remember, that in particular. Any other night, those would have been individual cards, and we would have, like, you know, gone on forever about the Simpsons movie and the Simpsons, and, like, you know, any bittersweet feelings I'm having as I'm realizing, like, oh, I'm done. There's no more. If there is more, I would have to use an episode guide, and fuck that. I'm good. I'm good with as is. Moving on. It's kind of sad, but at the same time, like, I really enjoyed watching Simpsons seasons 4 through 8. And I would recommend people watch Simpsons seasons 4 through 8. And maybe stop there, because that's more than good enough. More than far enough. Don't have to go all the way. And you certainly don't have to go as far as Season 11. Like, 10 is pushing it, honestly. 9 is like end of the line, I think. Good attempts, didn't do it. Next time, maybe. Woo! Yeah. What can you do, right? That game over really just fucked us royally. I did waste one life just trying to get my mushroom back earlier before I game over. Maybe I should have been more protective of my lives, I don't know. Hey, spin the wheel, click the playthrough. This is the last card before the lightning round. Let me, once again, I have the lightning round programmed in. I don't have that as a... Try SMM2 as a command. I forget how you can get the maker code. I wonder if I have a button for that. No, I don't. You can see it on my YouTube profile, 8M. It's in, like, the socials and stuff. Right then, we need to spin a wheel. See you later, killer. You have a good one. Let me hit dismiss and bring up the next one so we know what's up. And we know who's up. Oh, it's Fast Super Mario Maker 2. You are up, Fast. Go ahead and confirm. Fast, one of the Japanese viewers of the channel. You renewed your subscription, gonna play your world? Excellent. Look in the... I'm not sure what the code is, actually, of mine, but you can see it right here. There it is. So, what we're doing now is pretty straightforward. I'm going to become big. I'm going to, like, become big. Sorry, I blocked the thing. You can, like, scroll back on YouTube for a second. Or look at my profile again, or my Twitch bio. It's in there, it's in there. Thank you, screenshotted it. Excellent, okay. Here's what we're doing. I have been doing random Rareware playthroughs on Tuesdays. And at the start of every stream, I've been spinning a wheel. At the start of every playthrough, like individual playthrough. Like I spin a wheel, then I play through that entire game, and then after I'm done, take a break, spin a wheel next time it's up. Well, we're going to change that right now. We're going to spin the wheel now rather than later for a couple reasons. One, more people are here now than at the start of a playthrough stream. Two, we can hype up the specific playthrough we get, Conker's Bad Fur Day, Star Fox Adventures, or the mystery game that will be revealed if it comes up. And three, people watching the VOD aren't going to be spoiled by the fact that, you know, they clicked on a Conker's Bad Fur Day playthrough. Of course, the wheel is going to land on Conker's Bad Fur Day. You know, this is... You're not getting a clue here, so it should be good. Let me get my mouse and get wheel decide up. Get the wheel up as well, and get the image down. Okay, excellent. What game for next Tuesday? Star Fox Adventure... Forgot the S. Adventures, Conker's Bad Fur Day, or a mystery game, which has yet to be revealed. Let's spin the wheel and find out what it is. It's Star Fox Adventures, Dinosaur Planet. That's a good pick. It's a GameCube classic. I have it on the GameCube. It's in widescreen, so we don't have to worry about, like, you know, filling the screen up or anything. It's just, comes that way. Excellent. Would have been nice if this was part of the, Switch 2 lineup, and if we could have played it on Switch 2. But, like, I have the original copy. It's fine. We'll do it that way. And I'm very curious how long this one was going to last. I feel like this one took me a while as a kid. This one might be the longest of the playthroughs that I have like set forward for today, for like this whole rare replay playthrough gimmick. So I'm thinking this one might be 4 or 5 streams maybe. This one might be a long one. We will see. But that's Star Fox Adventures is up next. Hopefully by the next time I'm spinning the wheel, there are more games. I'll say one of the gimmicks of this gimmick will be that the birthday stream will have sub goals to add additional games Do I have a modded GameCube? No, it's a stock GameCube. It's an actual copy of the game as well. I have an actual Wavebird over there to play it with. It's an actual GameCube. I could unplug it right now and like wave it in front of the camera, but I'm not going to. That's cool. That's good. I'm excited about that. Conquer would have also been exciting, and it also would have been exciting to like reveal the mystery game, but hey. I will say one thing that I am planning for the birthday stream is that there will be the possibility to add Conquer Live and Reloaded to the list. So we might have 2 Conquer games on the reel, and they're literally the same game, just like different versions of them. One with better shooting, one with worse everything else, or one with better shooting and worse everything else, and the other one the other way, you know? Which, should be interesting. I think that'll be a fun gimmick, and a fun, like, thing to do twice, hopefully. Hopefully we really enjoy going through Conquer, and the humor of it, and all that, and enjoy it a second time through as well. The 2 versions of it. Excellent! Excellent. That's a wheel. And I'll say the lightning round will start after this next level. I do not see fast in the YouTube chat. So, let's punch this in and do the thing. That is exciting. We now know Star Fox Adventures. I should make myself small again. There we go. Perfect. That's going to be great. Look forward to that, everyone. That'll be on Tuesday at 8 p.m. Central. At 8 p.m. Central. 8 p.m. Central. That'll be Star Fox Adventures Dinosaur Planet. A damn good game. It's like a Zelda game, kinda. A little bit weird in ways. This code, I punched it in right. Didn't work. I do not see fast SMM2 in the chat to correct. So I think we have to move on. Let me take a drink of my water and let me look at who's next. Rock Party. Rock, go ahead and confirm. Ooh, this one would be a long one if that one is the last one before the thing. You know, considering. I think we should start the lightning round. We should start the lightning round. Yeah, it's 9 o'clock. This is the latest lightning round there's ever been. I think it's lightning round time. Yeah, let's do it. And SMM2 is not here. Rock Party is up next. We have this many heads. Yes, that's correct. Folks, let me do the next card. Start the lightning round, commence anime talk. Folks, do you know what time it is? It is 9 p.m. Later than a lightning round has started in a while. I did ask Ratchettoad, but that was a while ago. It is the lightning round, folks. And you know what that means. It means that from here on out, I have 5 tries to beat each level that comes my way. 5 tries refreshing at checkpoints. And 7 in the form of bonus heads under the following scenarios. 1, the first person who is up, who is here during the lightning round. 2, super worlds. 3, levels below 1% clear rates. Those are the 3 situations where we get bonus heads, and they come in a variety of forms, which you can see just being randomly scrolled through right there. I mean, they're in a set order. They're alphabetical. If you've ever wondered, they're in alphabetical order. That's the order in which they go through. We got Waluigi, which of course starts with a W, late in the thing. The first one alphabetically is Bowser. That's why you always see Bowser usually up first. Did that change recently? No, I don't think it did. Excellent, excellent. We will do lightning round. We will have a good time, and also I'll say this is going to be a very anime-heavy lightning round. Specifically, I'm thinking at this rate, what we'll probably do is we'll probably look to end, like, to go into last calls when we get through the anime talk, and I'll be pulling them 3 cards at a time to get through them, you know, fast because there's kind of a lot of anime. Let me tell you, there's 9 shows that ended in the last week. 9 shows that ended. The last of last season, basically. There's also, what is it, 12 shows that started? So I want to talk about all of them, at least a little bit, you know, depending on, like, how good or interesting they are to talk about as shows. So, like, get ready. Also, I need to show the tier list. I need to show, like, multiple tier lists. You'll see. And also, that about covers it. Excellent. I could have watched a few more shows today if I had time before the stream, but no, I didn't. I had work before the stream, you know? And even if I had, like, a little time before the stream, I wouldn't watch one that would make some extra work for me in setting this all up. I watched Apothecary Diaries, which I don't have to talk about, because, you know, it's just continuing from before. You said Pipers, right? Rock, just Pipers? I'm assuming Pipers. I guess, if you didn't explicitly say Pipers, you'd be good with whatever, but, you always say Pipers. So let's do Pipers. We did make unprecedented progress last time, by which I mean we got 1 jump farther than we ever did before. That's not fair. It was like 3 jumps farther. It was, pretty cool. And, let's see how well we do on 7 tries. I'll say, the lightning round is a great time for one's, subscriber benefits. Rock Party does have a instant refresh or an express pass that can be, redeemed. For the record, the instant refresh is a thing that lets you refresh all my heads at once during any level, even one that's not your own, once per stream, and you can do that instead of the express pass. It's either or. It's mutually exclusive. You either do one or the other one. Beat this level before the Switch launches? God, I hope. We've been seeing a lot of this level for the last, like, several months. It feels like. Hey, S2 is chillin'. Oh, you're not subbed right now. Hey. I didn't notice that, but, thanks for, you know, not just, usually you are, so I should make sure I'm checking that every time someone redeems that, because I feel like if someone who was subbed just, like, redeemed one of those, I would just be like, oh, absolutely. You got it. Yes! Progress! No, I died. More progress. We love to see it. I understand, you know, hey, I understand if, like, time's tight, you know, what the fuck. We mentioned before, a lot of things going on here in America. There's, it's hard times for all. But, you know, hey, I appreciate everyone who does sub, I'll say that, and I appreciate all the subs that, you have done in the past. Like, even before these gimmicks were in place, you know, even before you got that much use out of it. You know, that is something I appreciate, even looking back. For sure. I will always try to make the, yeah, that claw, I don't know. Were you supposed to jump into that? I really don't know. I hope not. I bet there's, like, a clear thing you could find on YouTube and watch and find out the whole thing. It's kind of more fun to find it out, like, one screen at a time and get a little farther, like, every month or so, I think. Kind of more fun to just get a little farther every month or so. But, looks like we're out of tries and no one's about to, do an instant refresh, are they? Let me drink a drink of my water. Excellent. Thank you for the level, Rock Party. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss. Bring up the next one. By Mike. Mike, who just did an emote. Excellent. Perfect. Good. And let me pull 3 cards and talk about them real fast, and this is how it's gonna go. This is how it's gonna go for the next, like, little while. I'm gonna pull 3 cards, and then I'm gonna say, like, yeah, I finished Welcome to Japan, Miss Elf. I finished I May Be Your Guild Receptionist, but I'll solo any boss to clock out on time. And I finished the 100 Girlfriends Who Really, 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 Really Love You, Season 2. And there are their ratings, and this is in chronological order, in the order in which I finished them, roughly. And then I will pull up these things, which basically have a summary of what they are, as well as, like, a take on them, and the score as well. So if you don't know them, you can read, like, oh, what's this? This is like a reverse isekai and a cozy, and a regular isekai, where, like, this guy, he goes into a fantasy world in his dreams, and one night he just, he manages to take a elf girlfriend back home with him, back into Japan. And she is just a wonderful fish out of water. It is really sweet and swell. And also there's some pretty damn decent, isekai, like, pragmatic adventuring type stuff, which is also good, and I think works well as a combination. I really quite loved, Miss Elf. I thought it was one of my favorites of the season. It was really sweet and cozy and fun, and really just loved her. Loved the supporting cast. The guy is also good. They're a great couple, and very, very sweet. Next up is I'm a receptionist, whatever, guild receptionist. This was one of my favorites starting the season, honestly, and it was kind of disappointing that it ended up at the 4 out of 5 level. I feel like it really fell from grace there. But, like, every time a bunch of dark gods appeared and was like, what's up? You have to fight us for the next episode or two. Like, all the appeal of the basic concept just went out the window, because it's just like, okay, it's just these characters, and they're not doing their gimmicks, you know? The main gimmick of the show is like, oh, the receptionist is really frustrated with her job, and you know, and besides, like, chewing out people who, like, get on her nerves, or, like, try to out her as, like, a super badass, like, dungeon raider, she likes to go and take her frustrations out on the bosses of, like, the dungeons, which is fun, except when those bosses are like, I'm a real evil dude, and I will kill you, and it has to take a whole episode of, like, I'm going to hit you. The weird thing is, her main move is, like, an instant win, so, like, if she can't instant win, it's just, like, some stall tactic, or just like, oh, I can't instant win yet, and eventually the resolution isn't that interesting or very good, and, that happened so many times, I just had to knock off a point, and, real shame, because, again, the parts of this that are great are fucking great, and, I wish that the plot was good. And if it was, it could have been like a S tier. Could have had a heart. It could have been an all-time favorite. You might notice that some of them have hearts. Like 100 Girlfriends. It's still peak. It's still peak. Continues the balance. It's hit double digits of girlfriends and balances them all expertly. Best in genre, meta humor, fourth wall breaking crap. Best in genre horny humor, best in genre regular humor, and also it's just genuinely a hard-hitting romance when it wants to be, and my god, it nails that as well. It nails everything it does. It's extraordinarily good. 100 Girlfriends was my anime of the year 2 years ago, and you know, yeah, this season of 100 Girlfriends is also god tier. Like, is right up there with the best of them. It's peak. It's like the most outrageous, like, wacky thing, and, like, the more girlfriends they add, the more impressive it is as they continue to get balanced with each other, and, like, I cannot wait for next season when it, like gets into, like, seriously unmanageable territory. Like, what the hell? How are you gonna get, like, past just you know, double digits, right? How are you gonna get into, like, the teens, the mid-teens, the late teens, the 20s? No season 3 confirmed. 3, not 2. 2 is already done. I don't know why that isn't marked as harem. That's a good question. It is a harem anime. It's a peak harem anime. It's a harem anime. That's a weird thing. I use I use Annie charts like format. I sort of like take a screenshot of the Annie chart blurb thing and use that as a basis for my thing, just to save a little bit of effort. You know, I don't have to write the synopsis myself or do the thing. Yeah, no season yet confirmed. I'll say, like, it was a while until Bocchi got confirmed, and I do think, like, we'll see more and more. I do think there will be more. I don't know, though. We'll see, we'll see. 100 Girlfriends is still popular, right? It's still performing. There are worse shows that keep getting, like, Season 3, Season 4, Season 5, right? There are shows that are more mid. More like, you know, not peak. I'm confident that 100 Girlfriends will continue to be a threat. Will continue to be around, and we'll see a Season 3 next few years, probably. That's the first set of anime. Let's play the level. Did Mike confirm? Yes, Mike did. Excellent. What was the clear rate on that? I should have done that while I was talking about crap. Let me see. The clear time is pretty long. But the clear rate, ooh, that is also pretty low. That is below 1, which means we get bonus heads. Let's randomize them. Okay, they are going, and stop. Blue Yoshi, nice. Yeah, most shows don't get seasons 2, so, you know, we should be thankful that, like, it was recognized and prioritized enough to get, ooh, jeez, an instant season 2, you know, within, like, immediately just production started. But that sort of thing is rare, and also you do have to keep into account source material. I think they're like, source material is, like, well ahead such that it can do whatever it likes, and that's great. If it's like a long delay, you know they're going to tell a joke when it comes back, like, oh man, it's been like 5 years since the last episode, what the hell? How did that happen? I don't know. I don't know. Your level clear rate is 0.54. Excellent. We'll get the bonus heads then. Wait, was that checkpoint? We got that checkpoint, which means we get heads back. And then we lost one, so should be at this many. Okay, we need to, like, slow our roll here. Slow our roll. Anyway, I'll say do have a bunch more. We will tackle 1 at a time, or 3 at a time. You know, same as before. You know, understand. Get it? I think this format is good for, like, you know, keeping things moving while not, like, we had to play, like, 20 levels between all the anime. It would take forever to get through the anime. And, you know, I have done streams in the past where I've just tried to talk about every anime at once that I've been watching. And that can take, like, upwards of a whole damn hour. Which, you know, I'd like to avoid if possible, but, you know, it takes the time it takes, I guess. Similar to how the price is the price. The time it takes is the time it takes. What can you do, right? Like, you wanna just, like, make sure that everyone understands, like, okay, here's what it is, here's how I feel. And, like, any recommendation is clear and actionable. But, I also do feel bad if, like, you know, hours and hours and hours and hours is just, like, one thing. I mean, I say that after 2 hours of Nintendo Direct talk. You get a pass for that. That's unavoidable. That's the talk of the town. That's, the current conversation. And by the way, I'll say, I think, the price is the price, or is it, is a pretty good stream name. I'm thinking that'll be the VOD name. The price is the price, or is it? That's sort of the takeaway from Nintendo Switch 2 talk right now. Shangri-La and Medalist got season announced immediately. They did, and I'm very happy for those. You can't always depend on it. Even Bocchi the Rock took like a year for its second season. It took like a while for its second season to be confirmed. And it was a huge mega success, you know. There were, when I was in Japan, there were like Adidas stores, right, with Bocchi the Rock on them. Like the big shoe store in Shibuya had like Bocchi the Rock promotional art on its walls. You know, it was a big success, a big seller. And yet, they took their time announcing, yeah, production is weird sometimes. I wouldn't worry about it, you know, any more than I worry about anything else. It'd be sad if we never got any more, but we've gotten weirder third season. There's been worse shows that have continued. I'm confident. I'm confident. You do gotta worry about the economy. And the, how sustainable anime production is. You do have to worry about that, and maybe that's a factor, but I don't know. I don't know. Thank you for the level, Mike. I appreciate it. Let me go ahead and hit this miss and bring up the next level. Also, I should get my mouse in the queue so that we're ready for the next one. Okay. Let me hit. Next up is 06i, who is here. Okay, perfect. He was just said yay 100 girlfriends. Excellent. Here's the next one. Speaking of Shangri-La Frontier and Medalist, specifically, I finished Shangri-La Frontier. I finished Medalist, and I also finished Toilet Bound Hanako Season 2. Shangri-La Frontier is a Season 2 as well, for what it's worth. And here are the takes. Here are the takes on those. Shangri-La Frontier continues to be the best MMORPG anime out there, VR MMO anime out there. It's just full of great action, good character stuff, and some cool game variety. I'll say, like, a great thing about this season has been not just them, like, continuing to get new abilities, face off with new challenges, the stakes going up and up and up and up and up, but also, like, a little bit of variety insofar as, like, the main character switching it up and playing a different game for a bit, and those parts have been, like, nice, refreshing bits that have fed into the main Shangri-La Frontier part, insofar as, like, yeah, people you meet there come back and appear in the main RPG, in the main game, and, you know, threads that started there will end up paying off when, like, you know, there's a character at the end of the season who is totally going to be a big thing next season, who I'm sure, like, after the arc that we're in, she will appear in Shangri-La Frontier, and she will be, like, part of the squad or something, you know, she'll join up, and they'll be, like, you know, BFFs, you know, they'll be, like, buds, and that'll be rad. I think there's no better VR MMO anime, and it's extremely good, and yeah, highly recommended. People should get into Shangri-La Frontier if they haven't. It's just one of the best action shows out there right now. One of the best shonens. Medalist is one of the best sports anime. It is about two underdogs who both started into skating late, which apparently is a huge disadvantage, and they're both, like, working hard to make up for their, like, the girl is making up for starting at age 10, where you're supposed to actually start at age 5, whereas the coach, he started as, like, a teenager, like, as a high schooler, and still did pretty good despite that, and now he's like he's like a badass coach with, like, self-confidence issues, and, like, he is just really supportive. He gives her the support that he wishes he got, basically, and it's really cute and earnest, and has some pretty damn good ice skating animation as well, which really sells the performances. I think it's the best ice skating anime since Yuri on Ice. One of the best sports anime in years. I'll say that much. It's as far as, like, you know, I can't think of one that's as good as this, other than maybe, like, Negative Positive Angler from last season. That's, like, the only one, and that's fishing. And does fishing count? I don't know. Maybe that doesn't even count. So, and if it doesn't count, then its ages before. It's like Awashi or Blue Lock or one of those, I think, is the last sports anime that was like half as good. And finally, Toilet Bound Hanako-kun. Good season. I'll say I think this one kind of had a rough go of it, being like right after Shangri-La Frontier and 100 Girlfriends being on the same day as those ones. But like, it was a good season. It still looks as good as ever. There were some fun, the characters were fun, and they had like arcs to them this season. There's like a big central mystery that has started to appear, and there was some good spooky bullocks. It's getting another season in the summer. Which one do you mean? Medalist or I think Shangri-La Frontier is pretty soon as well. Hanako. Oh, that's nice. Well, I hope that big mystery continues to develop. I'll say I was kind of, I'm never a big fan of like a big arc going long. In this one, like half the season is the last final arc of the season, which means that the pacing was kind of slower. But before that, there were like 5 little self-contained little episodes, which is kind of more than enough like arcs that I can really ask for, honestly. Like it's good stuff. I can't give it lower than a 5 out of 5, honestly. It's as good as it's been. Let me whoopsie daisy. Get that out of there. Whew. Anywho, let's enter in this code and play the next level from 06I, and this will be in that very nice super world. Yeah, Shangri-La Frontier is the shit. I'm really digging that. I was staying up late oftentimes to watch Shangri-La Frontier because Crunchyroll is putting them up at like 4 a.m. or something, at like 5 a.m. on a Saturday, and it's like, yeah, I can stay up to 5 a.m. on a Saturday. Are you kidding me? Like that's not a work day. That's not a work night, and like it's kind of worth it to watch it before going to bed. Like, it's just so exciting and so thrilling, and I just every step of the way was just looking forward to see, like, what's gonna happen next? What's the next thing? What are we fighting now? Where is this going? Yeah, I'm kind of just a little bit sad that it didn't, like, tie up all its loose ends by the end of the season. Some arcs are clearly ongoing. They rearranged some of the arcs. Yeah, that's something you can do. Hell, even 100 Girlfriends did that, apparently. Shout out to 100 Girlfriends making a joke about, like, spoilers. I'm just gonna do a small spoilers for, like, small spoilers. Okay, just to give you some sort of idea about, like, what 100 Girlfriends is all about. There's a part in the last episode where, like, 2 of the girlfriends are like, hey, by the way, should we be here? In the manga, we weren't here at this point. And the other girlfriends were like, oh, no, it's cool, it's cool. That's all down to the director and the acting and like the production committee. It's not our fault if you're here too early. It's not our fault. Relax. You're totally welcome. And they are. I love that scene. That scene made me I've never seen an anime make a joke about that before, and moi, love it. God, what a fantastic show. Yeah, that ending as well. That ending was really good. Really just a fit for the show. No tease. I guess that's another thing that's a little bit worrisome, there's no season 2, there's no season 3 confirmed, and also there's no tease of what it will be. But I'm sure there will be. I'm confident. They will keep going. I believe that. Blu-ray got an unsped up version. I've heard that, yeah. Let's play the level. It's a perfect show, y'all. It's so good. It's peak. I hope like hell that it gets all the seasons it needs to just, I've said it before, like just one of my few hopes for the next like 10, 20 years is that 100 Girlfriends gets all the seasons it needs, right? Just continue greenlighting seasons for that. Just, like, produce them one after another, and please just get all the girlfriends in there. I don't know how all their voices are going to be, like, suitable enough to go the distance, you know? They might start having like a Marge Simpson issue eventually, right? Like, say 20 years from now. Like, it's gonna be like Marge Simpson after 20 years of The Simpsons, right? Just, can you do the voice anymore? It's kind of an issue. Hey, this is like some Mario 3 stuff. Very Mario 3. Yeah, I don't know what they do about that, but there have been shows that have returned after 10-year hiatuses. You know, like the demon lord who works at the grocery store, who works at McDonald's, that one. That returned after 10 years. It's been known to happen. Some can do multiple voices. Yeah, maybe they can recast. I don't know if that's like kosher or like smiled upon, but like if the actor just can't do the voice anymore, what are you gonna do? I mean, I only hope that like the take isn't ever like, oh, we'll just use an AI. I mean, 10 years, like, that might be even more invisible than it is now, but at the very least, you would have to, like, compensate the actor, I think. Like, the actor would have to give the okay, and even then, like, you know, that sort of thing is just like, I don't know about that. You know, I don't know about that even, like, in 10 years when it's better, and if the actor gives the okay, like, I really don't know. They would have to pay the actor, I think, as well. Like, that would only be fair. Like, it would only be acceptable in the case of, like, well, they literally can't do the voice, and they've signed off, and XYZ, and I don't think that's, necessarily going to be the thing. Oh, I like how the P-switch made the whirlwinds turn off. That was nice. Oops, I forgot to, when did I accidentally turn off the lightning round? 1 second, let me get that back up. Still the lightning round, everyone. You would have had bonus heads for that as well, I forgot. Too distracted by 100 girlfriends. We didn't die during that, so it was fine. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Hey, Turkatron. How's it going? Thank you for the level. Also, thanks to Plus Studio for the level. I want to thank everyone for, you know, consistently getting levels and stuff. That next up is S2 is chillin'. Phineas and Ferb with season 5 came back after years. I never watched Phineas and Ferb. That's one I never was big on as a kid. That was on when I was a kid, right? Or was that later than when I was a kid? I forget, but I never watched it. Wasn't a real animated Disney person. Hey, Lord Bowser. I mean, animated Disney television shows. I didn't really watch that much of the Disney Channel. I watched movies well enough. Alright. S2 and chillin', I'm gonna need you to confirm. Let me put this in. Oops, I put that in twice. That's fine. My mistake. Don't worry about that. It's fine. And I'm going to pull another card. Another 3 cards. And these are the last of the shows that I finished. So after this, we need to remember to do tier list stuff for a bit. I finished Red Ranger Becomes an Adventurer in Another World. I finished a Meku MD Doctor Detective, and I finished the daily life of a middle-aged, sorry, that's opposite of middle school, online shopper. He's like in his mid-30s, 40s, you know, you get it. Go ahead and get those down, and then we'll look at the things. I really loved 5 out of 5 with a heart style Red Ranger. It's a mashup of a Sentai Red Ranger guy who goes to what's your level checked out? Let me check that. I might have accidentally fat-fingered the ban button. Oh, I see. You're coming up. You're next after Countess Timpani. You're third in the queue. It's sort of a mashup of Sentai in a isekai world. Kind of reminds me a bit of like of Bravern in a way, insofar as like you know, this guy he's like in a world of magic and stuff, and he's fighting using friendship and you know, literally the power of friendship and giant robots and doing poses and making explosions. And the big busted the busty wizard he becomes friends with is just like constantly baffled by that, and that is pretty fun. There's some real heart to it, and it's very fun and wacky insofar as like how the mashup goes. Really thoroughly enjoyed it. It had some amazing parts, and like, yeah, it just barely made the cut into the S tier for me. I just really loved so much of it. I'm gonna be thinking about Bond merger for a bit. That was a really good joke that they did middle of the run. I'm not gonna say what that was, but you know, it's a hell of a show. If you like Bravern, this is like that. Maybe a little messier, but it's a fun sort of messier. It's a good sort of messier. And yeah, it has heart. Hey, S2. Yeah. Next up is Ameku, which is basically Ameku is just like Dr. House. House MD. It's like a House MD mystery show. It's a medical procedural. There's like a small lady who is your house character, and she has a lot of attitude, a lot of gumption. I like her. And I don't mind her Watson either. I found the mysteries kind of hard to follow and got really confused, and since I wasn't sure what was going on most of the time, I kind of was not enjoying it as much as I first thought. Probably also didn't help that I started watching House for the first time during that, which is probably better than this by like an order of magnitude. And I also, Apothecary Diaries came on same season of it, which is probably a order of magnitude better than that. So like, it kind of ended up being kind of mid for me. I really just was very confused and disinterested in most of the mysteries. Hit and miss the mysteries in a way. Like some of them were just kind of boring. Hey, Corn. We're just kind of boring and just sort of like underwhelming. Like even their premises are like, okay, so the stakes here is like a sick boy is seeing an angel in his sleep. I don't care. It's probably some other kids doing some bullshit. Oh, sure enough, what do you know? It's just some bullshit. I don't know why we had to make a whole 2-episode arc out of that. It also didn't help. It had production issues, and that meant it ended up going like weeks without episodes, which, when the whole thing is that you're seeing mysteries unfold, means that, you might forget the details, and then when you see the solution, you're like, what? I don't remember that. Try again next time, I guess. I don't know. Maybe better as a rewatch, Maybe if you watched it all at once and was able to see all the mysteries all at once, maybe it could go as high as a 4 out of 5, but I was just, like, pretty, not feeling it by the end. Finally, for the last show of the season, I have, Middle-Aged Dude, which is sort of like one of those isekai where the dude goes into the, oh yeah, that one is a good one. They were hit and miss. Some of them were hits, some of them were misses. The Caesar one was pretty okay, pretty solid. The one with the fire, that one was really boring to me. I didn't get that one at all. Didn't understand who was involved or why. And the last one was also kind of crap. The last couple. Kind of got worse and worse as it went, in my books. Online shopper. He has the ability to buy stuff off Amazon in a fantasy world, and he uses that to become a merchant. And also, a bunch of ladies, cat people, and children sort of like, realize he's really good and either become his daughter or become his wife. Or become his, like, not quite wife, but could be, friend with benefit type situation. Anyway, nice. Nice, S2 is chillin'. I don't know what Chess WC is, but whatever. It's cool. It's good. I like the basics of him running around trying to like, yeah, it is never getting a season 2. That's correct. I like the basics of him just like running around trying to like, it did end with a cliffhanger. It did end with like oh, will we see this part? Gotcha. That's another streamer. Okay, that's cool. It did end with a thing. I liked all the parts where it was like, oh, let's run around that fantasy world and let me just like buy a house and a bulldozer and let me just like, get a car up in here. That was pretty, that was farther than like the wolf cooking isekai with the online shopping did. Or the, well, it was about as far as like the 1,000 gold isekai did or the potions isekai did, but probably a better version of that, I'd say. But also, it kind of sucks at some of the things that it does. Like, every time there's action, and there's, like, action 3 or 4 times, it really blows. It's really bad at animating action. It's just like, buddy, you should have just stuck with, you know, him running around being like, oh, I can sell clothespins, and I can fuck my wife. Those are the good bits. Those are the good bits. Spoilers, he fucks. This man. That's very funny to me. Very funny to me when he fucks, and it's just like, oh, you're doing it. Okay, I'll give you points for that. Bad action though. Yeah, bulldoze. Yeah, he has like one of those like steam shovels. You know, it's a crazy swing for action to take, but like it's animated like badly and like low frame rate, not very legible. Excavator, there you go. I call it a steam shovel because of that, what was that children's book where it was like, I wish I was a steam shovel or something? I liked that thing as a kid. So, in my head, there'll always be steam shovels, even if they're not run by steam. Anyway, I think parts of it are good, and I enjoyed those parts, but I had to knock it for like, yeah, it isn't like the most well-made show. It's a perfectly fine version of that, and kind of fun, honestly, but it's really embarrassingly bad every time it tries action. And, like, please, just play to your strengths next time. Play to your damn strengths. This is, we got bonus heads here, so we need to get those randomized. Play to your strengths. You know, that's what I suggest to, the creators of that anime. You know, you don't got good action, you don't got the budget for it, just write more scenes of him fucking his wife or whatever. You know, that's fun. Fuck! Hi, chat. Hello. What's going on here? Oh, this is a shell jump scenario. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I see what we need to do here. We need to jump. That's a jump. Okay. That's a jump right there. We're figuring it out. We're figuring it out. I'm playing your final level. Excellent, Corn. Happy to hear it. That super world is still done. You know, timing here might be difficult. I guess this isn't a shell jump so much as it is a, well, a different sort of shell jump. One that's a little more hard to say. Maybe I need to be releasing the shell, like, earlier. So as to, like, or like, getting off the jump button at just the right time. There we go. Oh, fuck! What the hell was that? I grabbed it? If I wasn't holding the run button, would I have jumped off it, or how does that work? Oh, this is going so fast. S2 is chilling. Solo leveling didn't get a Season 3 announcement immediately either. That's what I'm talking about, man. Like, sometimes they just don't get... Even popular shows don't get new seasons, and it's... Might be a production thing, might be that that team is going to go on and do something else for a bit. It might be a source material thing, you know, they want to wait until there's more. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's more than enough. Refresh. That's for Twitch subscribers. S2 is chilling. You have to be a Twitch subscriber for that. Money, you know, it's a money thing. Gotcha, yeah. An incentive, you understand. Let me take a drink. I think we're out, though. Have I played this level before? I guess I played this level before because I have liked it already. Huh. I didn't like it earlier, did I? It just went up today, so it must have been I liked it during this attempt. No, it's really new. Okay. Yeah, I see that now. Yeah, I can see. You just liked it? My memory sometimes just like, woo, immediately just like, did I do that? Oh, I forgot about that. Seconds later, I guess. I'm sure I had some sort of tangent that distracted me. You know how it is. Let me hit dismiss and pull up the next one. It's Countess Timpani. Countess Timpani, what do you got for us? Whoopsie daisy. Double posting current again. And not posting it in the YouTube chat as a result. I currently have a workaround for next where it just types it up and hits enter. So it can post it in the YouTube chat without any sort of limitation. But yeah, that's go ahead and confirm, Timpani. Meanwhile, now is the time for. Oh wait, that's not it. That's not it. Fuck, I forgot we need to do single cards for a second. Let me I need to fix that now. And well, I can do this right now. Hey, show the seasonal anime tier list. That is the next card that is up. Ooh, thank you for the like corn on that level. It's the seasonal anime tier list. And I have it. Is it right here? Right here. I think it's right here. Yes. There is the whole list. Oh, I had lots of thoughts on the Switch too. The first 2 hours of the stream were the Switch too. Here's the simulcast anime tier list for winter 2025. In S tier, I have Danmachi Season 5, Sakamoto Days, Orb, Blue Box, Soraiyo Utility, Okitsura. I have a crush at work, Welcome to Japan, Miss Elf, Medalist, Shangri-La Frontier, The 100 Girlfriends Who Really Love You, Season 2, The Red Ranger in Another World. In A+, I have Zenshu, Impervious to Charms, ReZero, Dr. Stone, From Bureaucrat to Villainous, Dad's Been Reincarnated, and Apothecary Diaries Season 3. I'll say that A+, that's like the strongest A+ I've seen in a while. All of those could have easily been an S, like if they had just been a little hotter and a little bit more like, you know, some of them are repeat seasons and, you know, when a show is a Season 2, you kind of have to compare it to Season 1 or the previous season to go like, is this as good? Is this my favorite season or my least favorite season? If it's my least favorite season, then shit. Does it, is it quite hitting that S tier? Is it still hitting S tier? You know, it's all relative. I'm Getting Married to a Girl in the Class That I Hate, Flower no Sura, Magic Maker, Trillion Game, Toilet Bond Hanada Cocoon, those are all in A. Bogus Skill, Guild Receptionist, and Middle-Aged Shopper in B. C just has Neat and Neat Kunoichi and Meku, and F only has I Want to Escape from Princess Lessons. And that's the full tier list. Woo, okay, good. If only the show was sexier. Yeah, I mean hot as like a different sort of qualifier, not like attractive, you know, more like where are my 3 convo cue card situations? I need to rewind each of them by 1. Let me see. Are they in their own separate group? They are in their own separate group. Let me find them. Take just 1 second. Ah, here we go. I think. Yeah, okay. They need to be on number 4. And there we go. Fixed them. Okay, good. I should really have a button that, like, fixes those, you know, but I don't, so, whatever. It's fine. I can fix them manually every time this happens. Whatever. Okay, that's the old shows are done now. Well, actually, I have one more tier list to show, but we'll do it after this level. Who, Countess Timpani has not confirmed, so there we go. There was a lot of prep involved for this stream, let me say. Between all the Switch information and, like, I ended up doing, like, a whole photo gallery thing for the Donkey Kong talk. And in addition to, like, 20, you know, odd anime cards, which are all need to be manually made. You know, this was probably the most prep for a single stream outside of, like, some weird big event stream in a long while. And I'm hoping for some nice, quieter, simpler streams Not to mention things like, oh, you know, we're gonna spin the wheel, so that has to be ready to go. I need everything I need to discuss Switch stuff. Kind of a hell of a situation. Countess Timpani, I don't see Countess Timpani, so let's we're gonna do this level. And we're gonna do it well. Now I was gonna say, like, now I know what to watch out for, but that was higher than I expected it to be, I guess. I don't see Timpani, so Timpani, you can either confirm or we can move on. I'll say next up is Ratchet Toad, who is here, so, you know, either way. If Timpani isn't here, we can move on to the next level seamlessly. Timpani, I'm giving you another card to confirm, and then if you're not, we're gonna move on. You know the deal. You get it. Time for one more card. It's time to show a 100 girlfriends tier list. Here's a oh, I think the Switch 2 Pro controller looks really good. Hey, yo, it's time for a 100 girlfriends tier list. I'm gonna rate all 11 of the current girls in order. Let's go. Let's do this. First off, Hakari, she's an S tier. Kurane, also an S tier. Suzune, also an S tier. AI Nano, absolutely an S tier. Cursory, she has to be S tier. Hahari, S tier for sure. S tier, S tier, S tier. They're all in S tier. Every girl is S tier. It goes without saying. The whole premise of the show is that they are all perfect for him, and he literally physically cannot choose just one. It's impossible. They're all perfect. They're all S tier. S tier, S tier, S tier. We'll see if I have to update this as future seasons happen, but I think you get the idea. I've been planning that joke for like the last couple weeks. Did you enjoy it? I'm pretty sure like I pretty much sufficiently alluded to like what it was going to be enough that people basically knew it was going to be like it was going to be that. I also did I will say I do like know all their names, I'm pretty sure. Like I kind of breezed through the last couple just like, you know, without proving it. You know, I'm kind of bad at names sometimes. Oftentimes, watching all these shows, I'm not remembering their names. But her name is Haraga. Shit, it's Shizuka. Fuck. Damn it. I knew I should have double checked that when I was checking the names yesterday. It's like Shizune, right? That's a different character in a different show. Shit. The other ones are pretty easy. It's Meido Mei, and then there's Stoic Suto Iku, and that's Me, and Mei. So those ones are pretty straightforward. Kind of similar. Kind of odd that they're so similar. Damn it! It's hard to remember all the names in shows. You know, 100 Girlfriends is like Yeah. Shit. Anyway, it's peak. Suffice it to say. I don't see Timpani, so let's go ahead and dismiss, and we'll move on. And Ratchet Toad is here, so we're good. Shizuka. I'm pretty sure, like, Shizu is like quiet or something. It's like, that's like the meaning of it. That's like why it's a pun. So it's like based around Shizuka. Same, did I say Suzune? Which one did I say and which one is right? I'm not sure. Maybe you said Suzune. Shizuka. I probably would have said Shizu... Ugh. Whatever. Fuck. I low-key considered for this segment just having them, like, on my phone in front of me. But I was able to get most of them, you know, other than, like, Haraga's name is kind of weird. I don't know quite how to, like, internalize that, or if I should use the other name, which apparently is, like... It's, like, starts with a K, or use that name. I'm not sure. Similar to Kusari's. But, I don't know. I don't know. Names are hard, especially when there's going to be 100 of them eventually. That's hard. Ratchet Toad, let's play the level. This one is not hard. We get 5 tries. Excellent. I think Haraga is like, hungry girlfriend. Hungry girlfriend. What's her first name? Isn't it like Haraga or something? Kurumi. Yeah, that's it. Haraga kind of sounds like hunger, I think is the thing. I think that's like the pun there with her name. So that's why her name is some sort of pun that means like she's always hungry. I'm bad with names. You know, there's kind of a reason why that one was the one where I was like, okay, let's just, like, the joke. It's time to start doing the joke now. Like, the other new ones are easy, but I haven't quite internalized that one yet. This reminds me of 4-1, says, Corn from 3D World. Excellent, yes. It seems like a cool one. Didn't we play this last week or something, or maybe earlier tonight? Seems familiar. Guess we died. Where you bounce off the ant troopers. Gotcha. I assume it's also maybe a desert. Like I said, I watch like dozens of shows, man. I'm bad with names. In real life as well. Takes me a bit to remember coworker names, you know? Or recognize them, if I'm not, like, working with them all the time, you know? That's just, something I'm not good at. Not a strength of mine, remembering names. I'll admit it. I think my score for me is, exceptional. You know? Like, if you ask me, like, what is Miss Elf's name? I would go like, oh, fuck. What is Miss Elf's name? No idea. I think the dragon has a name like Infreda or something. She has like a funny, you know, has a lot of weird like characters in it. She's like Infrenga or something, you know, something like that. And the man, I don't remember his name from that show. Yeah, what happened here? Why come we didn't beat it? Who remembers? Who remembers? Oh, right, it was sudden death, so I died in dumb ways both times. It was dumb deaths. Should be able to get through this nice and clean. Kazuhiro! Oh, yeah, I remember that scene, yeah, where they're like, you know, oh, your name isn't Kazuhiro, it's Kazuhiho. Or she calls him Kazuhiho, but actually it was because he misinputted his name when he went to the fantasy world. He typed it wrong. And, it's kind of cute. Kazuhiho is a good sounding name, I like it. Even if it's not a real one, actually. Medalist. Can I remember medalist names? What is... I don't remember the coach's name. I feel like... No, it's not coming to me. I'll say, like, if I see a name in context, I'll usually know who it is. Like, I see a name in context, I'll be like, oh, okay, them, right, yes. But, you know, I'm Very much relying off context clues to figure out, like, who are you talking about? Maybe that's part of what made a Meku so hard, is like, they're just like, oh yeah, Yoshinitsu was like, some random Japanese name. Widra, that's it, yeah, that's the dragon name. Was like the murder victim here, and I'm like, who? Huh? Who was that again? I don't remember you know, random... I don't remember this random murder victim's name. No, I forgot, sorry. You know, I can't remember the main character. I can't remember Watson's name. No, I'm not remembering, like, murder victim number 3's name. Suspect number 2's name. Like, no, he's just that guy to me. He's just that guy to me. Sorry. That's probably a big factor, actually, on why it didn't work for me, honestly, now that I think about it. Cool. That's all the last season talk. Complete. Axel is up next. Excellent. Axel, in the YouTube chat, go ahead and confirm. Meanwhile, we got 3 cards from shows that started this season. Shows that started this season. Let's go, let's go. Here's the first 3 shows that started this season. I watched the first. Axel is here, fantastic. Watched the first episode of The Unaware Altier Meister. The first episode of an evil lord of an intergalactic empire. And I watched the first episode of Sword of the Demon Hunter, Kishin Gentaro. You can see they're like 1-2 word versions of my impressions, like on the cards themselves. But also, we're gonna show these now. That's gonna have like a blow by blow here. Start off with Unaware Altair. It is like some of them are on High Dive. Yeah, some of them are on High Dive. This one's on Crunchyroll. This is a fun little show where the premise is the main character is like better than people think. It's one of those, basically. And it's a real fun one of those. He's like better at like building stuff. He's like Minecraft good, to the point where, like, you know in Minecraft how you can build a log cabin in like a couple of minutes, maybe like an hour tops? He's like that good at building things, and like in this world apparently no one else is, and it's kind of funny how ignorant he is, and how like everyone else is like, oh, this is really a big deal that he's so good at this crap and crafting all these nice things, and like, this actually probably should be like a national secret. We can't have this guy going to another country, right? What the fuck? Huh? This is a concern. And it's kind of fun to see all this stuff like immediately start complicating, you know, not necessarily his life. You know, he's just kind of trying to make ends meet and not realizing he's really overqualified for everything. But, you know, the ladies in his life are just like, what the hell? I'm gonna go talk to the queen or whatever, or like my contact in the government, and they're gonna be like, what the fuck? And, it's a bit of fun. I liked it. I think it's like low-key good. I'm not sure like it's like too super impressive or nothing, but it's fun. And probably one of the best things I've seen this week. It's on Crunchyroll. I'll say, like, of Crunchyroll's current offering, of the things I've tried, I haven't tried anything that aired today or in the future, mind you. But of Crunchyroll's offering, I think Unaware Altier might be the best one. Of Crunchyroll's current offering. Current shows, returning shows notwithstanding. I'm the evil lord of an intergalactic empire. This one's really fucking weird. The first episode is about how this dude ended up in an isekai. He was really super cucked. He was cucked to death over the course of a whole episode. And then, the second episode is really weirdly horny and like really aggressive, you know? He's kind of like, oh, I kind of want to get back on everyone. I was cucked so hard in my last life. I want to be an evil lord this time. I want to be the one doing the cucking. I want to be the cuckold. And I don't think he's necessarily that good at it. That's kind of part of the joke. It's really weird. At one point, there's like a scam artist, like a swords teacher man, who fakes being a really good swordsman and fools him into paying him money for the whole season. So I guess he got cucked again. I guess that's just like part of his character, is that he's very cuckable. It was very weird. It kind of reminds me of Overlord. I didn't really care for it, and like, after 3 episodes, they put up 3 episodes at once. I was like, okay, let me just, nah, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. You know, I was just like, okay, well, I could keep watching out of, like, morbid fascination. Just like, what the fuck is going on here? In the 2nd episode, the parents of his new life buy him a sex doll. Buy him, like, a robot, and they say, like, oh, you know, here, pick out some genitalia. You're gonna want this later on. If you don't pick some, you know, some down below stuff, you don't get any, and you don't want that. You're gonna regret that. And it's like, what the fuck? That's a really weird thing to have. Okay. I can't recommend it, other than, like, as, like, a weird, like, scratch your head, weird garbage thing that I'm sure will be great as, like, part of Mother's Basement's, like, trash of the season video. I bet this will be great in that video, but, like, as a thing to watch, can't say it's good. Meanwhile, Sword of the Demon Hunter, which you'll see I blurred good amounts of, is quite a fucking ride. It is about this, these, like, 2 orphans who end up in a town, and one of them has, like, a demon eye, and she's sort of, like, trying to hide it and trying to, like, live her life and find a place for herself, and, you know, they kind of manage it, and it's cute and good. She's a really cute girl, and her brother is, you know, admirable in his own way, and it's just an hour-long 1st episode special that goes on quite a journey. I think of, like, Oshi no Ko insofar as, like, the 2nd episode is going to be way different, incredibly different. I don't know how different, and, like, 24 episodes, too, goddamn. Yeah, it's going to be a long one, and, like, I'm really looking forward to it. It really hits hard and has, like, an Oshi no Ko level of impact at the end of the 1st episode, at the end of the prologue, in a way that makes you go, like, holy shit. I'm glad I didn't read those spoilers. I'm glad I didn't read ahead and find out what happened in the prologue. Please do not read what happens. You know, these parts that I blurred out, don't look into them. Don't check. That is my recommendation. It's one of those ones that's, you might want to go into blind. And, I can't wait to see what happens with it. I'm really quite interested. It's on High Dive, I'll say, so, like, if you're Crunchyroll only, you know, you have to do a thing, you know, you're gonna have to just, you know, figure it out, but, low-key, High Dive got 2 of the best shows this season so far, so, as far as new shows go, so, that's just, how it is so far. I bet it'll change, like, probably, like, half the shows haven't aired yet, and, you know, I'll say, like, overall, my impressions overall of this season so far are like, okay, I found a few good things, and a lot of things that are mid. And I probably want to cut all the mid things, really realistically speaking, and just be left with the stuff that is for sure good. And for sure quality. And I'm thinking that one will definitely be one of them. For sure, for sure. It was a very good first special. It doesn't quite go as hard, you know, or, like, have as many twists as, like, Oshi no Ko did, I'll say. But it's the same sort of, like, oh, crap, you know, sort of feeling of, like, oh, this is the show. What? Kind of thing at the end. You know, if not, like, every 5 minutes, like Oshi no Ko. There's kind of no beating Oshi no Ko for that, let me say. Like, if you released that as a standalone movie, and I think they did, you'd be satisfied with it. The prologue. They did originally. That was how it was released at first. Until, like, you know, for a bit. Alright, sick. Oh, I was really expecting a power-up from that. For the trouble of going under there, you know? Kind of a difficult thing to do. But we got the balloon, and that, I think, must mean we're kind of home Home free. Someday, huh? Just another day in the skies. Just another day up in the skies. P-Balloon Toadette is pretty funny looking. I don't know we've ever had a chance to see P-Balloon Toadettes before. Really that often. It's P-Balloon, very underused elements. Probably the least used power-up in the game? What do you think? Least used power-up in the game? Maybe even less than the Thwompsy, or than the star even. Yeah. Definitely less than the stars, I think. Thank you, Axel. That was quite good. This next one is from the Japanese viewer who was having trouble getting it in there. So I put it in for them. Oh, sorry. Hang on. Let me just do it in the thing. Do it in the YouTube chat, you know? That's an important part of this. It needs to be in the YouTube chat. Here you go. Wait a minute. No, that doesn't work because it's a Japanese viewer. It was a Japanese viewer and I put it in on their behalf. Let me just... Can I copy and paste their name? Can you respond to someone? Here we go. Okay, here we go. Let me just at them. I will at them. And their name. You are up. How's that? Does that work? Okay, there we go. That's better. Hopefully that's a language barrier. I understand, that's a whole thing. Next couple cards? Next couple cards. Okay, 3 more, let's go. I watched the first episode of Catch Me at the Ballpark. Fun. I watched the first episode of Once Upon a Witch's Death. And I watched the first episode of Please Put Them On, Takamine-san. Yeah. Another 3 there for you. Let me take them down. And let me show this. First off, Catch Me at the Ballpark. I was kind of surprised by this. Based on the name, I was totally expecting, like, you know, a baseball anime. It's not. It's a workplace anime about, like, you know, vendor girls who run around, like, selling beer. Fans who are, like, socially anxious, who, like, you know, strike up relationships with them. Security guards seem to have some of the bits. You know, sort of like some bits about, like, the security guards and what their deal is. What their life is like. Maybe the mascots will come up later. If you look at that image, maybe read the description. The main character, the main girl, as it says there, Ruko, the Gyaru, she seems really fun as a character. Her running around like, you know, peddling beer and trying her best. And having sort of a rough, gruff attitude about it. She is a fun character, and I like her interaction with the main dude. I thought that was a bit of fun. This one's on Crunchyroll, by the way. It's pretty good. I think it is a bit of fun. A good, light, workplace comedy. I would say that much, yeah. It's good. Nothing wrong with it. It's not like the most exceptional thing, of course, but it's a bit of fun, and I like the characters. And we'll see going forward, like, how it develops from there. Like, if it goes anything... If it gets, like, more serious, or if, like, oh, you know, here's more characters. I imagine it's just gonna be, like, every week, hey, here's more characters, here's more characters. You gotta learn about the other girls who sell beer. You gotta learn about the best girl who sells beer, the one who's, like, really good at it. Has a lot of, like, regulars and all that. That's gonna be a whole thing. Once Upon a Witch's Death seems nice enough, I guess. It's about a witch apprentice having light adventures and helping townspeople and stuff. There's, like, some emotional moments, too. She's sort of, like, fated to die, and she has to, like, gain, like, 1,000 tears of happiness from various people. Sort of having to basically do Bomber's Notebook side quests for, like, the next year. And she kind of manages it in the first episode to do one, and it's kind of, a pretty decent, like, little emotional climax. pretty good. I don't know. I'm not like sold on it. It's kind of a little slight, but like it's fine. It's good. I like the characters, and it's, you know, a very relaxed, cozy show. There's no real problems with it. Let's talk about this one. This is Please Put Them On Takamine-san. The concept is that the main character, Takamine-san, whenever she takes off her underwear, she can change the past. So she does it often, apparently. And whenever she takes off her underwear, it stays off, so she has to put it back on. And due to reasons, now the main boy is immune to the ability because he saw her nipples. Don't ask. They are uncensored, yes. Crunchyroll doesn't usually do that, but they did it in this case. Usually that's High Dive's. That's High Dive's MO. But like the whole gimmick is that she sort of gets him to be her lackey, and you know, she says in the first episode, "You're gonna carry around underwear for me and put it on when I need it, okay?" And you can see there's sort of like a very specific angle to that. Like it's a kinky situation. It's it is a erotic scenario. It is ecchi. It is some steamy shit, and the boy is very embarrassed by it. Kinky as hell, audacious. I spelt that wrong. That's fine. There were hints of a sweet side as far as like, you know, like, oh, there's clearly some sort of childhood friend situation here. Maybe like she rewound that relationship out of existence. But clearly she has some sort of sweetness on him, like beyond just wanting to like dominate him. And I'll say other than that, there is some roughness to the show. Like the production values don't seem especially great outside of the main character. The main two characters, her nipples, and like things of that nature. You know, the erotic scenes. And the plot is a bit contrived to get you to the steamy bullshit, but I don't know. I'll say, like, after I watched this, I was like, I don't know. The production values, other issues, some of the plot issues were, you know, a little bit distracting. But then again, like, after this, every show I was watching, part of me was just in the back of my head thinking, like, well, this one seems okay, but, like, no one's taking their underwear off in this one. This one's pretty normal. This one's kind of, like, tame by comparison. You know, just like, yeah, nothing really to shock or surprise. It's for the material, for like the fetish of it. It's effectively done. I'll say like one funny thing about this. I went poking around the internet randomly, right? I went around the internet poking around like websites that post anime and have comments, right? And I was looking at some of the comments on this anime. Obviously, I watched it on Crunchyroll. Hey, this is another show that's on Crunchyroll. I went poking around the comments, and I found, like, in addition to people going like, what the fuck is this? What am I looking at? Holy shit, let's go. Things of that nature. I found a couple people going like, oh, you know, some red pill motherfuckers going like, this boy is too weak. He is being dommed, and that is not good. You should never be dommed by a lady. And I am just looking at those going like, are you imagining a version of the Femdom show where like instead of being like, oh golly gee, I can't look directly at the pussy, you know, instead he was like, thank you very much, I will look at your pussy and I will put the underwear on, no problem, it doesn't bother me at all because I am a man. Is that the version of the show they're imagining? Because the whole kink is that it's Femdom, is that, you know, he's being dominated and he, you know, is a little bit embarrassed by it, but it's sort of like a whole thing. Like, that's like half the kickiness is his embarrassment, I think. That's like half the whole fetish. I don't know. The embarrassment part. You can't. What genre do you think this is? I mean, it's ecchi, but you know, what subgenre of that do you think this is? Doesn't doesn't track. You know, red pill people are ridiculous, and perhaps the less you think of them, the better. And the less you consider their opinions, the better. But I just found it so funny to imagine the version of this where it's just like, yeah, okay, let's go. I'm a man's man, and I can deal with this. Like, dude, come on. Come on, it's more fun if it's the other way. It's more fun if it's the other way. Come on, come on. Come off it. That's Takamine. It isn't quite as good as, you know, I would say it's not bad. It certainly delivers on the ecchi. I would also say it's not like, you know, fantastic, phenomenal, you know, etc. I would say that it is, like, lacking in ways. And I'm wondering if there's more characters or more meat to it than it seems, than at first, but I'm thinking keep watching. And Reddit episodes discussion are good. Yeah, oh, I could have said Reddit. Yes, I could have looked at Reddit. Oh, yeah. I'll admit, I was looking somewhere else. You know, yeah, it was Reddit. Yes, okay. I was looking at the places where you go, you know? I was just curious what people were saying, you know? Now that Crunchyroll doesn't have comments anymore, and High Dive never did, you know, kind of those, other places where you know, those under-the-table places, that's kind of the only place you can get comments on episodes anymore, which is kind of wacky. But I understand that moderation was a concern. Oh, that's cool that Reddit has that. I've never thought about looking at Reddit for anime. But it is, you know, it is curious, like, to know, like, what the general consensus is. I used to enjoy looking at the Crunchyroll comments and going like, oh, okay, this is what people are thinking, etc., etc. And it was nice to see people, like, freaking out about the same parts of the episode that you did. You know, really, like, reacting big to same moments, etc. I probably want to get a fire flower. There are Discords as well, you know, of course. I've recently started, like, posting all these, like, impressions and reviews and stuff to the Discord itself, like, directly, as I'm finishing shows, etc. I am wondering at this point if maybe I should make it so that the entertainment channel in there is just anime and have a different entertainment channel, just because it seems like it's, you know, liable to get dominated by anime with how much I watch. You know, if I'm like, posting my impressions there, as well as AniList, as well as other Discords. Nice level, Japanese viewer. We were able to get through clean. Cut content as well. Oh, that is interesting. Yeah, they would discuss, like, stuff that was in the manga, but not necessarily in the show. I do like, personally, just to engage with shows, like, holistically. You know what I mean? Just, like, with what they are as they ended up on the screen, and not quite worry about, like, you know, lost in translation or whatever. Because it's easy if you get, like, caught up with lost in translation, or, like, oh, it was better in the manga, to look at a show like Sakamoto Days and be like, I'm really disappointed by that. Whereas I watched it and it's like, oh, it was a fantastic time. Right up there with Spy X Family. Similar sort of vibe, similar sort of quality level. Let's go. Rock Party, you are up. Go ahead and confirm. Ah. Let me do another 3 cards while we're waiting for Rock Party to confirm. Do another 3 cards here. We got, like, another sets after this. I think we're nearing the end here. So that is nice. It is 10:20. Making good time, I think, all told. This might be a regular length stream at the end of it. I watched the first episode of Your Forma. Boring. Watched the first episode of The Beginning After the End. Not bad, generic start. And I watched the first episode of The Too Perfect Saint Tossed Aside by My Fiancé and Sold to Another Kingdom. Pipers? Excellent. You got it. Rock Party. Here's those three. Let's talk about them real fast. Your Forma seemed like some sort of detective thing about robots or something. Ah! I found it really boring. It had sort of like an interesting sci-fi world where it was like, oh, there's like all sorts of, you know, augmented reality stuff going on, whatever. But like, the characters were really boring. They were really flat, and I just wasn't enjoying any of it. Got like 10 minutes in, and I was just like, I don't care. I'm out of here. Bye. I'll be surprised if I find out that one's actually really good, and I should have kept around. But, you know, I got like 10 minutes, and I was just like, snooze, I'm out of here. The next one up was, the beginning after the end. It's an isekai, and I said this in the Annie list, first impressions that I wrote up for it, but isekai really love to start with like a whole episode where it's like, oh, this is a fantasy world. Magic exists in this fantasy world. You know, a bunch of like setup that you've seen a million times, and this starts with setup you've seen a million times. The only like differentiator is that it starts off with him as a baby in his new life, which that's not special. Like I can probably think of a good 3 off the top of my head. I could think of a couple that do that already. I can name the one, Master Sword Isekai. That one had the same thing but better. It doesn't seem bad. It just is so generic right now. It has no flavor of its own, and I don't know like quite. I feel like I need to watch more of it to know if it's good or not, because it hasn't really gotten to anything unique yet, and you know, what's there is fine, you know, it's like, oh, he's shitting, and he's like complaining like, oh, I have no control of my faculties right now. I'm reading books and trying to figure out like how magic works in this world. I'm from a tech world, so that's a whole new thing to me. Oh, I guess, I don't know. It's kind of humdrum to me now, though, as someone who's seen it a million times. Final one is, yada yada yada, Two Perfect Saint. That's the shorthand, okay. Premise is that the main character is a Two Perfect Saint. She is really good at stuff, but kind of like, you know, one of those characters who doesn't really emote much. She's kind of a reserved character with a rich inner monologue. You know, like, she's reserved, but it's kind of cute in how reserved she is. She kind of reminds me of Rin, Laid Back Camp. She seems really nice. At the end of the episode, she is you know, as you can read in the title there, her former fiance is really rude to her and sells her to another kingdom. After which the show starts. That's next week. I'll say, like, I think she's really nice, and what I've seen is good, but also I know that, like, oh, it's basically a completely different show next week with, like, only one character in common. So, like, I need to see next week before I know for sure it's a keeper. But it's probably a keeper. It seems good. She seems really nice and fun, and, like, I like how, like, you know, she's like Rin. She's nonchalant in a fun way. And, for one of those, it seems like it's not going to be mean and edgy and stuff. It seems like she's just going to have a nice life. No, it's possible it's not going to be like that, and it's going to be like My Happy Marriage, where, in fact, there is no happy marriage in that show, at least not for the first season that I watched, at which point, you know, I was very unhappy because I was really hoping for a happy marriage, and I didn't get one. God damn it. We'll see next week if it's looking like it's on the right track, but tentative, yay? Tentative. We got like 3 or 6 left, I forget. We're getting to the end of it, though. At which point, I think we'll, look to close the queue and, get done with the episodes that, the shows that we have. Let me randomize this. You know what, I won't count that because I didn't randomize the heads before. Give a free bonus head to you. Isn't that nice? Service, as they say in Japan. That's like the thing they say if they give you like a freebie. Service. I think that's a fun like, you know, thing to say. It's on the house. And also, you know, these lives, they go so fast. It's gonna be over before you know it anyway. I'm not holding my hopes up for progress this time, but we'll see. Let's get good. We haven't hit that one in a bit. I'll say, I have been thinking about, like, ways to conserve, like, buttons on my Stream Deck. Ways in which I can, like, simplify my button layout so as to have all the functions I need while adding new functions over time. One thing that just occurred to me, I could totally make it so that one button that also... the button that brings up the regular heads also brings down the bonus heads, so I don't need a button for bringing down the heads and also a different button for bringing down the bonus heads. Those could just be one button. That'd be convenient as a space-saving measure. I would get a button back, which I could use for anything. Dang. That's gonna be it, though. We didn't make any progress this time, sadly. Which other isekai did you say started off as baby? Master the Sword? It's like Master the Sword isekai, the one where the old king gets reincarnated as a girl, and she's very cute, and also she just wants to, she's like a Goku. That's a good one. That's a good one. I really like Master the Blade isekai. It's called Master the Blade or something. That was a high quality one. She, like, does a laser beam in the first episode, like a giant Goku laser, as, like, a tiny baby, and it's funny. And, she's just a total Goku, a wonderful, really good Goku. Surprisingly, you know, you don't see that many, like, Goku types, you know, just the, I just want to fight, I just want to do a fight for fun. Yeah, it was, like, a couple years ago. Yeah. It wasn't, recent. Wasn't, that recent, no. Thank you, Rock Party. I appreciate playing that one again. Did it get a season 2 announcement? That's a question, yeah. I don't know if it did. I don't really keep tabs on that. I just usually just see things as they come up. There's so many shows I've watched. I'll just check what's starting next season and go like, ooh, you know? I don't need to know what's coming on like a year from now. Thank you, Rock Party. Let me hit this miss and bring up the next one. It's Plush Studio in the YouTube chat. Go ahead and confirm Plush Studio. And in the meantime, I will do 3 more cards, 3 more anime. And let me see. Ooh, I think these are the last 3. Excellent. I watched the first episode of Windbreaker Season 2. I watched the first episode of A Brilliant Healer, New Life in the Shadow. Weird first ep, but I don't know. And I watched the first episode of Rock is a Lady's Modesty. Hell yeah. Oh, these are the last anime, so we're gonna close the queue soonish. Ooh. Let's go. Windbreaker, really great show from a couple year ago, something like that. I forget when it was, the first season. Really well known for its really fluid fighting animation. I might have imagined it, but I feel like some of the animation this first episode, was a little bit more jarring, a little bit more just like blink and you miss it, like, oh, I couldn't see all the moves in action. It just like was a blur and kind of confusing, hard to follow. I don't remember if it was like that as much the first season, but if so, if it's a change, I'm not really sure about that, but yeah, seems good. Seems like it still will be good. I don't, you know, new returning shows, we don't really have to talk about that much. It's only a minor downgrade. You had to go for a quick multiple, between multiple fights in a crowd. Yeah, it definitely did. Yeah. Okay, yeah. 06i is saying like, yeah, bit of a downgrade, but only a bit of one. A minor downgrade, not like a Blue Lock style downgrade. It's still gonna be good, I bet. In fact, like, I was really not sure, like, is it really worse or is it just my imagination? I'm not sure. Brilliant Healer's new first life in the shadows. So this is a weird one because there's that whole description there, and I read that after when I was making this this image, and I said like, yeah, nothing in the first episode happened, right? Like that's not what the episode I saw was. The episode I saw was like 10 minutes of like 5-6 girls just being like, oh, I can't wait for Big Boy to come back. I can't wait to eat his soup. Oh, I'm gonna have him pet my tail. I'm gonna have him do other things. And it was just like, okay. So I've heard like some anime streamers or anime like YouTube people talk about dick riding before and saying like, oh, all these girls are just like constantly riding his dick, and just using it as a turn of phrase. And I don't usually think that way that much about the shows I'm watching. I'm not really that much of a negative Nancy about that, but like this was textbook as far as that goes. Just like, okay, I haven't even met the dude yet, and you're telling me how much you want. I get it. What the fuck? Then the second half, he rescues a slave girl from a bad situation, and he does it using like good action skill and some nice good Samaritan vibes and some talented magic. And it's like, yeah, he seems all right. I'm kind of curious what his deal is, or like why exactly they felt like they needed to start with this as an episode. A flash forward where you see like, oh, don't worry, he's gonna have some pussy. He's gonna get pussy eventually. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. He's also gonna, this is like what his deal is. He saves people or whatever. It's like, okay. Seems to me like some producer said like, this needs to start with the harem. We need to start with the harem at the start. Similar to how farming life in another world starts with a flash forward to like the farm fully built up. Same sort of producer got in there and said like, you guys show these people that this guy fucks. You need to show these people now before they watch the episode where he's like a dirty urchin trying to make ends meet. You need to show him that he fucks, and you need to reassure everyone right fucking now. And I disagree. I just found it very baffling and weird and not great, but dude seemed alright. If it builds up to that, it could be okay. I'm gonna watch more and see if it becomes normal. Finally, there's Rock is a Lady's Modesty, which, this kicks ass. This is another High Dive show, by the way. It is about a bunch of, like, a fancy prep school, right? Like a ladies' school where they say, in Japanese, they're always going like, Goki Genyo, and, they're referring to each other as Ojo-samas. That's a bunch of Ojo-samas, in other words. Fancy, elite nobles, that sort. And a girl who was recently a commoner who just got, like, adopted into a fancy family, or, like, stepmother situation, right? Step parents, is trying to fit in at this fancy school, and she happens upon a secret. That is to say, another one of her friends, or another person at this fancy school, is actually, like, secretly into heavy metal. And there's a whole bit at the end of the episode where, these two characters just, like, shred and just go at it at the drums, and it's incredible. And maybe I should say no more, but I don't know, man. They literally rock. It says so in the thing, doesn't it? In fact, it probably says more than that, really. And that was incredible, that part at the end. And then there's a part right after that that's even more incredible, where it's just like, I'm just laughing and just ready to see like, oh my god, this is so good. I really love how you have the inside track, you know, the lady, she's trying to blend in, the main girl with the blonde hair and the ponytails. She's trying to blend in, trying to be like, good day to you, ma'am. In her head, she's thinking like, God damn, that sucked. This is, I almost forgot to say Beethoven. I almost said like Ziggy D, or I almost said who's an actual artist? I almost said Ziggy. Ziggy's a guy. I almost said the Eagles. I almost said rock and roll. And that's just really fun. It's a really fun premise, a really fun like contrast between like the self she's presenting and the like trash talk, uncouth dialect in her head. And honestly, I guess I'm just a sucker for any time where you have an internal monologue that is like uncouth and like rough, and an external monologue which is really polished. You know, like I like that about Impervious to Charms last season as well. And like, yeah, that's just really good to me, especially when, you know, you meet another character who you can be uncouth with, and it's great. It's lovely. It's secretly uncouth main characters is just a very fun setup, and I can't wait to see where it goes from there. They are really trying to bochi, both of them, the characters. They are trying to out-bochi each other, trying to be the bochi in the room, and I'll say, like, musically, I don't know if it's, like, I don't think, like, musically it's as compelling as Bochi the Rock, but it is as impressive as Bochi the Rock. They shred like Bochi the Rock, even if it's not, like, musically as interesting, you know. So, that's the last of the anime. That's the last of the new anime. My overall recommendation so far would be Rock is a Lady's Modesty. Rock is a Lady's Modesty. I think that Please Put Them On is if you're into that, you might be into that. But I don't think it's as polished as it could be, but it is very, very kinky. That's my note there. Catch Me at the Ballpark seems fun. Sword of the Demon Hunter seems like it's one of the best things on so far. And then Unaware at the Air seems very good, very fun. In a lighthearted sort of way. So more closer to baseball than kick-ass ladies. Okay, that's anime. We're done with anime. Oh my god. Plus Studio did not confirm during that bit. So, let's play the level in sudden death. Let me see. How many cards do I have left right now? I have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's fine. I think let's do this level, and then let's go to sudden death, and we can go through a couple of these cards fast. You know, if there's not time between levels, or if there's not enough levels, you know. But let's do this level, then we'll go to last tries, and then we'll, close out. Oh. Too much Nintendo. Too much anime to talk about. New season is always exciting insofar as, like, there's gonna be, like, some show there that's gonna be, like, top of the fucking season. You know, top tier. There's gonna be at least one, right? There's gonna be a couple that really stand out, and it's fun to discover them and realize, like, oh, this is the one. This is, killer. But, also, it's a lot to cover. Especially on the same week that the Nintendo Switch 2 got so much detail. Yay! Ooh, my eyes. Ooh. Ooh. I don't know what's, like, up next, and I know that, like, a couple shows started today, including, I think, the return of, something returned today. What was it that returned today? Next time, Lord Bowser? Alright, you take it easy. Tomorrow has a lot of good ones, can't wait. What else is returning today? Something is returning today. I think that, like, Slime 300 is over the weekend. That's one that's coming up. There was something where I was considering watching, like, a quick episode of that if, like, I needed one. Yeah, that's tomorrow. I needed one that was just like, okay, no thoughts. It's just a new episode of an old season. New season of an old show. What? We got a checkpoint, so that refreshed, so then we lost it, but, whatever. Let me look. What is on right now? Oh crap, there's like a platform. Damn it. I guess it'll come back. Oh, is it Fire Force? I think it's Fire Force. Isn't it Fire Force? Yeah, Fire Force Season 3 started. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll be watching that as soon as I have time, maybe after the stream. Maybe the other things as well. God damn it. Sorry, Plus Studio. No can do. 2 tries, apparently. that checkpoint with the mushrooms, those are just, stymieing me. Yeah, that's coming back tomorrow. Uma Musume has a spin-off or something on Sunday. There's a bunch of stuff over the weekend. And, like, you know, by this time next week, I think we will have gotten most of the new shows started, if not all of them. Aha Ren comes back on Monday. Most everything should be started by next Friday. And, you know, I'll probably do Rule of 3 for those who I'm tentative on, and hopefully get down to a good number. And hopefully get rid of the ones where I'm just like, I don't know. Flying what? I don't know either. Okay, I'm gonna hit dismiss. We gave plenty of time for Plus Studio. Turkatron, please confirm. You are up, Turkatron. Let me hit next for Turkatron. Meanwhile, folks, I do believe it is time to close the queue. Well, actually, no. It is time now for Last Call for Levels. During Last Call for Levels, I will play... Let's say one of my own levels. Let's just say one of my own levels for now. Maybe 2. Let's go 2. I'll say, like, on last Monday, I played through the entire Super World. My entire Super World. Oh, let's see. I think Corn left a comment on Playtime Palace. Let's see it right now. Finally beat it kablamo. Yep, that's a very Corn thing to say. Went through the entire Super World on Monday stream, so I'm thinking for now, let's like cool it a little bit on like the last call segment. I think the last call segment can be focused more on the older levels, the ones that weren't in the Super World, 1, and 2, just maybe 1 or 2. Let's do 1. Let's do 2 tonight. We'll do Fair and Floodway. And I'll think of another one that's like thematically connected or something. This one's a water level with a Link gimmick. And like one of the ones I am like most proud of. This gimmick is great. Look at this. It's the basic pitch is that it's a trigger-based water level. You can see here it sort of has the illusion of being one space, and as you cross through a pipe, the water level starts to rise, so it sort of gives the illusion of being in a single space and navigating through the same space as the water level goes up and down seamlessly. Well, there is a seam. The pipe is a seam. But you know what I mean. This is Fair and Floodway again. Fair and Floodway is the name of this one. So as you go through this pipe, you can see like, oh, I'm here on the other side. And look at that. There's all sorts of 10 coins here. And a whole field of coins that I can collect while the water goes down. Then I hit an on-off switch and, you know, I'm off to the races. There's some nice trees. And here with the checkpoint, you go around and go through the same space you were just in. Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. This one came together so well, and it was a lot of work to get right, and I am so proud of it. I especially love all the realization that Link made underwater levels fun was like a big part of this, and then, you know, designing the stage around that was, critical. This was the first time I ever used Link, coincidentally. First Link level, and also the first rising and falling water level that I've done. Actually, the only rising and falling level that I've done, other than, like, you know, levels where it's lava, not water. That's different. You know, in 70 levels, some specific niches end up being one-time things, I guess. One-time combinations, and that's just, how it goes. I'm like, fonder of it all the more for it, I guess. What's a level that's related to Fair and Floodway? What's a level that I can show that is, like, thematically connected somehow? Are there any other levels that are set in a universe that is not Mario's? You know, this level is, like, Zelda's. Is, like, supposed to be in Zelda. You know what? Levels based off other games. This is Homespun Galaxy. There's a connection. This is like a Mario Galaxy level. Perfect. That's, all the connection we need. Again, get him in. This is the last call. This will be the last one. We'll be playing this one, and then we'll be out of here. And we'll do the 5 levels that are in queue. And we will end. And, you know, I do have a number of cards left, let me say. And, I'll also say I don't have a card for, like, Pokemon Pocket this week. And kind of same as always, staying the course. Getting cards, don't have enough to make it do anything interesting with them yet. Still playing the Garchomp EX deck I was playing, before Shiny whatever. Really, haven't even added anything to it. Maybe I should add... I don't even know what cards are supposed to be good as, like, the trainers that you're supposed to add these days. This level has a, red coin hunt, where you go and collect 5 coins, which, you know, very similar to Mario Galaxy's, like, parts where you have to go get a, 5 corners of a star, you know? Same principle, same, like, concept. That's why there's 5 of them, specifically. And also the idea is that these are like launch stars when you're doing these snake block bits. That's why they have like a little effect too, a little bit of you know, confetti. Launch stars. Also, there's enemies and stuff poking off in every direction, and sort of giving like the illusion of being able to be on the bottom side of a thing, which is fun as well. Yeah! Woo! Alright. We definitely have too many cards for 5 levels, but I think that's gonna do it for last call. This stream, we've been going for like 4 hours now. We had like the longest first segment of all time. And that last segment, the first lightning round part, that was pretty decent. And now we had a very quick last call, and yeah, let's see when we'll be ending. This will maybe be like, what, a 4 or 5 hour stream? No, we're already well past 4. We're nearing on 5. This will be like a 6 hour one, I think. Maybe closer to 5, when all said it's done. Alright, folks, thanks for getting them in. Thanks for bearing with me. Let me go ahead and close the queue. And, end last call. Turkatron has not confirmed, so let's finish off these levels that are in queue. Turkatron has not confirmed, so Turkatron is in sudden death. If you are here, Turkatron, any time's a great time to confirm. I'll promote you to the regular and convert you if I've used up some heads by then. Let's see what we can do. Is this the levels? Is this the super world? So many super worlds that I'm always going through. Is this the one where we had the hard level and we went to the slightly less hard level? No, that was a different one. Okay, okay. We have our choice of levels here. Wait, maybe we should look at the regular levels before we jump into a super world level. What if we checked these ones and try to find one that's, like, different? I feel like his super world is a lot of levels that are, like, super duper hard, like, with the boot, where you have to do the boot. Is that Turkatron's? I forget. You have to do, like, the boot hovering, and it's very hard. So what if we pick one out ourselves and, you know, look for a nice one? I am in the mood for something nice. Something nice. We have 2 lives. You can countermand me if you want, Turkatron. What about the recent one that just went up a few days ago? Trey-Z, the musical. Level does not contain music. What? I mean, I don't know who Trey Days is. I'll say. People know every YouTuber that there is. Ah! Probably not, right? Troll level here. Great, perfect. I was looking for something we could do in 2 tries. Let's see. Let's try this. We have 1 try. It's a troll level. If we do the unintuitive thing at all times, like not hitting that question mark block, maybe we'll be good. Is this bad? Have I made a mistake? Well, that didn't work. That didn't work at all. Good theory, but maybe I should have hit that block. Maybe the troll is like, the troll level is like, you know, anticipating, like, you're gonna be afraid of that block after that other one, you know, messed you up real good. But, like, that ain't it either. You know, that's not better. That's not better. Thank you for the level, Turkatron. I don't see ya. It's been a while since I asked for confirmation, so I'm gonna have to hit dismiss. Thank you, thank you. 06I is up next. 06I. Yeah, troll life in 2 levels. It says it's a fun troll, it's a fun music level, and it has a clear rate of 1.65%. How was I to know it was a troll level? How was I to know? Got a few more cards left, which I can run through real fast. Like, maybe we should do a few at once. I finished DK 94. I found that to be quite fun, quite satisfying. The last world was a little bit more like Donkey Kong Arcade, and that was a bit of fun. Really enjoyed it. Really great little game. Better than Mario versus Donkey Kong, and fun and light. I liked how fast the levels were, and how much it didn't, like, make you do that much. Just get a key, get to the exit, there you go. And fight some Donkey Kong on the way. I'll just say another Game Boy game from Game Boy Online that I did finish this week is I finished Mario Picross, which had some hard last levels, but indeed, like, after you finish the Star Cup, it's just over, and you can do time trial to do, like, randomly generated puzzles. But, you know, you can't do them all that way, so, you know, just do it once, and it's like, okay, well, I did it. Whatever. I got the best time. Okay. I also popped in some other Picrosses, like the one that's on SNES, that's also on SNES Online, which is interesting. Has, like, a couple more quality of life features that the Game Boy one doesn't have. But, basically, it lets you, like, mark off numbers that you think you've done, which is nice, but it would be better if it was automatic, like Picross DS, which gotta be the GOAT, gotta be the greatest of all time. I'll say I popped in Picross DS for a second just to look back on it, and one thing I totally forgot about Picross DS is that, like, every cup every like group of puzzles has like a different skin on the basic Picross interface. Like, oh, you'll be like marking off apples in this one, or like cutting grass to check off the boxes and put little X's in the grass and put little X's on the apples, and it looks really good. Every one of those skins looks really good, and it's like, goddamn, it has like sound effects and sound design to it. Like each one has like different sound effects and stuff. And it's just like, wow, this. I mean, I remembered the quality of life and the breadth of ooh, it's the last level of this world, hell yeah. That like Picross DS had, but I forgot that it was more than that even. I forgot that it was like also just like substantially good. I think we're gonna like roll through a couple cards at a time because I have more than the amount of levels in the queue, so we'll just do that real fast and you know, cover them. Like I said, I kind of had a busy week even before the Direct, even without anime. You know, there was that whole LASIK stuff up front where, you know, that's gonna be a very important thing in my life pretty soon, and you know, it's just one card out of like God knows how many, right? And, you know, I finished whole games I've been working on for the last couple weeks. I started and watched, like, half of Kill la Kill. And just like, yeah, no, it's not time for that, as in addition to, like, all the Nintendo talk. You know, it has to take a back seat a little bit. I mean, I say there's not time. I could keep the queue open and go a little longer, but I'm tired. There's a good length for a stream, I think. And, like, we're probably already past it, you know, for Mario Maker. You know, I like a good manageable length. What the fuck? That's boy howdy, that's one of those you know, certifiable Tobias Funke moments, you know. That's a Tobias Funke-ass thing to say, isn't it? Regardless, I do like a good length, if you know what I mean. I do like a moderate length that is manageable and fits into, you know, a day well enough. Not something unreasonable, you know, an unreasonable length. That is just, you know, a concern. A concerning length is concerning. You know, how are you gonna fit it into your day? Into, your night? Oh boy. Bias Funke moments is just a really good turn of phrase. That was some very nice survival there. Very nice evasion. That's just a very useful bit of terminology. It doesn't work as well when you realize you said something, you know, what's the word, hey Junkrat man, you're a little late, but, I got you, man, I got you, there you go. Get it in there. Again, with the Tobias Funke. Get it in there. I say get it in there all the time, and I'm not, it's not a problem. It's never been a Funke. You're welcome. It's, something that's appreciated. You just missed the, closing of the queue by, like, a couple of minutes, you know? You're cool, you're good, hey. How you doing? That was great, and we finished the world fantastic. That's a good place to end this week as far as SDB 6 goes. Wonderful. What does that stand for? Super Discord Bros 6. Oh, okay. That's cool. Let me hit complete. You know, now that I'm done with my Super World, I could totally do a collab or something. Or, like, contest entry stuff. You know, enter contests or stuff if I wanted to. The only problem is I like to make on my own schedule. You know, I don't like to rush it. And, honestly, if I'm not in the mood to make, I'm not in the mood to make. What it is. I got other stuff going on, you know? Like, shit, man. Most of us do. It's a busy time for us all. Chard, you are up. I put next in chat for Chard to see. Should be good. Let's pull a card. I played some Metroid Prime Hunters. As you know, I recently played through Metroid Prime 1, 2, and 3 off stream. Chard is here. Fantastic. Hey, hey, hey. And I thought, like, well, what if I take out my 3DS and played a little bit of Metroid Prime Hunters, the DS one? I haven't played that one since it was new, and I didn't really like it then. Maybe I've misjudged it. And I played, like, the first area, and it's sort of just like a linear hallway where you just, like, have to shoot stuff and, you know, make your way to a boss, fight, some mini-bosses against, like, you know, the bounty hunters who, like, run around and drop bombs, and, you know, they're sort of like Samus. They're sort of like Samus equivalents, because they're from multiplayer mode is where they're from. And, no. And then you beat the boss, and then you have to run back in a jiffy, because there's a timer. It's sort of like an escape sequence. And my thought on that is, I think about Better Call Saul, and the scene. Oh man, is it? Should I spoil season 3 of Better Call Saul? I think of the scene that was shown in Breaking Bad, but it's in VR, where like Saul's brother says, like, "You're not a real lawyer." I feel that way about Metroid Prime Hunters. You're not a real Metroidvania. Like, you think you just take some weapons and you scatter them around, doors that have to be unlocked with specific weapon, and you fancy yourself a Metroidvania? No, you need, like, progression and exploration, and you don't got that. It's just like a corridor you walk through, and then you sort of, like, race the way back, and it's kind of frustrating and boring the whole time. And the fights against the bounty hunters suck and aren't fun to play. And, you know, I didn't play any further. I played that one level, and I said, like, you know what, I think I remember why I didn't like that game. I'll say it's not the shooting, it's not the aiming. In fact, they actually did some smart stuff insofar as, like, they made it so that dragging on the touchscreen was how you aimed, and then you hit the shoulder button to shoot. That's actually kind of low-key smart. You tap it to jump. That works as a control scheme, actually. That works really well. But the game around it isn't fun. Really, you probably need to just do regular-ass Metroid Prime controls, you know, just strafing and shit. But whatever. I also popped in another DS game, which I'll just talk about now real fast since we don't have that much time left and we don't have that many cards left. I also played some Phantom Hourglass because I was kind of curious, like, okay, I remember this as a kid. Is it as bad as I remember? I remember there being parts that were good. Perhaps, like, I could see those parts again. And, got through the first dungeon. It was okay. Kind of vanilla. I'll say, my problem with Phantom Hourglass was never the controls. I feel like Phantom Hourglass was the DS game that proved, like, oh, a DS game can be bad even if its touchscreen controls are good. Like, oh, those two things aren't mutually exclusive. You can have a good touchscreen gimmick and a bad game. And that's that. And the main reason is because of that stealth dungeon that you have to do multiple times. And, I did get to that first instance of that, and it was terrible. It was horrible. It was just tedious. It was just floor after floor after floor after floor, and you don't know how many you're gonna have to do, and you're on a timer, and there's guys there running around who can kill you in one hit, and it's just like the worst dungeon that's ever been in a Zelda game, ever, and you have to do it like 5 times throughout the game, and it gets longer every time. It is the most miserable thing in the world, and it just sucks so much ass. The rest of it's, honestly, it's more mid than I remember. You know, it's just like, yeah, it's sort of Zelda adventuring. You run around, you solve minor puzzles, and then you go to a dungeon, which the first one is very basic and bland. Ooh, wow, hey. The first one is very basic and bland, so, like, you know, it's not exactly impressing or nothing. Was this Super World, or is this, Wait, was this the Super World? Let me check. I totally forget. No, this is a level, and its clear rate is above, is above 1%. Okay, we're doing 5 tries. Perfect. Okay. Need to remember to do that. That was an interesting thing to go back to real fast. Those 2 3DS games, if you include like Picross DS. You know, it's been a whole generation since the DS now. It's since like the 3DS even, and it's kind of funny because like fact is like since the DS was not since the 3DS was like the end of the line for that, a lot of those games are just like trapped there, and you know, I haven't played them or like thought about them and since really the Switch became a thing. And it's kind of interesting to look back and go like, oh, hell, did I lose a life already? Whatever, it's fine. We'll just go with the amount that we have now. That's, it's fine, whatever. I count from here. It's interesting. It's cool. In a different stream, wherein, like, major news did not happen on the same day, me randomly picking up a couple of DS games might have been, like, the main thrust of it, right? The main thrust of a stream. But instead, it's just, like, a minor after-the-fact thing of, like, oh, I played some crap, and, yeah, it's still as bad as I remember those particular games. Maybe I should play some good games. I mean, I'll say I did get through the first, like, of those horrible dungeons, so I could literally go do the second dungeon and then quit, Phantom Hourglass, but what if I didn't do that and played good games instead? After, like, 7 years of Switch, I feel like I have sort of hit a limit as far as, like, you know, sometimes I struggle to think what game I should play next, you know? I struggle to think, like, okay, what am I doing? You know, what's the next, game to play? What's the next game to replay? Off-stream, on-stream, whatever. You know, I do feel like this is exasperated a bit by being a streamer, where, like, okay, I got this list of games I want to play on stream, so, like, casual off-stream replays, don't do them there. You know, also, being portable really helps for casual replays, so, you know, it should be on Switch, or DS, or Wii U, or, you know, I can get it on PC or something, where I can do it, like, window in window, with something I'm watching, you know? It's hard to keep on coming up with games that I should replay in that way. And perhaps, like, the lesson is, like, well, maybe just play a game you haven't played. There's so many SNES Online games I've never played before, but, like, I really don't know which ones are, you know, supposed to be the good ones. Like, I wouldn't know where to start with that. You know, where exactly would be the... Where exactly would be the start of, like, What missing game would I, like, necessarily pull out? Just saw the Wario Shipyard gameplay again. All the water in Switch 2 looks really good. Hell yeah, that's fantastic. I'll say again what I said earlier, Mario Kart, all those Switch 2 games. Shit! This level's really long. Are gonna be fantastic. How about another card? I got, just like a couple more, but, yeah. What's actually some actually good games that you haven't played in forever? This is a question I'm kind of asking myself right now. I'm sort of curious, like, oh, you know, this DS stuff. I feel like it's sort of like a, you know, a veritable well of, like, games I haven't visited in way too long. You know, that I could totally go for a full playthrough of. I guess the thing is, right, you do have to worry about the obvious, you know, which is that, like, Nintendo loves remaking these DS games, you know, they seem prime. You know, like, Samus Returns, for instance. I never played Samus Returns, you know, it came out after the Switch. I wasn't going to play a DS game at that point, at that moment. But, like, Samus Returns would be a good one if I had played it, but I didn't, so, like, wait and see if it gets a port, I guess. Guess there's like the 3DS and DS Mario Karts. Those are good games. I feel like Mario Karts, you know, 8 kind of covers a lot of them, you know? Shit. 8 kind of covers a lot of them really neatly, you know what I mean? Like, 8 has all the tracks from, like... Or, like, most of the tracks from the whole series, so, like, you can just go with 8 Deluxe and be happy. You know, you don't necessarily have to pull up, like, the Mario Kart... DS. The balloon battles were peak, though. Multiplayer in the DS games was pretty fun on when online became a thing for the first time on the DS. Online connection, man. There was some good crap. And also some stuff where, you know, they didn't quite get it right. You know, honestly. 8 doesn't have Airship Fortress? It doesn't? Oh, you know what? I constantly think about Tor. I think Tor has Airship Fortress. So I played it, like, on there relatively recently. That was, like, 5 years ago at this point. But you know what I mean, right? Like, I remember that as a modern, like, Mario Kart track, but it just didn't appear in, 8 at all. That's funny that that's, I mean, I guess it makes sense, you know? Like, they didn't do enough to fill them all up. Do every track. That's the last life, Chard. Looks like we're out. That's low-key a pretty difficult level. Wow. Clear rate wasn't that bad, but I mean it's like 2%. It's not great. It's 1.5. But threw us for a loop for sure. We'll give that another go maybe another time. Feel free to give it another thing. What are other DS games that are good? You know what? I feel like we are going through these cards a bit faster. I think we'll manage to get them all in. 1 second here. Next up is PAX Blocks. PAX Blocks? You'll def beat it next time? Hell yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Let me hit next. PAX Blocks, please confirm. Let me run and go get something. I have here my bag of DS games and 3DS games. I have like a Ziploc bag full of DS and 3DS games. Do you have a better system? Y'all have a better system? Let's scoop some out and look at them real fast while giving PAX Blocks a moment to confirm. See if we can find any that interesting. I mean, this is an interesting one. Can I zoom in on this? Hang on. Let me see here. Make myself big. Can you read this? Not really. This is Transformers Autobots, an open-world-like game where you scan vehicles and transform into them. Sort of like a GTA-type game, but with Transformers. It's alright. Animal Crossing. Meteos. Meteos, let's face it, wasn't as good as we all hoped it would be. Wanted it to be. Mario Kart, or Mario 3DS, 64 DS. There we go, that's it. Dark Moon. That has a remake now. Here's my physical copy of Breath of the Wild, which I think I bought a non-physical copy of it eventually. A digital copy. I don't really want physical copies of games. Spirit Tracks, that's a bad one. Mario and Luigi Partners in Time. I think that is one of the good Mario and Luigi's. That's before they got bad. WarioWare Touched. Ooh, that's a good one. I feel like the first time I played WarioWare Touch, I beat it in like a day, and I was kind of bummed out by that. But I do think that, like, you know, WarioWare, even if you can beat it in a day, is still exceptional, no matter the entry. 3D Land. 3D Land is absolutely a banger. Yoshi's Touch and Go. I think Yoshi's Touch and Go is just an interesting historical thing. No, I never tried Scribblenauts, no. Here's Mario Kart 7. Never. I think I tried them at some point. I might have had a demo, but I don't think I ever actually owned one. Might have tried the demo of one once, unlike Xbox Live Arcade. There's Returns 3D. Just got a remake. That's on Switch now. Got the Switch version. Sticker Star. That's terrible. That's one of the worst games I know of. Ocarina of Time 3D. Hell fucking yeah. I could go for Ocarina of Time 3D, actually. Just like that version of Ocarina. Maybe we should do that as a playthrough or something, like as a full playthrough. Maybe. Someday. That's the problem, like some of these are worth saving. Like Chrono Trigger. I feel like I should do Chrono Trigger on stream sometime, eventually. Chrono Trigger just rules. Here's Pokemon Black and Majora's Mask. That's a pretty good handful. Let me do another handful. There was a good Need for Speed on DS, I think. I never played any of those games. Maybe, like, demos of them, but never got them. Resident Evil Deadly Silence, that's not good. Probably, like... Nintendogs! Nintendogs is good. I think that's Nintendogs and Cats, because it was the 3DS one. Ooh, Jungle Climber. Donkey Kong Jungle Chimer. Underrated, really good. Really good Donkey Kong game. It's like King of Swing, but a lot better. It's you use Eleanor to climb, and you hit a button to like launch yourself forward and hit enemies and stuff. It's really well done. Downhill Jam, Tony Hawk, a really good version of that game. I really loved that version of Downhill Jam. Never played the Wii version. Ghost Trick rules. Ghost Trick absolutely is a banger. We need to play that one Halloween. I need to play that on stream on a Halloween time. The Castlevania games, those are all on Switch now. Metroid Prime Pinball. That's a DS game. That's I should put that in. Ooh, it's Kirby's Canvas Curse. That's one of the best Kirby games, I think. Low key. Diddy Kong Racing DS. That's a good version of Diddy Kong Racing. Castlevania again. Pokemon Dungeon. I'm not really into that. I have Episode 3 on the DS. I have Star Wars Episode 3. That was okay. Sort of like a side-scrolling fighter, and then there's some combat sequences where you fly around. Kirby Superstar Ultra. Ooh, that's a good version of Kirby Superstar. I think they added extra bits. Inside Story. Inside Story is great. New 2. Fire Emblem. That's an okay Fire Emblem. Link Between Worlds. Link Between Worlds fucking rules. And here's Dream Team, which I was very bored by. Didn't get very far. It was kind of boring to me. I've went through my whole bag of DS games. Let's finish this. Prime Hunters demo. Worst version of Prime Hunters. What can you say? Mario Rabbids Switch? Okay. I don't need that. Tony Hawk's American Skateland. A good version of Tony Hawk game. It's like Wasteland, but mobile. Polarium. Oh yeah, Polarium. Y'all remember Polarium? It's like a decent little puzzle game. You draw a line and make it all like one color. Each line needs to be one color. It's a little bit mind-bendy, but not that much. It's no Picross for sure. Pokemon Diamond. Wario, Master of Disguise. This is an odd one. Geez, I feel like no one talks about Wario, Master of Disguise. It's not as good as the other Wario Land games. It's a sub version of that. Star Fox 3DS. Mario Kart DS. I was gonna say, like, what's the last one? I'll say I have my copies of Phantom Hourglass. The ones I mentioned, Picross DS and what's the third one? I have a bunch of those like elsewhere. Like they're not with the rest of the game, so couldn't include them. The last one is Star Fox Command, which is not a good Star Fox game. It's very weird and like doesn't have that you know, free range. It doesn't have that, like, linear action level thing you want. It's all free range mode, and it kind of sucks at that as well. And there's, like, weird strategy elements. They never knew what to do with Star Fox after thing. Yeah, okay, there's definitely a few games I should go back to, but, like, you know, maybe I should keep out the Metroid Prime Pinball, for instance, but, like, I'll say I'm not sure, like, any particular ones that I would, do right now. It would be fun to do in full. DS and 3DS were great. Great platforms. You know, tons of games. 3D mobile for the first time. That was revolutionary. I mean, the PlayStation Portable existed, but people never glommed onto that the same way that the DS was always the winner. Was always the leader. And, the 3DS as well. The Vita never had a chance. It's fun looking back. And, like, maybe I could play some of these games. Did I mention Super Princess Peach? Did we pass Super Princess Peach? We must have passed Super Princess Peach. Super Princess Peach is in this bag. That's a weird one. That game's like, mid. Very mid, you know? Let's finish off these levels. We got 3 left, and Pablox did not, confirm, so there you go. Please excuse the occasional, tangent, you know? I'm just like, caught up in the moment sometimes. And it's a bit of fun to just look through a whole bag of games and go like, ooh. I said recently that there's a thing now where people have, like, magic PlayStations, you know what I mean? Like, oh, that's an S, not a 5. Magic PlayStations that have, like, a hard drive on them and all the games you want in the world. And that sounds delightful, and I am just low-key thinking, like, man, I should get one of those and just play a bunch of games that I missed back in the day. Like Shadow of the Colossus and all that. Like, PlayStation 2 had a lot of classics that I just never was exposed to. Okay, we're jumping. I get it. Let's go. Oh, weird. They're, like, popping out, like, as it comes time to land on them. Okay. We need to have faith that they'll be there. And maybe it's an auto-scroller! No, no, you have to land on the second one, you have to land on the second one twice. The last one twice, that's funny. 100% normal speedrun level. We could do that given one more try, but we don't have that, and, PAX Blocks did not confirm, so there you go. Beat it in a few hours, so beat it fast. One more try on this. Okay, you know what? The first time I hesitated. We'll give it one more try. I want to see it. I want to beat it. Let's beat it. But one more try is all I'm getting. Oh, I needed to go forward and do the thing and land on that guy who was there for, like, a fraction of a second. Okay. So, yeah, 2 tries. You can't do it in 2 tries, even if you know the idea. You need 3 tries to see all the pieces. And there might be more, so, you know. What are you gonna do? Thank you for level PAX Blocks. That was interesting. Let me hit dismiss, and we'll bring up the next one. It is Rock Party. Rock Party, please confirm. You know what to do, Rock Party. And let me get, I think this is one of the last cards of the night. Yes, I checked in on Rivals of Aether 2. Looked in on that. They just added, like, one of the stone characters. The one that was one of the fan characters. Suddenly I'm forgetting her name. She's like the fighting game character, you know? She's like the Ryu, or like that genre of, like, basic fighter character in a platform fighter. She's good. I like her movesets. Now that I've realized that my TV was set on 30 frames per second when it's coming from my computer, and I have it set to 60 now, fixed, it does look better and it's easier to play Rivals of Aether 2. I feel like just something was wrong with my setup where it wasn't getting like the full frame rate that I needed to appreciate it, but it's feeling better. I think it's come a long way. Its UI is better. It's getting closer to prime time. They now have a character select screen too that has like, you know, three characters per like 4 characters per like type listed. And I feel like once they finish filling out that character select, that's when I'll say like, oh yeah, it's as good as the previous one. It's excellent. You should play that version first and not you know, bother around with the original Rivals of Aether. But hey, seems good. I appreciate the progress they've made, and like, you know, it's only been like half a year since it came out and they've already added 2 more characters. That's pretty good pace. That's pretty good pace. It's been barely half a year. It's been barely half a year since Rivals 2 came out and they've already added 2. Like this year, 2 characters in like 4 months. That's pretty fucking good. And if they can add like 3 or 4 more by the end of the year, like, they'll be most of the way to having like the roster be like, you know, close enough for like comparison. I think it's coming along. It's coming along. That's all I have to say about that. We're doing Pipers again. Let me do another card because I do have like 2 cards left. I know I have 2 cards left. This one says, what's the deal with Tesla? I've been sort of meaning to talk about this for a bit. Because, I've been meaning to talk about this for a bit. Because, like, it's been hot in the news. Or maybe not so hot anymore. But, like, Tesla's been losing a lot of value in stock for like, obvious reasons. People are rejecting it en masse. People who buy electric cars are generally lefty, and they're not really that happy with everything that's been going on with Elon. And, like, that's really not good for sales. The allure of Elon, which the company was basically built on and really overvalued because of, is wearing thin, and that's, you know, that's interesting to me as it's happening. You know, I've watched a good amount of videos just, like, analyzing the situation, being like, okay, here's the situation. We got, you know, we got the fact that Elon is like a black spot on the industry right over there, but we also have the fact that the cars they make are inferior, and the Cybertruck is, like, a huge embarrassment. You know, they're getting their asses beat by foreign competitors, and, like, and just regular competitors, you know, like, other car companies are beating their ass, and that's not good. They really shouldn't be valued as much as, like, Apple or Google or all that. They should be about the same worth as Ford. Really. And they're not there yet, so, you know, long way to go, basically, is what I'm getting at. I'll say, an interesting thing, like, going through some old, like, footage and, like, stories about that, is you find some that are, like, older and more sympathetic to Tesla, right? Like, you watch one that's, like, I watched the one the other day that was, like, or not the other day, kind of a few weeks ago. I've been wanting to talk about this for a bit, I'll say. I watched one a few weeks ago that was, like, that was like a months old, right? And they were saying, like, oh, you know, no, you can't go down and get the shell, you can't get back up. And also, there's, like, invisible blocks that block you from jumping up from the bottom. So it's, impossible, unfortunately. But that, if you could do that, that'd be broken. We died. We died. Let me finish my anecdotes before we play Proud Junkrat's level. I saw this video, right, and it was basically talking about why Tesla was beginning to suffer, like, towards the mid-late 2024. and it's basically talking about BYD and other Chinese competitors and things of that nature. And the angle on it was just interesting, you know, insofar as like, you know, like, oh, you know, our American companies, they can't compete with BYD, you know. Our poor Tesla would be crushed if BYD could bring its cars to market. That's why Biden, in all his wisdom, put a tariff on BYD and Chinese car companies. And you just go like, yeah, I don't know. Now I'm sitting here going like, let him in, 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 let him crush Tesla, crush him like a fucking shitty Tesla. Like, let us buy $10,000 cars that are 100 times better than Tesla's cars. That's my thought right now. Just like, yeah, that sounds really great. You're telling me that there's cars that are like well built, electric cars that are well built and like have all the like more considerations than your average Tesla, you know, or fancier than a Tesla. Tesla can't compete even as they cut corners and use the wrong glue and cut more corners and then cut more corners. That sounds like a well-run company that should be allowed the chance to crush our inferior version of that. Fuck them. Fuck them. Fuck Tesla. That's my take on that. You know, what a difference a few months takes. You know, when that story originally went up, you're supposed to go like, oh, Chinese companies scary. They're so good at what they do. We can't compete. Poor Tesla. They're trying their best. And now, like a few months later, I'm just like, yeah, fuck 'em. Come, fuck Tesla. Come on. Get him good. Go for it. Yeah, come on, Chinese car companies. Come on here. You got to do it for us. We will love you for we will love you. We will buy you for like $10,000. That sounds amazing. I mean, a car for $10,000, and you're saying it's a good one? Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah. That sounds great. I mean, I'd pay up to $20,000 for one of those. I'd pay like $16,000, you know, with a trade-in. $10,000? That's unbelievable. And you know, I like cheap things that are good. You know, I like a deal. So what the fuck? That's the Tesla thought of the day. I hope that all these competitors that so recently Biden was even like going like, "Ooh, we gotta wall them out. We gotta tariff them ourselves." I hope that they're all just allowed to come play and come just cornhole Tesla really bad style. Just fuck them. Please, by all means, be my guest. Alright, thank you Rock Party for the level. Let me hit dismiss, and yeah, next up is Prep Junkrat Main. I got just one last card here, I'll just pop it real fast. I got some good sleep last few days. Before the direct, I managed to get like a good night of sleep, and the next night, I got a good amount of sleep. Got less sleep tonight, I'll say. Like, I was up late, you know, I had to make all this stuff for today's stream, like all the images, all the anime stuff, all the cards, and it turns out that took longer than usual, given that, like, there's kind of a lot of it tonight between, like, you know, wanting to have a joke tier list, which I did in, like, a minute. You know, that took, like, a while to make look good, let me say, that joke tier list from earlier. But yeah, getting some good sleep. I got some new melatonin that just arrived, and I'm hoping that that works better than the previous melatonin and other supplements I used. And also I got like a different supplement thing, which I think includes like magnesium or whatever, but also some other stuff, which I'm hoping will be good for sleeping. We'll see. I don't know. I don't know how I did it. Just staying up and not taking a nap on a day where I've been like out and about all day, I guess. You know, if I get home and take a nap, it's like that's the ball game. You know, like, oh, now I'm not gonna be able to sleep until late. Let's do it. That's the last thought. That's the last card. We got through them all, folks. It's 11:30. Been about, what the hell? What happened there? Maybe this is an auto. Maybe just we just run and let it happen. Close. We have to jump. No, I didn't. You know what? I didn't read the thing. Maybe let me read the thing. And I'll give you some free lives, you know, accordingly. Never go left half, C track, don't jump on note block, speed run but music. So this is like a rhythm level, is what I'm gathering. Jump only when directed. Let's do it. Rhythm level, jump when directed. When the indicators say jump, jump. Otherwise, just don't do nothing. Hit it, I think hit it earlier. There we go. We got through the first 3 jumps. Too soon there. On the last try. Let's go. This is a cool concept. It's really interesting. Oh, something went weird there with the timing. I did release the button. Maybe I shouldn't have done in midair. Maybe I just needed to hold that like, bop, 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 you know? We're out of lives, unfortunately, for tonight. But, that was cool. I liked it. Maybe next time, you know, hey, get it in early. That's always the standing recommendation. Before the lightning round, you know, golden time to get as many tries as we want. You know. Let me hit dismiss, and, indeed, that is the last level of the night. Get that out of there. You're welcome for playing. Okay, folks, let me make myself nice and big. Let me open up the schedule. I'll be back on Tuesday with a random rare playthrough, which, since we spun the reel earlier tonight, we now know is Star Fox Adventures. That'll be on Tuesday. Star Fox Adventures starts on Tuesday. Let's go. That'll be fun. I'll also say next week we'll have a Thursday stream. The Blueprints is coming out on Game Pass. I'm gonna play it on Game Pass on Thursday. Rumor has it it's really, really, really good. If I didn't have a million billion cards, I would have had a card about how I was looking forward to the Blueprints. Maybe there will be one next time during the playthrough stream. We'll see. But Blueprints, Thursday, 8 p.m. Central. I'll probably also play South of Midnight, maybe. And what about Atomfall? Should I play a little bit of that? I should look at those games at least, because they are also pretty new and also on Game Pass. And you know, I'm paying for it. I should try those games and see if I want to play them. You know, they're included with the thing. If you're looking for viewer levels, those are always on Fridays. And, you know, shorts go up every day. VODs within 24 hours. And, yeah, you know, give your love to the VOD. Give your love to the shorts. Give your love in person at the time, you know, live. Whatever you want to do is good by me. For once, we didn't show Pokemon or do a pull. Let me see what's going on the Twitch side. Okay, 4 viewers. That's that might be enough to do a Dan raid. Nah, I think we need 5. Oh well, I'll send you somewhere else. That's fine. Let me see now. Well, I've given my farewells. Just need to send a raid on somewhere, which I will do. Let's see who's good, who's streaming. MinMax is streaming. This is a weird time for MinMax to be streaming. I don't know what they're doing. Let me see if I can raid them. I can. I'll send you to MinMax. MinMax is cool. Sure, why not? Anyway, folks, that was a long one. Kind of a lot to discuss, this here stream, I suppose. You know, Switch 2, anime, other stuff. You understand, you understand. Turn down the volume on my phone. I'll see ya on Tuesday for Star Fox Adventures, then on Thursday for Blueprints and probably a little bit more, and Mario Maker 2 next Friday. Probably will be a less news-heavy stream next Friday, but we'll see. I'll probably decide on like when I'm doing LASIK by then, and we'll have a plan in place for that, how that's gonna go. I will see you then on Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, sometime in the future. Whenever's good for y'all, VOD-wise, short-wise, I'll see you there. Give your love to the VOD, and I'll see ya on Tuesday. Star Fox Adventures Dinosaur Planet. Bye, folks!